Hello, everybody, and welcome to the final week of Osas Season 7. The finale, the grand finals, it's all coming down to this. There are 4 teams remaining, but only one can claim the ultimate title. Anyway, I am Lego Mage here tonight with Cardsmith, and we're going to be jumping into our first series, the winners finals, Glitch Witch Gunslingers versus Now's Unpaid Interns. Cardsmith, how you doing tonight?
I'm doing really well. Ready to go with this heater of a match. These two are currently the top 2 OSAS teams. We'll see if they can live up to that potential. Both sides, I think, showing their prowess throughout the finale. Now's Unpaid Interns trying to get that final paycheck and that first place. But with both these teams graduating, I think they're gonna put their all within the match here.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. You want to winner of this gets to go to grand finals, of course, which is guaranteed second place, and loser of this is going to be guaranteed third place, which either way is pretty nice. And of course, there's always a chance that you come back in the losers finals and we just end up seeing a rematch of this regardless. It could always happen. It's happened before. But regardless, we're going to be going over to Demon Days for Game 1. Not a map we see all that much. A very swingy map. It's more of a specialized one. You don't really pick it unless you specifically know what you want to do in terms of like team composition, how you want to play it. I don't actually know which side picked this map first. I'm not even gonna guess. We'll figure that out later. But we do see the picks coming out. Here we see the Rune Hover wet with the Era and Yachty with the X. So just running the X Era. We see the Vice Atlas bands here as well. Hold on, I need to look back at the sheet to remember how to pronounce that player's name. Iki guy, that's right. But yeah, we got the Rune. X stolen away though. Finny coming out as well. Very scary pick on this map.
Yeah, sort of an interesting idea from Glitch Witch Gunslingers. I think really trying to use the open space with the Arrow and Rune and just cover every angle possible. But Now's Unpaid Interns just going to go full damage here. Fanny X and Aimee, that is quite a bit of damage with all the abilities coming in. So we'll see if they can survive that as we get into match here.
Yeah, it Might have Colossus start as well is genuinely just kind of scary. Nugget in particular is getting huge benefit out of that. Also, to point out, Wet playing Pauldron's Era goalie. I saw the Era and initially just assumed it was Asher goalie, but I was not looking at the roles apparently. So a little bit of an interesting pick. We do see this sometimes on this map, not like super often, and especially Pauldron's is kind of rare to come out, but we'll see how it goes. It's a little bit more survivability in the face of this, and it doesn't mean they have Yachty forcing the core through. And we'll see if Iki guy is able to put up some good pillars here on this Rune. They do have an open goal to work with, and a nice pillar there actually from the Iki guy, just right in front of Itormi's face. Time to strike well, so it will be Glitch Witch Gunslingers first on the board.
Yeah, and that was kind of huge because Nugget and Mankui don't hit level 2 here, so they're going to be locked out of their ultimates at least for the beginning of this point. But you can already see a lot of damage coming up as a KO potential on Nugget is going to happen here. Yachty can't confirm it, but already looking good start for Glitch Witch Gunslingers for their interesting comp.
Yeah, and even more interesting, I didn't even notice this again. Pummeler's Rune on Iki guy. This guy is just looking for the banished pillar setups. We saw some big damage on Nugget earlier this set, but we'll see if they can bust out any more, though. Right now, Nugget with the X Maximus is bringing down some barriers. It has one, but Yachty able to push it for a second one. The barrier beam will be bringing that one down as they're now looking for the setup. The pass is received, and the shot to the top will be good. Yachty sinks it in, and that's going to put Glitch Witch Gunslingers up 2-0. Pretty comfy spot to be in. And if they can take the set and, nab a size awakening on Yachty, it would be pretty big.
Yeah, especially just to deny the scaling from Now's Unpaid Interns. That's, I think, the goal of this comp, just to get the goals early and the sets early, so that way X doesn't have enough time and enough awakenings in order to deal that damage and impose his size. As Yachty, it's a really good couple of strikes and just takes down the barrier. And now it's an open barrier for Now's unpaid interns.
Coming out, but Itormi gonna find the KO, it looks like, onto Yachty. Now Ikigai driven up the field a little bit, has a pillar on the bottom. Itormi sends it right in. Luckily, Venkui is able to win the strike war and get it out of there in time, but Venkui's still stuck in the banish. Wedo's core flip just gonna go right around of the cast to last on Ikigai, locking the Aimi in place for too long. I think Itormi thought that it wouldn't last as long as it did and moved up to the top a little too far, but that is Glitch Witch Gunslingers taking set 1, and some nice rewards showing up here as well. We see the Big Fish and as well as the Perfect Form both showing up. Unfortunately, though, the Era is going to be first pick here. It's like there's going to be waiting it out.
Yeah, a lot of scary damage here. I mean, Perfect Form, Stinger, Explosive Entrance, even a Prize Fighter showing up here. So a lot of angles they can go. We'll have to see what the X goes. Decides to go Prize Fighter. Era will get Explosive Entrance for that extra haste and harder hitting impact. But Yachty did end up getting this size, and the way that they were imposing themselves set 1, they're looking really good in order to get these barriers down, and you can see both of them going down right away right here as the point starts for the second set.
Pretty explosive kickoff coming out there from Glitch Witch Gunslingers, and Venkui not looking particularly healthy either now. Yachty taking a fair bit of damage, getting staggered, but Nugget with the core. Wet gonna have to find a way out of this one. Accidentally own barriers around the back, a bit unfortunate there, but has the Maelstrom set up, getting the core back over to Yachty. Good on the top side, looking for the dash. Will get it with the barrier beam right through the Finny. Not a lot you can do about that one, unfortunately, but some nice setups here from Yachty, and I'm gonna watch how they do this kickoff, because they just absolutely bum rushed it last time. The banish came out from Ikigai, and the barriers fell almost instantly, and once again, they just immediately, with the pressure, getting the core around the backside of that barrier. As Glitch Witch Gunslingers are definitely making this comp look a lot scarier than it seems on paper.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea. Just control the core in the open space and have the Era just run up with extra size for the Asher. That being said, Yachty's going to go down here, and we'll see if Now's unpaid interns can capitalize on this power play.
Bell Ringer coming from Nugget. Now core flip here from Wet. Trying to get over to Ikigai. Itormi with the sword. Able to get to once, but not twice. Ikigai wins the strike war there. There's a nice pillar placement as well. It prevented Itormi from being able to just run up and kick it out that corner once the sword angle was good. He had to walk back and try and like get it again effectively. But that's essentially a coin flip that Ikigai won there. And now they're up 2-0 once again, and just taking down these barriers. Yachty gets it through 2 of them to bring that one down. There's core flips up, but Itormi misses one. And now Nugget burning it in the bottom side, not getting too much off of it. Not what you want to be seeing right now. Ikigai and Yachty about to be applying a lot of pressure right here, and Yachty just sinks it right in.
I mean, Glitch Witch Gunslingers look so dominant here, just so comfortable on this composition. The rune just feels natural, and feels like every single banish has just been very impactful, either getting the double barrier or an immediate score afterward. As more scary awakenings here, will Asher go for the quick strike or Catalyst? Decides to opt for the quick strike, and X actually going for the bulk up, trying to get more damage on their opponents, but that means Era gets the Monumentalist and takes it away from the Finny. Finny will decide to get a little bit more damage, as Rune will pick up the Catalyst here, and Aimi, we'll have to see what she does. Decides to go for Reverberation for extra cooldown, extra survivability, and it's looking good for Glitch Witch Gunslingers. It seems like they're getting every Awakening draft right here, as they continue to try to get the set point and get another barrier down here.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, Awakening's not even necessarily playing that much of a role. Glitch Witch are just kind of playing super aggressively on kickoff, and they're getting huge reward from it, getting almost both barriers pretty much every single time. Got a push coming in from Now's unpaid interns. They're gonna get one off of it, but Tommy in a bit of a situation, gets it over to Nugget. Around the backside though, Yachty pushing back up. The bell ringer doesn't quite land. Venkui trying to strike it through. Glitch Pop not quite going far enough there. Of course, still behind this backside of the barrier. Nugget looking to make something happen past to Venkui. We'll see the barriers fall. Advantage though coming out. Does get the core, the pillar set up to send it back around. Venkui passing it up, but not too much pressure they're going to be able to apply with that one, unfortunately. Gonna look to go again. Has the cyber swipes. Will hit Wet with it. That will be good to confirm, and that's now's unpaid interns. They will put themselves on the board here, but they are in full reverse sweep mode at this point, and the energy's pretty much tied right up. Glitch Witch Gunslingers have every opportunity to just take this game.
Yeah, you know, if Rune can use his banish, the banish and the core flip pretty quickly, they'll have an energy advantage because of the catalyst. So we'll have to see if he expends it early. That being said, though, Nugget and Vankui getting the core flips here, trying to just get something going and get this momentum going for now's unpaid interns. Feels like that's one of the only points that they've scored this entire game, as Nugget finally gets the KO, and we'll start another power play.
And they capitalize on it, though. A lot of damage on the Ikigai right here. Vankui whiffs a flip. Ikigai also burning a flip right there. They will be traded, but Yachty is going to be back online. Tempo flip there from Nugget is going to find the KO on the Ikigai, but Yachty in return with the dash punch from the Asher. Makes it a 2v2 now for a bit, as now's unpaid interns just looking to buy a little bit of time. Both sides waiting for their forwards to come back online. Ikigai back and immediately drops the pillar, gets one barrier off a respawn. Core flip from second one as well, and the triple banish coming out from Ikigai. Barrier will stay standing for the moment. The red core brings it down now. Finally, the open goal. Ikigai looking to set something up. Can't quite reach the core, though. Nugget with the red core sends it around wide and gets the second barrier. Core flip now from Wet. Pass over to Yachty. Tormi able to block that one. Core flip from Yachty hits the pillar. Sends it backwards. Luckily, Wet is there. Save that one away. Ikigai shot to the bottom. Tormi able to save it. Core moving pretty fast now into overtime. Pillar set up. Gets into Ikigai. And he sends it right into the bottom. Tormi. The bane of this Finny's existence right now is these rune pillars. It's pretty crazy, but that will be good to Gunslingers tying that one up.
Yeah, Cast Last Siege Machine as well. Just those pillars are just surviving forever. And it seems like there's just no real good clear angles for this Finny. That being said, she just got two barriers and got the score there with a big finish.
Kind of a crazy setup there. Wet a little bit late on the reaction. I don't think they're expecting it to go as fast as it did out of that big finish, but I mean, now they have the chance to bring this one back here. They need one more point to take the set away. They got a lot of damage onto Yachty right now. They are going to be losing one barrier here. Tormi keeping it on the top side right now as Nugget looking to rotate. Not too much they can get off of that one, unfortunately, though. The pillars coming out in this top corner is a little bit dangerous. There's a Firewall Sentry from Vankui, but it's not really able to pick up too much, unfortunately. Ikigai sending it back around. A favorable bounce. We'll see one barrier gone as well. That's an open goal for the side of now's unpaid interns. But with a KO, now they have the power play to work with. Vankui picks up one of his own. Looking for a second one. Will be able to find it as Wedo gets hit. Stun. The Bellringer comes out. A lot of pressure. Bull Rush comes through. Wet still alive. Core flip coming out. Ikigai in return flips it. Gets it past Nugget. Yachty back online, but both sides opened up. Vankui cyber trucks up. Has the glitch pop. Sends it backwards a little bit. Down to the bottom. Not quite with the angle and the speed. Now Yachty pushing back, has a pass splitter shot, but Tormi able to block that one. Flip coming out, off to Vankui, looking to get his Nugget. Wedo with the beam, gets it out of there. Bellringer tries to set something up, has a flip up, but in an unfavorable angle. Yachty credited with the goal as it gets around Tormi. And now it's tied up 2-2. Glitch Witch on match point here.
Yeah, if they could just end it here, the damage is starting to really stack up now. Yachty's just dying more often here. If they could just end it here, that'll just prevent all the scaling as they get the first barrier and try to win match point.
And now, Ikigai bringing it around, has the pillar to find that second one. Tormi constantly getting fooled by those nice placements here. Vankui looking for a glitch pop, doesn't get the barrier though. Triple Take has to come out to defend that one from Tormi. With the Maelstrom getting set up, gets it over to Ikigai. Sinks it right to the bottom. Tormi in a very precarious situation there. We'll see Glitch Witch Gunslingers take it home as they'll be the winners of game one. And that, okay, that was in fact now's unpaid interns map pick. So pretty big for Glitch Witch Gunslingers to win on that, because now game two is going to be on their map pick.
Very nice. And yeah, we just saw just absolute domination. I'm not sure if it was just the cast the last rune or just the absolute prowess of Yachty just getting every single strike and every single barrier down here. As we look at the replays here, seems like Tormi had a little bit of a struggle on the ranged goalie on that map. So we'll see if they adjust to a bit more of a defensive melee goalie. But pretty good things from Glitchwitch Gunslingers. Have to see how Now's Unpaid Interns will respond in this next coming match.
Yeah, a lot of good synergy going on with the forwards. Now, unpaid interns. I mean, like you were saying, Finny goalie is going to crack if Asher is up in her face like that. And as well as the rune pillars, we're really messing a lot of things up. I don't think Etormi was really prepared for that pick to come out that game. So we'll have to see if anything changes. Game 2 is going to be going over to Night Market, so a little bit less of a swingy map. But we'll see what happens. Either way, we're going to be cutting it to a quick break real quick to deal with some technical issues, and we'll be right back with Game 2.
Oh, hello everyone. Welcome back to the winners final, match 1, Glitchwitch Gunslingers versus Now Unpaid Interns, game 2. Looks like we're going to be on Night Market this time with the Starting Awakenings, Reverberation, and Castellast. And unfortunately, looks like we're having a little bit more technical difficulties here, but as I'm here, I will take this moment to promote the Sad Hamster Fund. We have the saddest hamster running around in Mega Striker's cost court, and we need your help in order to save this sad hamster. For $2,000 or 2,000 bestie bucks per stream, you can donate in order to save the sad hamster. And if we raise our campaign goal of 4 million bestie bucks, we will be able to save this sad hamster. So please donate. Smile. But last match, looking a little like a one-sided match. We'll see something different today. Wondering if the rune will get banned this time. And yeah, we'll have to see what's gonna happen there.
Alright, Cardsmith. It looks like I'm replacing Lego Mage because while we were fixing other technical difficulties, Lego Mage's internet might have imploded.
Oh yeah. Welcome in, Saya.
Hello. Yeah, I guess we'll get right into Night Market, Reverberation, cast last, like you said, and this should be an interesting one because I'm really surprised to see the era still going through. So I'm pretty certain that the Glitchwitch Gunslingers will be playing that era goalie once again, and that's going to be a little scary.
Yeah, but seems like Rune was taken off the board, so no more Rune Pillars that last infinitely for Tormy to clear around. We'll have to see if they do that Brawler comp where they just stick a Era in the goalie net and then just slam 2 Brawlers and just try to dominate on the night market space using the speed gate. But they looked pretty good and pretty much did the same thing at game 1, so we'll have to see if they execute the same way game 2.
Yeah, it's a big question. We'll have to see if they can make it happen here. Now it's unpaid interns. Now on the blue side, Mike might want to deny away that Era, perhaps. Era goalie, a pick that is considered better than Era forward in the current day and age, and that's an Era hover. We'll see if it does go through, but there it is. They're looking to first pick the Era here, looking for the classic Era Mako X, a comp that's fallen out of favor at the top levels, but it is an incredibly strong, easy to execute composition. So if you're not in like NASA or NASA or something, I mean, this is going to be as strong as ever here.
Yeah, and I think I like that idea from Glitchwood's Gunslingers because you saw that last game. Once Yachty started getting some size, it just seemed really hard for Itormi to clear around Yachty, and essentially they're just doing the same thing this game. They're saying, okay, Yachty, you're just going to be... Or no, sorry, it's Itormi going for the X-Era Mako comp. So I guess they're just trying to take it away from Glitchwood's Gunslingers, and yeah, we'll see the Kai and Juno come out for them as X-Era Mako's locked in now.
Yeah, on the other side, we see double midfield here. Kai and Juno locked in. It's going to be very interesting to see how this one does. Maybe they'll be able to move around the X-Era perhaps, but it's still a big question here. I think now's unpaid interns have a plan. They've adapted. It's night market, and they're the ones that should be in control, but we've seen Glitchwitch Gunslingers just take it in a lot of these situations before.
Yeah, it's like a point's going to start here as Nugget gets a barrier right away. Good sign of things to come, but I believe we've seen this comp played by Glitchwitch Gunslingers. I think they're very comfortable on the double midfield on this particular map. Just being able to get to the core as soon as possible and just get every single strike in order to get those barriers down as fast as possible. As now it's unpaid interns getting the first score here and looking a lot better than game 1.
Really speedrunning it. Now's unpaid interns. This is the comp that they look comfortable on. We'll see if Vancouver can keep it up in the midfield. Now is going to need to do a lot against this double midfield. Sorry, not now. Now's unpaid interns are going to have to do a lot against the double midfield, though, because any slip-up will lead into Yachty or Ikigai just jumping forward or speeding forward and taking a barrier against the Tormi. And so they do have to be very careful, but if they can get it to Nugget's hands, that will be very good for them.
Yep, as we can see, going on the neutral state as they finally get that second barrier and just immediately score a very nice pass from Yachty all the way up to Ikigai, able to just strike it on in around Itormi.
The Glitchwitch Gunslingers, they got first in their pool for a reason. Of course, so did Now's unpaid interns. A clash of titans here, but we'll have to see how it develops. Yachty on the top side, looking to make some possession and getting a barrier solo, setting up Ikigai looking for a second, and they manage to send it around to Tormi, and a flip used late by Nugget for one barrier, looking for two, gets the bounce. Wet does not react in time, and now Ikigai with a defensive flip, not what you want to see when a Tormi still maintaining that flip, and Vancouver as well. Approaching now, looking for that flip goal, but still not able to do so. Double shrink, a flip to the bottom corner, perhaps no, to the top corner instead. And even baits out the flip from the Atlas goalie. Well played by Now's unpaid interns to take a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, hopefully they could take the set here and start scaling on early. Every set with this comp is just super threatening because that means that extra size awakening, that extra stagger or damage awakening is very threatening in terms of how much damage you can output and how much space that you're going to cover, especially on a map like this, as you just see them hitting the core back and forth with each other, and Tormi gives up a barrier. He has to expend the flip defensively in order to just gain some ground, as Wet Zero has a really good defense here and just gets it out to Ikigai.
Yeah, Yadi helped hold as well, and Glitch Gunslinger still looking solid, but all that could turn around pretty quickly if they can't get past the Tormi efficiently. But an accidental own barrier by Nugget will mean that Yadi and Ikigai have the passing play. They send it right around Venkui to the bottom of the goal. A brilliant play to bring it to 2-2.
Yeah, first time they passed it up. This time they just passed it down around Itormi. And this is a pretty huge point, I feel like. Whatever side wins this is just going to be pretty advantaged, because that just means Xera are just going to either be on the clock or the scaling just going to come on early, as we see an early barrier go down for Glitchwitz Gunslingers here.
Yeah, with the barrier down, good snare drums to slow down Ikigai. Nugget really wants to get it done, but a great save by Wet Zero will slow it down, will halt the offense for Xera, and Ikigai's going in. Itormi with a late secondary usage, but Nugget finds the barriers. All of them are down. Ikigai low, but a good res by Wet. The Celestial intervention at the right time. Nugget to the top side, intercepted by Ikigai again. And Itormi holding the primary, trying to send it forward, but there's no one on the bottom side of the map. Yadi has the flip available and has a lot of control here, and a flip has to be burned defensively by Itormi, but Yadi burns the flip into process as well. That flip's wasted, and now Itormi can sit a little bit more comfortably, but Yadi's in position. The slimes are there. The defense is there from Itormi, though, giving Nugget one more chance if Venkui can hold it down for a second. A weird bounce off the bell ringer, but Venkui makes the save. Forwards in the net is good for now. Awkward spot, but Venkui finds a good clear to center night market angle, but it drifts past Yadi for just barely. It's such a small margin here as Wet sends it forward, and Itormi is now in an awkward spot, but Venkui finds a good strike. And Venkui, one strike, one pass, Nugget could do it here. And Nugget's in position, but Wet finds the clear again. They're just going back and forth here.
Yeah, it just seems like, as the slime just catches the core there, it just seems like the core is just flying around. Every single night market angle is being used, but no one's scored yet. Hopefully the players won't feel very pressured from this, as Nugget finally gets a KO and hopefully gets a score here, trying to pass it back and forth with Venkui, but fortunately not really getting anything here, as Yadi uses the ultimate in order to get more slimes, to get more control. Wet Zero has really good defense, enough in order for Ikigai to respawn, as another slime makes the core red, and Yadi trying to get the goal here with the Juno jump. Juno slime unfortunately doesn't quite get there, and another flip used by Itormi. Feels like 6 flips were used, but eventually Now's Unpaid Interns finally get the point here.
Yeah, fantastic defense from both teams, but a brilliant pass by Itormi through the center. Deserved set MVP here. Will be securing it here for Xera Mako. That's Might of the Colossus that could be fallen down here to the X, even if bulk up is denied. So many good awakenings available. And a rapid fire taken here, really not wanting Juno to get it. Bulk up denied, but you have to deny Might of the Colossus here too. But then Catalyst falls anyway, so it's Might or Catalyst here for the X, who is going to be absolutely massive. I'd like to see Might here. Usually you'd like to see Catalyst, but it's Xera Mako. Might of the Colossus might have just been game winning, I think.
Yeah, I think just one primary from the era and one secondary from the Mako. X probably would have had well over like 170 power. Probably easily 200, and at that point any knockback just pretty much kills. As we see that though, Nugget really just getting pelted with every single ability and just has the core flip early, but is staggered and trying to fight for their life here in this first point.
And Ikigai winning the strike war after the dribble will secure a barrier here, looking to go for a little bit more, as Venkui's the one who's brought low now. Nugget trying to get some damage pressure onto Yadi, but the Celestial intervention will prevent any of that, and Nugget's the one who's being taken low. The Atlas damage is really coming into play. That character just kind of quietly just does a lot of damage as Ikigai finds the clearer pass, but it's once again in the side of the Glitch Gunslingers, and they lose a barrier early. A late flip by Wet Zero leads to it, and one pass could do it here. Venkui to Nugget, no, just the bell ringer. Good patience by Nugget to line it up.
Yeah, seems like they were just able to get that second barrier down with that core flip and able to convert pretty easily. A little scary for Glitchwitz Gunslingers, as it seems like it's already been a lot of scaring. And one thing to note is Venkui got Monumentalist on Era on this particular map. That's just going to be a lot of space taken from the Maelstrom, as we see Nugget trying to use the X Maximus in order to get a barrier. Doesn't quite get there and ends up losing one of their own as this point gets started.
Tormi passing to Venkui, trying to get those passing chains through to Nugget. But a great expanse by Wet Zero will prevent any barriers from going down so far. Well, that one barrier at the very least, as one's already fallen. Nugget now sending it forward. Going for a little bit more with Venkui, but Ikigai on the top side. Not quite. The core slips right past. Good clear by Tormi, and a good crossfire by Venkui to secure the barrier. Now Tormi's in a bit of a tough spot though. Yachty has a lot of angles to get this barrier, but jumps a little bit too early. And that means Nugget and Venkui are in position. The Monumentalist Arenado is good. And that's 2-0. Now's Unpaid Interns looking dominant.
Yeah, quite the opposite game of game one. It just seems like every single thing is just going right for Now's Unpaid Interns, barring that first set win. And it just seems like they're just suffocating the entire map with the size, with the extra creation size here. As Nugget gets another barrier, tries to go for another one with a bull rush, doesn't quite get there, and Venkui will expend the flip. Great expanse by Wet Zero again, but Nugget NK ends up getting the barrier, and the Maelstrom just ends up getting the KO there as the power play just starts for Now's Unpaid Interns.
Oh, but a great slime by Yachty prevents Tormi's approach, and now Yachty's dribbling, stalling out the power play. The goalie is back now, and a great Giga Blast by Ikigai will stall it out even further here. Slime down to the bottom side of flip use. The barrier's down now. Glitchwitch Gunslingers back in the game, but Tormi will make the save. Yachty though passing back up, and Ikigai right past Tormi, who overcommitted to the top side. Well played by the Glitchwitch Gunslingers to get a point back, but you gotta watch the meter. Nugget has flip, and Yachty is still a little bit away, and this could be an early flip usage. Nugget does have Catalyst, right? So just using the flip immediately here could be so much value. Goes for the KO with it instead, and does secure the no! The Atlas Res bug!
He did. Yeah, he did, but the bug happened, and unfortunately, Ikigai did get healed, but it seems like everything will be fine here, as Ikigai tries to get a couple strikes in order to get the barrier. Ends up getting it here, as Nugget trying to just get more energy in order to potentially get another flip to end the set.
Nugget looking for a dribble into a strike war, and it'll be Tormi actually who gets the barrier in the end. Nugget with the bull rush with the strike. That's 3-1 in the favor of Now's Unpaid Interns. And they will have the advantage in this next draft. It's going to be so scary that this could be Castle Last Chrono Boost. It could be denying the Hotshot or 1-2 punch, but since both appear, I think Glitchwitch Gunslinger is kind of happy that their Juno's going to get at least one of them.
Yeah, that's at least the light at the end of the tunnel here. Decides to deny the hotshot just for the cooldown. Yeah. It just feels like Eric could have gotten a really strong awakening, either some extra speed or an extra prime time, and they just denied an awakening that pretty much was going to be given up no matter what. X ends up getting the size, but it feels like Glitchwitch Gunslinger's got a nice couple of awakenings, a little bit more stagger on Ikigai in order to not die, and a lot more cooldown reduction on Wet Zero in order to potentially get another Cosmic Expanse Astral Projection in order to save the goal.
Yeah, I'm really liking those awakenings here. Yachty has the core speed necessary. Wet Zero has the cooldowns necessary to bring this game back. Question is if they can do it. Good passing plays up to Ikigai. Nugget now being outpaced by the core speed, it feels like. Needs to be very careful with positioning. But Venkui's playing cautiously. Nugget's finding the passes, finding the plays. Doesn't quite get the strike at the very end, though. And Tormi's got to watch out for these slimes, because one slime could halt your movement enough to find the goal. Well played by Yachty.
Yep. They just bided their time. Eventually, the core got past Nugget and Venkui. And then Yachty and Ikigai just ran on in. One slime able to do it there, but pretty sure a barrage was coming in from the Kai as well in order to get that goal. As we just see the double barrier and the KO from Nugget. Another power play will start for Now's Unpaid Interns.
Nugget going in now, just dribbling, forcing strikes out from Wet Zero. And Tormi and Venkui on the bottom side. But once again, despite the power play, Yachty's in there. One slip up from the defense of Now's Unpaid Interns, and that's a goal. That's the danger of playing against that Juno who has core speed now.
Wait, who's the more scaling comp? Is it Xerabako or is it Kai and Juno? It seems like they're just getting every single double barrier here and just setting up another scoring opportunity here. Yachty with the flip. Can they convert here? And it looks like they will. Ikigai just gets in the score and the third set there.
That set was all Yachty. All three goals, all of the midfield pressure. Yachty picked up core speed and just ran with it. and now could just pick up the quick strikes or the perfect form. This is just looking a little crazy here. And I think Glitch Witch Gunslingers could have it in the bag, picks up the quick strikes. Of course, perfect form, very good on the X, but I don't think the cooldowns will matter if it never gets to Nugget. I think this is going to be a Yachty sweep.
Yeah, I think the really important thing here is Era's not getting extra speed here. They can opt for the Rampage, and that'll give them more size in order to win more Strike Wars. But Era not getting speed means that the Kai and Juno can just really hit around Era when she doesn't have the secondary up, and she burns it in the start here in order to try and get some sort of barrier advantage. But we see right away the core speed, just big, huge factor here for Yachty and Ikigai.
Yeah, and once again, passing up. I will say, though, Ikigai slacking on the orb collection here. Not looking too much like a dancer. Could be taking over this game with that speed. But right now, it's the Yachty show. Just continuing to send it forward. But Nugget's looking a little massive here. You got to watch out. But so many slimes, so much energy buildup, so many hits to the top side. Yachty at half a core flip, looking for the full core flip pretty soon. And so tanky as well, not going to go down to Nugget's damage, but a good Monunado. An early flip though by Nugget, doesn't matter, it's still the barriers being taken down, but we've been in this situation before. But a weird bounce will actually lead to Now's Unpaid Interns getting an opportunity. Strange Night Market Center bounce from Yachty is basically a pass to Nugget, unfortunately, and Now's Unpaid Interns, they can still close it out here.
Yeah, it seems like Zero almost had the save with the strike shot, but unfortunately didn't quite get there, as we see X tried to go for another KO. It's been a little scary. I think that's the second or third KO that Nuggets really went for, and if Nugget goes for those KOs with the flip, that's just extra knockback in order to convert, and especially with the orbs and stacks on stacks stacking from Ikigai, it can be really scary if they die mid-set.
Alright, Tormi looking to send it to the top side here. Blocked away by Ikigai though, who reads the core flip strike. Nugget not quite large enough to catch the core yet. That means it's Ikigai and Yachty's turn to try and find some offense, but not committing hard enough on the corner means that once again the barrier will stay up for a moment, but Yachty's there to catch the out clear. Great positioning by Yachty on all of these plays. So much core speed to the top side now. Early strike by Tormi, still has it back to make the save, and Venkui has the defensive core flip available. And Now's Unpaid Interns weather the storm, and Wet Zero doesn't have a strike afterwards, doesn't press the strike button, and that means the barrier is going down. Huge opportunity now for Nugget, but Ikigai is not going to go down that easily. A pass down, Yachty now a huge core speed chance with the slimes. And Venkui and Nugget are very grouped up. A great core flip by Yachty to save it away, but Atormi has the strikes, doesn't panic, and Yachty doesn't aim around Atormi to try and find the goal here, but it might not matter if Ikigai can send it to the top side, but the strike war is won by Nugget. But Yachty, one more chance. No, a pass to Nugget top side now, a flip available, and a strike war won by Ikigai. Another opportunity for the Glitch Witch Gunslingers to the bottom side now as Yachty sends it up, but Venkui just cuts the pass, intercepts perfectly. And now this Nado is so scary, but Wet Zero doesn't panic, gets the clears to the bottom side, and Tormi once again, but the slimes are just too fast for Venkui to handle at the moment. Ikigai with the flip available, same with Nugget, but it's not quite enough here. Tormi still making the saves, it's still not enough.
Yeah, it seems like, it just feels like it gets a Nugget like every sixth strike, as Yachty trying to get the slimes converted here. Wet Zero just making every single strike save that they need to make, as Yachty and Ikigai trying to get another play. Unfortunately, missed strike by Ikigai could mean an opportunity for Nugget again to score here, as we'll see the slimes move the score back and forth really quickly, but it looks like Ikigai finally gets the goal here. One thing I'm watching Yachty struggle with is Itormi actually has a ton of cooldown reduction and the prime time there for extra cooldowns. And it just seems like if they don't hit it around Itormi, they're just going to struggle to score every time.
Yeah, they're not really aiming their strikes enough, Glitch Witch Gunslingers, because up until now it feels like they haven't had to. But now they're against a competition, against a team where they do have to aim, or else they will just lose, because Now's Unpaid Interns are bringing it to match point here. They have a composition that's very good at hitting it around Atormi. They seem to hit around Atormi a little more.
And hopefully they can do that with the core flip. Nugget getting core flip of their own as this play starts. See, barriers not being taken down yet. Yachty finally expending the core flip, and just doing a simple strike, not really quite getting there, as the Celestial Intervention will come out early as will try to get a KO, and finally they get the 2 barriers down. Can they hit it around Itormi? Yes, they can, and they have 1 more point in order to bring the entire match back to a 2-2 set differential.
Yeah, they could bring it back to even with 1 goal. Now's Unpaid Interns could still win it here, but that's a lot of meter on the Unpaid Interns. They have flips available on all 3 members, basically. Nugget really needs to start using it early here. Does get the double barrier, does use it appropriately, and does close out the game, and the series is brought to its 3rd game here. It's 1-1.
Yeah, a really exciting game there. It felt like Glitchwitch Gunslingers lost a lot early just to the base power of the size that Now's Unpaid Interns were imposing, but eventually we're trying to bring it back with some of the awakenings. Unfortunately, wasn't enough there, and I'm just excited for this game 3 because game 1, even though it was quite dominant, this game was actually looking like it was quite back and forth in those later sets. So we'll have to see if they're going to do the double midfield again in order to take game 3.
Okay, it looks like I'm back.
Hello, welcome back, Lego Mage.
Yep, I am back. I do need to get back into the lobby though, but yes, my internet has returned, so I will be returning for game 3. Which, admittedly, I didn't after that first game, I didn't necessarily expect there to be a game 3, but Now's Unpaid Interns, I mean, and it really came back on that one. And going over to map 3, which
looks like Taiko
think
Temple.
is Taiko Temple, which is once again the Unpaid Interns map pick. It could be potentially promising. I feel like it's hard to say, though, considering these teams have won on each other's map picks, doing largely different things. But Tormi looked very good on that Mako, as opposed to the Finny, and I wouldn't be surprised if we end up seeing that again, as it is generally pretty good on this map.
Yeah, it looks like the adjustments were put in place from Glitchwitch Gunslingers. I can't imagine that Xera Mako is just going to be given up like that, especially at a map like this, where Xera Mako can take down the barriers very easily. But if they end up doing that double midfield comp again, they're going to have a better time when the barriers are down and there's just more open space in order to pass it to each other. So we'll have to see what they're going to do. And it feels like both sides, I think, kind of wanted this map because I think Taiko plays a lot like Night Market in a lot of scenarios. And if, Glitchwitch Gunslingers and Now's Unpaid Interns are wanting this map, it seems like it could be a pretty even match, depending on what the Awakenings are and what they'll be picking here. It looks like it's going to be Deadeye and Stacks on Stacks, though, for our Awakenings here. A lot of speed might be coming on through for both sides here.
Yeah, more than likely. I don't imagine too many people will be going for Deadeye. Maybe if we see the Juno pick come back out, that could be an option, as you would like generally to get that core speed up on the character, but we'll have to see how that ends up playing out, of course. Era could be really good here, just for generally providing the speed boost and whatnot, but I'm also thinking about that Asher that we saw Yachty playing in game 1. Asher's really good on this map, and Asher's really good with speed. That's kind of like her big thing that she needs, is mobility. So that could definitely be a scary prospect, and something to consider if you are perhaps Now's Unpaid Interns. But we'll have to see. What were the bans last game? I actually didn't get to see those.
The bans were Rune and Juliet, I believe.
Oh,
last game.
Yeah, I saw the Rune from game 1, and ooh, so that makes sense. I wonder if so that I guess that brings that up now. Is like, would we end up seeing the Rune come out again? Not,
Yeah, I think if they just slam the same exact comp again, obviously, Aragoli is a little bit scary in some situations, but if you could just throw endless Maelstorms down that path in order to confirm the barrier with the Rune Pillars, and you just have someone like the Asher, someone like the X or Juliet in order to just stand at the barrier and confirm the barrier take, I think it's really scary for now some paid interns. So we'll have to see what they're going to go here in terms of their team comp. That being said, Deadeye is really strong damage awakening, and we saw them play damage game 1. We'll have to see if they want to go that angle in order to win for the now's unpaid interns, in order to just stack up all the damage and just say that no, you're not going to be able to stack up stacks on stacks because we're just going to keep on killing you with all of our damage.
Yeah, I think if it is that angle, I would expect to see like Vice come out here just to really capitalize on the Deadeye start. And I think no matter what, I think Itormi just needs to play a melee goalie here. Even if maybe the Finny is tempting, potentially, I think just have a melee goalie on this map and just lock it down. And I mean, Mako does a pretty fair bit of damage as well. They could even snipe away the Asher if Glitch Witch doesn't first pick it and run that on goalie if they wanted. So I'm eyeing up the Vice. We could see the Aimi again as well with Venkui. With the Deadeye, that could be a good option for getting some damage as well. It could very well just be Mako, Aimi, and then like X, right?
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't be surprised if that's what now's unpaid interns ends up going with.
Yeah, it seems very solid. And then Aimi can either go just the stacks on stacks route, pretty easily able to stack it up with the Firewall Sentry, or they could just go the straight up damage route, as we said. A little bit scary though if you don't get that damage off and you don't have the stacks on stacks. It feels like you're just really slow in a game where potentially every single other player could have stacks on stacks and slick kicks just moving around you. And the way that some of those game 2 points were going, kind of a scary angle to look at in terms of now's unpaid interns in order to try and win the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely been a bit of a wild series, being going swinging kind of back and forth this whole time. You know, it's not too often that you see a sweep each game that ends up being on opposite sides here like that. It's usually a little bit closer per individual game. But this is Osas, and crazy things tend to happen here. And Taiko Temple's a pretty crazy map, so it's hard to say exactly how this is going to end up playing out, but I think if they do end up going for the damage, I mean, we saw them ban Atlas game 1, right, when they tried to go for the damage, so I'm curious if they're going to end up doing that again, and I think a lot will be
also
determined.
banned game 1 as well.
Yeah, Glitch Witch banned Vice, so if we, based on now's unpaid interns ban, I think we'll end up knowing a lot from what they're going to end up picking.
Yeah, and what Awakenings they'll potentially be taking as we get into lobby select here. We'll have to see what they're going to go. I think they're just going for the hovers now. It looks like Ikigai might be able to get the root again, and I think that's just a really scary prospect if that ends up happening. And an Octavia hover as well. Wow, they might be able to just go and speed around every single person. I think the Octavia ult really powerful on this map in order to just slam barrier. It looks like Rune will end up being banned, so we'll have to see the adjustment. Oh, are we seeing the Dubu forward? I would love to see a Dubu forward here. Asher though,
Debating the Asher, yeah. I
Yeah.
think they really want to first pick that. They don't want now's unpaid interns to get that one.
yeah, we'll have to see the adjustment here now. I feel like that was a pretty. That was probably the pick that was going to determine a lot of what was going to happen. It looks like Vice is end up going to be picked up. Error will be the response, and Atlas was not banned. So solid pickup from Wet Zero if they opt for it in order to just get that extra healing. No funny business here. Not selecting Kazan goalie on this map, and we'll have to see what the final pick is. Is it going to be a goalie and Dubu's just going to end up forward, or is it just going to be more damage? I would like to just see more damage, or just like something that just like a Zentaro or X. Yeah, perfect. So it looks like Tormi got the melee goalie, and they're just opting for damage here as it looks like Glitchwitch Gunslingers trying to just take all stacks and just win the game that way.
Yeah, the Mako ban as well coming out from Glitchwitch I think was actually pretty big because I'm pretty sure Tormi was gonna take that to further increase the damage from unpaid interns. But yeah, having the Dubu is of course really nice. It's just a melee goal. It's gonna lock it down, but he's not providing a huge amount of damage or offense really, so it's really gonna be on Vankui and Nugget to do that. That being said, Nugget's actually the first one to get taken out here. It's going to leave Ikigai a little bit of an opportunity. The barriers will go down. Yachty's able to pick up the double. I'm going to see if the Fish might be able to make something happen here. Nugget will come back online right now. Vankui not going to be able to grab the core. Ikigai pushing up with the barrier beam. Tormi holds it down for now. Wet tries to find a way out of the situation. Ikigai pushing up the roll. It comes through, but the dash from Ikigai is going to be good enough to force it through. And it will be Glitchwitch first on the board, getting those stacks up nice and high. And actually, I just noticed this. Vankui did not go for the Deadeye Vice. He opted for the stacks instead.
It did not. Seems like everyone's just eating those pancakes. And one thing to note is Ikigai also went for the pummelers here. So I think that's just the plan, is just use the knockback in order to just get the stacks off X as much as possible. X only has 30 stacks, whereas Ikigai has around 78 right now. So we'll have to see how the game progresses and see if they'd go for this KO plan. But it looks like, just like game one, they're getting every single barrier take here and potentially the score here as the power play will start up for Glitchwitch Gunslingers.
Nice passing plays. Tormi is pretty quick, but double KO coming out from Ikigai. As you can see, Wedo just be able to kind of walk up and sink it in. The goalie goal here off the pretty solid power play. It's definitely scary with the pummelers on Ikigai. They're getting a lot of benefit from finding a single KO, whereas now's unpaid interns comp kind of relies on them getting KOs, but they haven't really been able to do that thus far. So we'll see if they're able to maybe come around as their X and Vice will scale in the later sets. But right now it's looking like Glitchwitch might just take a third point here, as they are going to lose both their barriers, actually. Never mind. So they could come back around, but we'll see. Ikigai is pushing up pretty hard, has the beam. And once again, barrier beam does beat the log. Can just kind of hold the core in place, since Glitchwitch will take set one.
Yeah, Ikigai just looks so comfortable on this Asher. Just able to hit it in no matter what. And yeah, set one draft, really scary here. A bunch of size. Quick strikes in perfect form. Looks like they're just going to go more size, more power. I think I kind of agree with this. The more size is just beneficial in order to take up more space. And there were a couple of dashes there that were very close into getting KOs for Ikigai. So I like the plan here in order to just make sure, especially with the Castellas as well, just get Ikigai as much power as possible and hopefully get a KO out of nowhere in order to get some usage out of these pummelers.
Yeah, definitely seems to be the plan. Nugget with the Rampage is pretty nice here as well. Of course, Tormi got quick strikes, but we'll have to see. It's a pretty good draft all around. But, I mean, once again, Glitchwitch Gunslingers, we're in a classic situation of now's unpaid interns have a KO comp, but they're not getting KOs. They're getting out KO'd and they're getting out core controlled. So something is not going, things are not going right for them at the moment. As we see, look at, I mean, just look at the stagger bars. Nugget and Vankui are like, they're about to die, and they've also lost both barriers. So something needs to change here, and Glitchwitch are not going to allow that. They're just keeping the pressure on.
Yeah, end up getting the gold there with the flip. And like you said, just a lot of damage coming out just from one awakening. It's a really scary thought to see, like, what if this Asher gets 1-2 punch? See how much damage they're able to output there. Really good first point, though, and hopefully, you know, they can keep this momentum going in order to close out the set and the match. Oh, great KO from Ikigai there.
Yeah, those pummelers now absolutely activated. It's going to allow Wet the ability to just push up with that missile prop and keep the pressure going. Yachty with the back dribble onto the bumper almost makes it work. A little bit of an unfavorable bounce, though. Does send it back. And now Nugget is back online here, but we have some energy to work with on the side of Glitchwitch Gunslingers. Yachty burns it. Tormi saves that one away. Now Wet trying to get it out of this corner. Nugget eating the pass splitter in the center. It's going to hit the bouncers. Go on a crazy ride and somehow end up right where he started out. And then Weto with the strike shot actually is going to just find the KO off the bumper. So it will all come to pass eventually here. The power play once again. Ikigai moving pretty fast. Venkui, nice teleport though. Will pick up a barrier in the 1v2 as Nugget comes back online. But not having those stacks is pretty detrimental when everyone else is moving this fast.
Yeah, hopefully they could just walk to the core and just hit it a couple more times in order to be able to get there. It looks like, yeah, they just keep going for this dash punch KO. Eventually gets it there, and we'll see finally a power play from Now's Unpaid Interns.
We'll see if they'll actually be able to get anything off of it. They don't have the pummelers, so they're not getting any speed, but the barrier just is going to remain standing now. Core flip from Ikigai is blocked by Itormi. Barrier will go down, though, to Venkui. So Yachty now looking to push back up. First Venkui here in the midfield. A shot off the wall, gets around the back of the barrier. Pass down to Ikigai. Core flip from Itormi, trying to get it over to Nugget. Strike shot from Wet, gets it away.
Wow.
Ikigai in position to get it. Itormi not quite quick enough on the soup. We're moving quite fast in overtime. We'll see Glitch Witch Gunslingers go up now, 2-0.
That was just an excellent clear and pass from Wet Zero and Yachty. Just able to get it to Ikigai, just to strike it on in. Do all, not quite there in order to save the goal here, as next point will get started, and it looks like almost a double barrier. A double barrier will come out for Glitch Witch Gunslingers again.
Yeah, they've been getting these very consistently, and now with the pass splitter out, yeah, Yachty just diamond up Ikigai to set that one in. Now 2-0 for side of Glitch Witch Gunslingers, as they're looking to just close this out, it seems.
Oh, there it is.
Interns are, yeah, there's a lot of awakenings, but yeah, the 1-2 punch, as well as the catalyst. More energy might not be bad, but it's actually a peak pickup, which is kind of interesting considering no one has been building stagger at all this game. But oh well, I guess. And Twin Drive denied from Itormi instead of extra special is perhaps a little bit questionable.
Yeah, this is probably one of the most interesting drafts I've been a part of. 1-2 punch actually not getting picked up by anyone or the Deadeye. No one picked up Deadeye originally, so it's in rotation here. And a couple of interesting selections, I think, from both sides. I think notably, Era has Castellast and Chrono Boost, so that means every primary is just going to be that much more suffocating. As see whose barriers will go down in this first point.
Yeah, as you're saying, Venkui was shrunk there for a pretty long time. Luckily, Nugget was able to keep it up and get that first barrier here. The first time. Now's Unpaid Interns don't lose everything off kickoff. Gonna lose it after Glitch Witch get possession for a bit, but able to get second one here in return. Now Nugget dribbling up the field, looking for the bull rush. The expanse from Wet will save it off. Ikigai now dribbling on the top side. Yachty pushing up as well. Shot to the bottom. Itormi saves it with one roll here. Trying to get it out to Venkui. Yachty whiffs a flip. It's not particularly great, but Wet able to maintain possession. The core back over to Yachty and Ikigai. Pushing up in the midfield. Ikigai keeping it stuck down on the bottom side. The soup coming out from Itormi. Wet once again. Find a way to get it back over. Yachty bringing it down to the bottom. The log coming out. Moving pretty fast here. Core flip from Wet. Passes to Yachty. Now Ikigai with the flip. Trades it with Itormi. Stalls it out. The projection, though, from Wet will send it right back across. It's Nugget versus Ikigai in the top side. Itormi, nice clear to get it past the barrier beam. But once again, the bewitching beam now trying to go for the shot. Itormi clears that one out. It's now Wet dribbling on the side. Trying to avoid the power cord. But Venkui able to land it. Right. Perfect timing. We'll see now some Unpaid Interns finally get a goal.
Yeah, unfortunately, Ikigai looking for the KO in the middle of that set, couldn't quite find it, and as a result, just couldn't get the goal. Feels like they really just won the power play in order to find the score. That being said, though, looks like they'll both trade a barrier, and we'll see if they get the second one here, as the Donuts, unfortunately, not quite getting the clear out, but just hanging it back and forth. And yeah, it seems like, you know, now as Unpaid Interns maybe getting a little momentum here. Not in the KOs necessarily, but just in the clears here. Ooh.
And Yachty moving pretty fast up on that top side. Itormi not quick enough to catch up to that Era, even with the stacks. Just sink it right into the top side, but with speed coming up for everyone now, Nugget at 3 Rampage stacks. The longer these sets go on, the stronger Nugget will become, and eventually it's just going to start taking up a lot of space. And until Glitchwitch find the KO, this X will get quite powerful, indeed, and things going a little bit awry at the moment for Glitchwitch as they will be losing a barrier. The X Maximus is popped. Core Flip comes out from Nugget, and that's the second barrier gone now. Tormy looking to make this thing happen. And Kiwi with the mini Supernova. Trying to hold it down here, but Yachty and Ikigai now pushing up hard. There's the beam to make people small. Pushing hard. There's the one barrier. Core Flip from Tormy to clear it out. Back over to Wet. Have to deal with Venkui. Then the missile project, or the missile astral projection. Will be good to clear that one out here as team's trying to make something. Yachty with a nice shot, but he tore me with a nice save as well. Barrier beam is going to be good to bring down that second barrier though, and Ikigai just diamond it right through as the goal gates open.
Yeah, great astral projection. Just keeping the core there. One thing to note though, as we head on to match point, is the flip side of Rampage is X is getting bigger and bigger, but that just means the KO has a higher potential there, as you can just get hit by everything and your size alone can just get you killed by the knockback. So we'll have to see if Nugget can capitalize on that size and not get KO'd out of nowhere.
Yeah, as long as Nugget can stay alive, they're cooking. And the Bell Ringer is going to be really nice here as well, is now a power play to work with. Tormy able to push up a little bit and try and make some things happen here as they try and bring down the second barrier. Thunderstruck comes through from Venkui, but Wet able to clear that one out. Now Yachty back online, makes everybody small once again. The Maelstrom doing a lot of damage to Nugget. Ikigai knows the mission, just chasing this X. Luckily, Nugget able to get that orb, stay alive. Also has a flip available, which is pretty nice, as they once again try to regain some possession, but priority going over to Glitchwitch for just long enough to clear it out of there. Yachty with some nice passing plays, goes for the barrier, doesn't quite get that one. Now,
yeah, it just looks like both sides trying to get that second barrier as we head into overtime. Nugget and Ikigai both looking for these kills as the barrier finally goes down for Tormy. Didn't use the core flip in order to save that one, as now Glitchwitch Gunslinger is looking to end it here. Tormy uses the Summer Assault to get there, and Yachty trying to get past to Ikigai. Can they end it here with the Maelstrom? No! Unfortunately, the core just never went inside the Maelstrom in order to get a goal. Tormy finally getting the flip here as Venkui and Nugget trying to confirm the barrier eventually do here, and it looks like this overtime point is maybe going to go out with a banger here.
Not quite able to line up the bell ringer here, but can have another chance. The shot to the bottom will be good from Nugget. They saw the vision that Venkui was able to set up. And now 2-2, once again, just like in game one. Now Unpaid Interns have an opportunity to bring back the game if they're just able to win the set, but they cannot afford any mistakes. The series is on the line right now for them, as well as they'll take it to the grand finals. A lot of damage coming out onto Nugget and Venkui, though. It is not looking particularly great. The Maelstrom from Yachty is going to be enough, as now Ikigai moving really fast, trying to set some things up. Yachty looking for the double, is going to be able to find it. Wet pushing up hard as well. Dribble off the center. Nugget trying to hold things down, but it gets over to Ikigai, has the barrier beam. He Tormy with a nice roll. Now Yachty push it up, has the beam, but Tormy with the log will be able to save that one. Now the Maelstrom come through once again. Nugget, nice strike war win. And the Bell Ringer versus Ikigai. Venkui able to get that one out. Wet pass down to Ikigai once again in the center. Nugget able to interrupt it and get one barrier off of it. Pops the X Maximus, but Tormy needs to find a way to get this core out of here. Gets it over to Venkui in the midfield. Yachty looking to reset something up. Nugget pushing up is huge with the Bell Ringer. Trying to force this corner as hard as possible. Core flip comes out. Gets it past the Supernova. Back over to Yachty, but there's a soup. Pass to Nugget's going to be good, and that's the second barrier gone. Wow. And Nugget with the strike war win. 1v3. This X is massive. It's going to be the set going over to Now's Unpaid Interns, and they'll stay in it.
Yeah, barely staying in it in that set. Fortunately, they were able to get the score there, even though the stacks were reset from Now's Unpaid Interns. And very interesting draft here. Actually decides to go to the Unstoppable here in order to just not die as often to the Asher. That being said, though, this reverb is looking really scary if they don't deny it, and 2 Stagger Awakenings now in this Asher. The Stagger Scaling is real, and that just means that Ikigai is just going to be faster and going to hit the core more. That being said, though, Adrenaline Rush is picked up from Venkui, so we'll see if, you know, that rare, like, power chord hit onto someone, and then the Nugget Dash Punch KO, able to confirm someone and get Venkui the reset here in order to possibly stay alive in this next set.
Big pressure
Ooh.
coming out once again from the Switch, but Itormi with the roll. Been making pretty good use of this twin drive, actually. It is a decent awakening on Dubu, you know, at the end of the day. And now with a power play here, they're trying to make something happen, but they've been struggling on the power play pretty much this whole game. Luckily, they will get enough pressure in that corner for Nugget to bring down that top barrier. Tomi's up in the midfield. The pass splitter coming out from Ikigai, though, is going to be able to change all of that. Shot to the top barrier. We'll see that one come down, but Yachty and Ikigai, they're looking for more. They have the Maelstrom here. Nice clear and elusive from Itormi. Get out of there. Nugget with the X Maximus. Trying to force it through the expanse from Wet. It's going to be hard, though. As it gets back to Nugget. The strike shot clears it away. Now Itormi once again trying to send it to no man's land, but in the 1v2, Vankui rushing to get back.
Oh,
Guy able to get the setup. The barrier will fall. Nugget with the bell ringer, looking for a trade potentially. There's a core flip up on this goalie. That now's unpaid interns. They're looking for some energy themselves right now. Ikigai with a bounce off the center, trying to make something happen with the flip on Itormi, and a flip from Ikigai sees the goalie KO'd. Nugget with a little bit of a back hit there on the bell ringer is really unfortunate. The point goes over to Glitchwitch, and that's 2 flips down for the side of Now's unpaid interns on a point that they lost. Is not a great trade.
yeah, it's very brutal. I think the issue really with that point was Vankui wasn't able to get the reset on the ad rush. I guess didn't land the power chord onto Ikigai as the point's just going. Dubu will come out, and the Celestial Intervention will prevent any KOs here, but both barriers down and already open for Now's unpaid interns. Let's see if Glitchwitch can capitalize.
Yeah, now Ikigai with the dribble. The roll coming out from Itormi is going to be good to clear that one away. And actually get a barrier as well, as Wet was pushed pretty far up right there. I get the dribble off the bumper, the astral projection, push that one away. Trying to make something happen again. Vankui teleporting in, but Yachty able to receive the core. Now Nugget looking for the barrier. He's going to be able to find it. Pops the X Maximus here as well. The bell ringer doesn't quite get the angle that he wants. It gets back over to Yachty, and now Ikigai pass up to Yachty. They're trying to make something happen as the Maelstrom doesn't quite connect, but it's still in a bit of dangerous position. Ikigai in the right spot at the right time. Is able to sink it into the bottom, and that's Glitchwitch Gunslingers now on series points.
I think Itormi just didn't trust Vankui with the clear and just rolled up as a result and didn't quite get to the core, so they were able to just pass around and get around Itormi. That being said, though, they're looking to capitalize here on anything. Vankui ult expended early. We'll see if they can finally get some momentum going in this set and stay alive against Glitchwitch Gunslingers.
Gonna be real tough. The defense is holding right now, but Nugget with the big double barrier could be changing everything right now. Itormi has to get it past Ikigai, though, who is pushing up pretty hard. All 3 members of Now's unpaid interns on the defense, but Yachty finds the gap, and that's the barrier gone. Nugget trying to make something happen on the rebound, but may only have a few chances. And Kui trying to give him more opportunities here. Teleporting down, perfect position, has a supernova. Core flip comes out from Wet. Nugget blocks it and sinks it in. And that's Now's unpaid interns. They will be staying alive for the moment. Put themselves on the board, but they got to get 2 more of those to make this set 5 game.
Yeah, I think Wet thought that maybe the core flip was going to stun the axe, but unfortunately just wasn't quite in range there, as this next point gets started off with a bang and the core flip used right away from Nugget. And we'll have to see if that's going to punish them on the defense. This Vice is looking really low. If they can reset the stacks, they could maybe close out the match here. Fortunately, Bewitching Beam does end up missing, and Yachty finally able to get it to Ikigai in order to get that first barrier.
Now on the defensive here, Glitchwitch pushing back up. Core flip from Yachty gets blocked by the suit, but ultimates are down. However, Ikigai able to get the barrier here, but gets KO'd for it with Nugget jumps in with the X Maximus. The power play is here for the interns, but they got to make something happen. Is it now or never? Is Vankui with the core teleporting up, puts a Thunderstruck in place. Core going to be able to get away from him right there. Yachty buying some nice time for Ikigai to come back online. Has a Maelstrom set up. Core flip from Itormi sends it to the bottom. Vankui can't win against Yachty, though. Trying to get it over to Ikigai. Itormi barely able to save that one. Nugget with the Strike War keeps it held down. And now a bell ringer comes through. The barrier is gone. Wet has a flip up, though. And Yachty dribble up the field. Pass to Ikigai. Itormi able to win the Strike War. Get it back over to Nugget. But Wet sends it back around. Yachty with the Maelstrom setting up in the middle. Power chord from Vankui. Sends it wide. Yachty a pass up to Ikigai down to the bottom. Vankui able to get it out, but Nugget has to push back up. Can't find the bell ringer, though. Itormi in a dangerous situation. The 1v2, and Yachty finds the shot right in between Vankui and Itormi. It's all over. Glitchwitch Gunslingers. They will be going to the grand finals.
Yeah, really good showing there from the Glitchwitch Gunslingers, able to outscale their opponents yet again, just with some extra size and extra Chrono Boost and Castlelast Awakenings. I feels like that final point could have went any way. Ikigai with like 5 opportunities there in order to get it in. Unfortunately, some situations just struck it early, or he's the parry beam early. Eventually, Yachty, though, midfielders, get it done, gets the strike in order to get to the goal, and Glitchwitch Gunslingers will get another opportunity to get into grand finals, but they're going to have to go to the losers bracket in order to do so.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, Tormy putting up some big numbers there, though. 111 saves, 228 redirects on the Dubu is pretty significant. It's almost double what Nugget got, actually. But yeah, Glitchwitch playing really well together, getting some really nice drafts, pretty much in general. That's what you want to see in a potential Osas winner. I mean, with that, that's now unpaid interns. They'll be going over to the losers final. They're guaranteed.
Graduation.
Yeah, they're guaranteed graduation, which is nice. But they're basically they're guaranteed third place, but they're basically battling to try and rematch Glitchwitch to potentially take the win. And it'll be either Kazan's Puppy Club or Among Titans that will be their challenger, which is the loser semifinals, which is actually going to be the series that's next up shortly. I believe we're going to be throwing it to a quick break while we get that one set up. But yeah, when we come back, it's going to be Kazan's Puppy Club and Among Titans in the loser semifinals, trying to find their chance to face Now's unpaid interns and get a third place spot. So stick around for that. All right, and we are back with the loser semifinal match, Kazan's Puppy Club versus Among Titans for their chance to make it to losers finals and find a third place finish. So this is the last opportunity for either of these teams to graduate Osas this season. And it's going to be game one over on AtLab. Stacks on stacks, Might of the Colossus start here. So a lot of options available on the table.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say it. If you don't take stacks on stacks here, it's going to feel a little bit bad. People are going to be running all over around you, and they're probably going to get scored on, not having control of the core. That being said, though, we'll have to see what both teams opt to in order to do character pick here with these powerful awakenings.
Yeah, looks like, well, we have some hovers, but we are in the the pre-pick phase here, so we'll see. Looks like Blind does potentially want to go for that X pick on the might start. EKC fan down for anything, but Wipeout Ninja notably has been on this Finny for a bit now. It very well could be a Finny goalie as we see the Luna ban coming out from the side of Kazan's Puppy Club. Juno ban in return from Among Titans. They both want to go X. One of you has to change. Okay, there we go. Double Brawler getting hovered, but I imagine that's going to get changed. It will be the X, though, for Blind. Nice pickup. We see the Drek and the Rasmus come out on the other side. Curious if that's going to be a Drek goalie, which actually it might be. It could even be a Rasmus goalie here, as we have an interesting team comp from really both sides, but we got now X over on the forward positions for Kazan's Puppy Club, which is generally pretty good, and it is in fact the Westy special, the Strike Shot Drakkar goalie for Sean the Bomb TV.
Yeah, notably speaking though, X did not take stacks on stacks. It took Might of the Colossus, so really just looking for those KOs, as just trying to get as much damage as they can at the round start. And yeah, I kind of like the idea. I think both teams are on a little bit of comfort at least. One side going pretty much full damage and the other going a little bit more core control heavy, but they can certainly deal their bits and pieces of damage. Rasmus can deal a lot of incidental damage, as you can see there. The KO straight away from EK or on EKC fan as this point gets started and the power play gets started by Among Titans.
Speed boost coming out. Blind, though, getting in there, taking up space. Got save TF2 will get a hold on the core. The Whiplash can get saved away by Wipeout Ninja here. As Sean the Bomb looking to set something up once again, but Blind EKC fan now getting something going of their own. Blind keeping it in this bottom corner. They're looking for a Bull Rush setup. Not going to be able to land it there, but EKC fan still holding on to it. God Save TF2 doing a lot of damage to Wipeout Ninja, though. They may be on a timer for their goalie. Luckily, the core will get out of there, and TF2 fan will, or God Save TF2 will be forced to stop beating up Wipeout Ninja for a bit here. However, with the core in place, Wipeout Ninja moving a little bit far to the top there to avoid that Aeronado, and will allow God Save TF2 to just kind of run up and score that one in. So Among Titans, they'll be first up.
Yeah, I think they were just really afraid of where the Rasmus was going to clear. If they run up, obviously they give up the bottom portion there. If they run down, God Save TF2 can probably potentially hit it up as this point gets started. It looks like Among Titans get another barrier right away, and Flip actually has to be expended early in order to get some defense going. They still lose the barrier, and it looks like another KO potentially might go on for Among Titans.
And Blind is not looking great. With no energy, it could be hard. Looks like cooldowns might have run out, unfortunately, though, for Among Titans. And the KO will not be coming out. God Save TF2, bring it up to the Oof one, who will bring down that second barrier now. Kazan's Puppy Club maybe looking to break down back. God Save TF2 pushing up hard, not going to burn the flip, though. Whiplash was not quite enough, but may have another opportunity here. The Oof one passing it up. The flip comes a bit late, though. And will just miss, unfortunately. It's going to allow EKC fan and Blind to maybe get another chance here. The X Maximus pop of the core flip from the Oof one. He's going to clear it out now. God Save TF2 running up fast. Wipeout Ninja. Make some quick reactions. Some nice clears. Keep it held down. And the core flip from EKC fan will be enough to get it out of there. Blind now looking to get this barrier. Brings it down with the bell ringer. God Save TF2 now with the breakaway. Running up hard. The pendulum swing is going to be enough to bring it in. Wipeout Ninja pushed his luck a little bit too far with how far he was pushing up. And it is Among Titans now on set points.
Yeah, Rasmus just got the stacks on stacks, and it really just showed there. They were able to get the clear down and dump it off and just run to the core as fast as possible, as it just seems like this is all God Save TF2, just getting every single strike, every single stack of pancakes in order to potentially make an offense here. Great defense from Sean the Bomb there, as they can potentially get the entire set here.
God Save TF2 is going to be able to run quite fast. Every time the UF1 pops that speed boost, we just see God Save TF2 absolutely boosting across the map now. And the offense continuing. The UF1 trying to bring it down. Wipeout Ninja able to reposition pretty quickly on this Finny character, though as we've seen, they tend to maybe get a little bit too excited with that speed. Just because you can move incredibly fast doesn't mean you always need to be moving very far away. And that's when we see God Save TF2 make these kind of crazy plays. But so far, holding this barrier for a pretty long time. Both sides really, pressure is coming on, and God Save TF2 has some energy, but the UF1 not looking particularly great. Blind has to move pretty far, and God Save TF2 goes for the hook. Then Aerodado gets in the way, though. Gonna have to make something else happen. Core flip into pendulum swing is saved away by EKC Fan, as both sides just back and forth, keeping it in this top side. Neither goalie wants it on that bottom lane, because it's very difficult to defend against that. Core flip getting burned here from Sean the Bomb as well, just to try and make something happen. God Save TF2 trying to bring it down, but once again, Wipeout Ninja just able to clear it out to open space.
Yeah, it just looks like both goalies just really comfortable on their picks in order to just clear it out. Jakar really good at just preventing the core and forcing it through certain situations. Unfortunately, there does get it hit around him and gives up the barrier, but yeah, it just seems like Wipeout Ninja with the extra stacks on stack speed might have just scaled enough for this set in order to get it to Blind in order to score.
As Finny moves pretty quickly, but UF1 able to find a nice shot to bring down that barrier here. And maybe set up another scoring opportunity here. The core moving kind of far away, though. EKC Fan running up, has a flip available in this bottom corner. The UF1 keeping it down there. Flip getting burned here, and the KO coming out. Blind finds it onto the era. Now the power play is here. EKC Fan dribbling up. Sean the Bomb able to save it once, but unfortunately the projectiles are going to be a little bit too much there. EKC Fan will find the points and put Kazan's Puppy Club onto the board.
Yeah, notably speaking, pancakes were reset, so Eriska's going to have to eat up at the buffet again in order to contest the core here. An opportunity here now for Kazan's Puppy Club in order to wrestle the set back and potentially win it.
Yeah, it's definitely not out of the realm of possibility with all the stacks coming up now. And the UF1 moving slow as well. It's a pretty decent advantage for Kazan's Puppy Club, at least for the remainder of the points. They've gotten one barrier. Blind's looking for a second one potentially, but Wipeout Ninja going to have to find a way to get it back over there. Might have to push up a little bit further than would be normally comfortable. EKC Fan able to push up and bring down that second barrier here, though. Now Wipeout Ninja needs to find a way out of this situation. The UF1 and God Save TF2 pushing this corner kind of hard. God Save TF2 bringing it right back in there, but just can't get close enough. Wipeout Ninja with the core flip actually kind of hits it in own barrier a little bit there. Now with the goal open, but Blind going down. That's not particularly great. EKC Fan has a flip, but so does God Save TF2. God Save TF2 with the strike war gets it past Wipeout Ninja, and that's an open goal now. Looking for a setup to pop this flip. EKC Fan first to burn it to buy a little bit of time. Blind respawns just in time. The bell ringer gets it around the UF1 and Sean the Bomb. With a demon angle, God Save TF2 not even able to touch it. And now with Kazan's Puppy Club, they've tied it up 2-2.
Yeah, unfortunately, God Save TF2 wasn't able to just get the core flip and get a really good angle around Wipeout Ninja. That being said, though, X did not lose any stacks, so still pretty powerful here as the first barrier goes down for Kazan's Puppy Club, and potentially the second as God Save TF2. It just seems like they're getting every single strike and putting tremendous amounts of pressure against Kazan's Puppy Club.
Yeah, I mean, both sides just been going back and forth for sure. God Save TF2 with a nice whiplash setup, though, is going to see the goal opened up. Blind looking to get one barrier in return. Wipeout Ninja with some nice speed, able to outpace God Save TF2. Be able to push that core up into this corner here. Now Blind with the X Maximus trying to get a hold of it. Sean the Bomb can't quite get it out of there, and that's the barrier gone. Both sides opened up, but this Rasmus is pushing up hard in the corner. Can't quite line up the pendulum swing, but has the whiplash now. Wipeout Ninja barely able to get past the Bewitching Beam. Another opportunity now. For God Save TF2 has a pendulum swing, doesn't quite able to land it though. Maelstrom also goes wide. Core flip from Wipeout Ninja doesn't go far either. UF1 now bringing it back down to this bottom corner. EKC Fan getting it past. Showing the bomb, though, with the shotgun. Makes things a little bit difficult, but EKC Fan is working up the field over God Save TF2. Able to break away now. Big finish coming out, but the UF1 in the field to block it. Pass down to God Save TF2. Wipeout Ninja blocks it with the car, but the pendulum swing is going to be good in the corner, and that's among Titans taking set 1.
Yeah, it just feels like as Era got those stacks, I don't think they got the full 150, but they were able to just get to the core more and just get around the X at the end there. Unfortunate for Kazan's Puppy Club as they don't get a set 1 early to guarantee some of that scaling. That being said, though, Stagger pick up peak performance right away, and Orb Dancer for the Fenny. A lot of speed going off the board early means Drakkar will get some cooldown reduction in the hot shot. Some speed will go with the Chrono Boost, extending the buff that now will provide, and Twin Drive from the Era and Adrenaline Rush also just a lot of speed, a lot of cooldown reduction here in this first set by both sides.
Yeah, I mean, that Chrono Boost plus the Orb Dancer that Kazan's Puppy Club got is pretty scary. Wipeout Ninja is already basically just the fastest character, just for fun. Oh, a nice triple take as well, but the barrier will go down regardless. But we'll see, right? We'll see. Once the orb stacks come up, it's going to be very scary. I think, both sides have these stacks, but Wipeout Ninja in particular is getting a lot of benefit from these rounds going on for a very long time. We'll see if they're able to make something happen, though. Blind is able to get the second barrier for Kazan's Puppy Club. And the big finish here, actually setting up Blind quite well with that angle. We'll see them get first on the board.
Yeah, I mean, that's just really hard to clear. I mean, it's a true 50-50. X can either go up or down since it went directly to the X, and Sean the Bomb didn't have lock mode in order to confirm the save there. But really long point there means that these pancakes are getting stacked by both sides, and soon enough, the speed will really start to show. Era almost getting there with 114 right now, but we'll have to see if this Era lives. The UF1 trying to just survive here as the double barrier goes down. It's a really big concern for Kazan's Puppy Club.
Yeah, and with 2 barriers to work with us now, Wipeout Ninja is able to play a little bit more liberally. That being said, the offense is on for Among Titans. They get 1 barrier here, now looking for more. The UF1 trying to bring it down, but Wipeout Ninja anywhere that he needs to. A nice triple take here as well will beat out the Whiplash. Cole Pop will send it back, but EKC Fan up in the midfield now. They're trying to get it over to Blind, but the UF1 just hard to deal with. The Maelstrom in the way as well. Brings down the second barrier. Torfl from Godsave TF2 gets it through 3 of them. Blind a little bit short on the X Maximus, and Wipeout Ninja slightly too high up. Perfect shot from Godsave TF2.
Yeah, the core flip Gambit, like, just not being prepared for it being hit right through you. Fortunately, scores the goal for Among Titans, and immediate double barrier from that as well, as Godsave TF2 just trying to capitalize and get a score right away.
And now running up once again, this Rasmus is especially scary, and a nice setup here. The UF1 covering the top angle will pay off immensely, as Among Titans are going to be able to put a second point up now, potentially take the set. And I mean, we just look at the levels. Wipeout Ninja and Godsave TF2 are level 9 in set 2 right now. Everyone else is like level 6 or 7. These two have been touching the core so much this entire set. It's kind of crazy. It's basically been them 1v1ing, and if anyone else gets to touch the core, they're kind of lucky. But we do have a little bit of offense going on now from the side of Kazan's Puppy Club. An unfortunate angle, though, from Wipeout Ninja does see the barrier fall, as 1-to-1, Godsave TF2 with the Whiplash is going to try and push up hard, but EKC Fan makes things pretty easy, as look how fast they are. They just run right around Godsave TF2, and when EKC Fan is back there, it becomes very difficult for Among Titans to score if they don't have any speed up of themselves.
Yeah, really scary big finish there. Unfortunately, will they get the save here? Doesn't look like it. Godsave TF2, I mean, like you said, they just get hitting it back and forth with each other with Wipeout Ninja, and eventually they will be able to progress the core to the other side, and Kazan's Puppy Club will end up scoring there. But it's an interesting angle to deal with Godsave TF2. The orb stacks now fully stacked, and with that Chrono Boost on now, it's really scary. This Finny can pretty much go anywhere she wants, and then the now can support wherever is needed once that secondary is popped. And we'll have to see if the Era can live in order to use the stacks on stacks. They use it there in order to get the double barrier and try to get the score here. Will got save TF2 get the score? He will with the core flip. And that'll be another set win for Among Titans.
The game's been staying quite close, but Among Titans coming out on top so far. Awakening's showing up. We see the quick strike here, as well as the catalyst. I'm curious what the options are going to be, because Unstoppable is also here, which Notorious Rasmus counter will be the quick strike for God Save TF2, and Deadeye pickup actually going over to Wipeout Ninja, not picking the Unstoppable or the heavy impacts here. Little bit perhaps dangerous, but we will see. Catalyst will fall over to the Era, Missile Prop and Unstoppable for Blind and EKC Fan, and the heavy impacts managing to make its way down to Sean the Bomb on the Drakkar. A little bit of an odd draft. I was not necessarily expecting the Deadeye to come out from Wipeout Ninja, as damage has not necessarily been the name of the game, but I will see if they can make it work. It is going to be a little bit difficult with the strike shot plus catalyst coming out from Among Titan.
Yeah, even the heavy impact on the Drakkar, just being able to have all the cooldown reduction possible. Now, the saving note is that someone did pick up the unstop. It was the X, as God Save TF2 gets the KO here and starts a power play for Among Titans.
Yeah, we'll see if they're able to capitalize here. They're pushing them quite hard. God Save TF2 had a few opportunities, but Wipeout Ninja and Blind did manage to hold it down until the EKC Fan respawned. A nice point-blank death touch from God Save TF2 to try and get possession, winning the 1v2s now, and making it very difficult in the 1v3s even. Core Flip comes out. Core Flip traded by Wipeout Ninja, barely able to save that one and keep it out of here, but there's two barriers still in the way for Kazan's Puppy Club that they got to get through. Blind speed boosting down to the bottom. Sean the Bomb able to get over to God Save TF2. Sinks it right into the bottom of the net. Wipeout Ninja not fast enough for that one. And that's Among Titans continuing their scoring reign. And I mean, looking at the stacks, God Save TF2 at 104 off of 1 point. It's kind of crazy.
Oh, and another KO on this X will start the power play again, and potentially on the now. Death Touch will miss, though, as the barrier goes down. And can God Save TF2 get the score here? Unfortunately, it looks like the core just gets past everyone, and the double barrier will go down. Ooh, a really good finning card from Wipeout Ninja in order to get the sword angle, in order to score there, or get the save. As core flip now, really scary. Can they convert here? Big finish, able to catch it there, and we'll see if the Death Touch can confirm this score right here. Doesn't look like it. Stacks and Stacks now activated for God Save TF2, as now it's just kind of pushing the core up and getting threatened for lethal here. Will they die? No, but Among Titans will score, and it will be match point now for Among Titans.
Taking this one pretty decisively so far. Among Titans looking like they're running the game at the moment, and already God Save TF2 running up and trying to get getting that top barrier now. Blind Tristram unloading some damage onto God Save TF2. Core Flip also just burnt from damage from EKC Fan, and there's a triple take, able to find the KO. And the Gambit paid off, but EKC Fan is now the one who's not looking particularly healthy. They got to get something on this power play to make all those cooldowns worth it. One barrier will fall. Sean the Bomb burns the flip as well. I mean, that's certainly a trade, to be sure. We'll just see if it ends up being worthwhile. The big finish coming out. It actually goes around it, and the barrier will fall. Blind able to keep the pressure up and force it through two of them. Put Kazan's Puppy Club onto the board here, but this is reverse sweep moment for Kazan's Puppy Club. Bang, bang, says Wipeout Ninja. I mean, certainly so. They do have the slightest of energy advantages, but not really at all. It's kind of fake. And we'll see if they're able to make this one come back. But the core flip's already getting traded basically off of kickoff, and it's Among Titans who come out on top after that.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is what happens when you give up quick strikes and catalysts. The energy advantage just always seems to be disadvantage for your team and advantage for the other team. That being said, though, try to score right there in order to get the match. Ooh, unfortunate. Didn't quite get the Bewitching Beam in order to end the game. And yeah, we'll have to see if they end up converting with the double barrier here.
And now EKC Fan pushing up. Going to be able to get one barrier. About Ninja down to Blind, trying to catch up with the Bell Ringer. EKC Fan able to push up. Core Flip from TF2 finds the KO, though. Push it up. Big finish to buy a little bit of time. in this corner is a little bit scary. The Oof one keeping it up there. Blind with the X Maximus, forcing God Save TF2 into the black hole. That's the KO now. Blind running hard with the ad rush. Core Flip comes out. The barrier saved away though. Sean the Bomb keeps it held down. And can't quite find the bell ringer either here. Got to make something happen. Core Flip from the Oof one. It's going to be saved away, and God Save TF2 is back online now. Death Touch to bring it back. EKC fan wins the interaction though. Big finish comes out. UF1 rearranges it, sends it backwards. Trying to get it back over to Blind, but just can't quite get a hold of it. The X Maximus is popped, but not enough damage off of 1X onto 2 full health defenders there. God Save TF2 in position, wins a strike war. But now up in the top corner, has the Whiplash. The card is going to get it out of there. Back over to Blind, dribbling, looking for the Bull Rush. Core Flip from Sean the Bomb. Wipeout Ninja whiffs the flip, trying to beat God Save TF2 in the bottom. Pass up to the UF1. The big finish comes out, gets it past the Death Touch. Sean the Bomb tries to get it over there. EKC fan able to strike war 1. And now Core Flip coming out, trying to get it past God Save TF2, but some nice positioning. We'll see it blocked. Now Sean the Bomb back up to the UF1, has the Maelstrom in the back. Blind falling back. Can be able to save that one away. And now looking for a push from the top side. Going for the Bull Rush, but EKC fan who finds the strike. And now another KO comes out. Power play here for Kazan's Puppy Club. Wipeout Ninja sending it back up to the X. Down to EKC fan, back up to Blind. The bell ringer comes through. Molten Bolt from Sean the Bomb. Buys a bit of time, but there's another opportunity here. Sean the Bomb tries to clear it out. Blind doesn't go for the score, goes for the dribble instead, but now it's God Save TF2 running back up. Not big enough for the pendulum swing. Has a flip up. Can use it here and gets it right through EKC fan. And that's the game among Titans. In a crazy last point, we'll take it.
Yeah, shouts to both sides for making that point really competitive. I think EKC fan was going for the Sworn angle. Didn't quite get it there, but that's the game, unfortunately. And game 1 going to Among Titans. God Save TF2 looking really dominant on that Rasmus. And the Finny, even though 284 redirects coming out and 108 saves, wasn't enough in order to capitalize and win that game.
No, it was not. I mean... yeah, Sean the Bomb holding it down on the Drek. Only 55 saves, but made it very difficult for Blind and EKC fan to do pretty much anything. And like we were seeing, God Save TF2. The speed that was coming out from both sides was pretty ludicrous, for sure. We saw it mostly, though, defensively from the side of Kazan's Puppy Club, I think, where EKC fan and Wipeout Ninja would... run fast, like they would clear the core just around God Save TF2 and then run quick to get behind him so that he couldn't like strike it back, and they would just stop that from ever happening. Meanwhile, God Save TF2 and the UF1 were using their speed a lot more offensively. The UF1 would pop speed boost and God Save TF2 would go Whiplash and then just run really, really fast and get those like breakaway plays where they would essentially just leave Blind and EKC fan in the dust and force the 1v1 with Wipeout Ninja, which admittedly, Wipeout Ninja won a lot of them, but there's only so much a Finny can do when Erasmus is just up in her face like that. Not a goalie who's going to be used to anti-stuff, a goalie who's going to use the speed to walk up and stop things from happening to begin with, but when the forward is also running incredibly fast, that becomes a lot more difficult.
Yeah, we'll see if the Rasmus will be banned here. One thing to note, they did not take that unstop. I don't think they were quite punished for it, looking at how the points actually went. But if, they're really fearing this Rasmus and they're not willing to pick up the unstop on the goalie in order to stop it, maybe that'll be the ban this time, as Sean the Mom might be able to get the Luna, and we might be able to see him pop off here. With that being said, Awakenings here look like to be Primetime Orb Dancer on Night Market, so potentially even more speed coming out this set. Primetime being there in order to have like an extra cooldown. Yes, the primary is a little bit weaker, but having 2 quick successive primaries, especially with any cooldown reduction, can be very powerful.
Yeah, for sure. I imagine that Kazan's Puppy Club is just going to keep the Luna banned. I don't see why they wouldn't, considering Among Titans is going to keep the Luna banned, considering. Or sorry, no, I am not sleep. Okay, I'm brain damage at the moment. You know what I say. I don't think they're going to let the Luna through. I think they need to just find an answer to the Rasmus, rather than worry about that. Because I think Sean the Bomb is going to hold it down no matter what. I think giving them more offensive pressure is going to be potentially even worse. I think one of the big things, though, from that game was Wipeout Ninja took the Deadeye instead of either Quick Strike or Unstoppable. I think if one of those picks had gone through, it may have been a little bit closer. But I think that's another thing to be wary of is among Titans, we're getting a little bit better drafts kind of throughout that game. I think if they're going to ban anything against Among Titans, or if they're going to ban anything against Among Titans that isn't, I think this is difficult, right? Because you still leave the era open, like no matter what, and the Oof one is just going to run around once again, just being really fast, and Arrow is just good on this map. So it's definitely a tricky draft here, I think, no matter what, and Primetime really throws a wrench into a lot of this.
Yeah, especially now that Among Titans are blue side now, they could just pick the Arrow right away and just pick their brawlers later, whatever they want. We know that God Save TF2 also comfortable on the Axe, didn't get it last game, but we'll have to see if they're going to go opt that angle this game, especially with something like Orb Dancer. X with a lot of speed is quite scary, and we saw what God Save TF2 could do with the speed last game. I imagine if they have something like Orb Dancer and then any speed awakening like Peak Performance or Stacks on Stacks, that X is going to be gliding with potentially slick kicks, and that's just going to be hard to save no matter what goalie you are as we get into the match here. We'll have to see if that's the angle that they're going to go with, the Era pick early and then maybe the X pick afterward, or the Rasmus again. And yeah, let's see the bans.
Yeah, banning out brawlers is difficult, right? Because you have like Juliet, Asher, and X that basically every brawler can kind of play like some combination of those three. And then there's usually either like a Rasmus, a Zentaro, or like a Kazan as well. So it becomes very difficult to like ban out the brawler. But we'll see. We see God Save TF2, of course, hovering the Rasmus pick once again. If it's not broken, don't fix it. But a Dubu ban coming out from Among Titans here. And there's the X ban actually from Kazan Public Club. So they're actually going to let the Luna through as well as the Rasmus. I'm not sure what the line of thinking is here. It's Orb Dancer Primetime, and they were not playing X last game, so already a little bit questionable choice from Kazan's Public Club.
I think they're just scared of the X Era comp, but you just let Sean the Bomb have his signature pick on the Luna. We'll have to see if they get punished for it or not. As what will this final pick be? Will the Kai be goalie or be midfield with the Juliet? Looks like might be Finning goalie again this game, just in order to get some more speed, a lot of cooldowns in order to save the core and hit around Era and Rasmus. But we saw last game wasn't effective. Can they be effective this game?
Yeah, I mean, it's literally, we're running the same comp on Among Titans, but Sean the Bomb is on the Luna, which is probably, better for Among Titans as well. So definitely a bit of a sketch start here. Everyone also going Primetime except for Blind. It was the only one who went Orb Dancer, which I kind of expected Wipeout Ninja to go Orb Dancer here as well, considering the point of Finny. But we'll see if how it ends up coming into play here. As it's actually Among Titans who have both barriers down to begin with. They're going to find the KO, however, onto EKC Fan. Without a Kai, this becomes a little bit more difficult. It's God Save TF2, able to bring down the second one now. Back in the midfield, the Oof one looking to push up with some speed boost. The Crater Maker coming out, and that's the double KO. The Pendulum Swing will find it now as a constant power play to the side of Among Titans. Wipeout Ninja forced to burn the flip just to buy a little bit of time, but energy coming up for the side of Titans. Should see them score relatively soon. They're just keeping the pressure on, and Kazan's Puppy Club just are not able to get this core off of their side of the field. Core flip from God Save TF2 is blocked, takes a lot of damage as well. But Sean the Bomb can boost in, burn the core flip of his own. Wipeout Ninja, beautiful big finish, and stands right in the middle to be able to shut that one down. Kazan's Puppy Club managed to hold on through some pretty dire situations.
Yeah, and Stagger Bar is looking low on both sides. Death Touch will end up confirming it with the boost and the Whiplash, confirming the gold there. It looks like Among Titans struggled a little bit in the beginning, probably just used to the speed that they used to have in the previous match. But they're looking really strong here, and Sean the Bomb looking really scary on this Luna. If they can actually scale this Luna up with a little bit of damage, could potentially mean the entire game, as Blind gets Dash Punch KO and starts off the power play.
Now, those pummelers are going to be quite useful here for Blind. I think that's really what Kazan's Puppy Club is looking to play around. Of course, we already see God Save TF2 be able to get some KOs in return. But no barriers coming off that power play. Feels pretty bad for Kazan's Puppy Club. They're still trying to make something happen, but just can't get through the defenses of Among Titans. It's Luna era, and it's just causing them a lot of trouble to be able to stuff it through. I mean, without the dash punch, that's really their only like big stuffing tool, and if that's on cooldown, it becomes a little bit difficult. I think you're really just relying on Barrage from EKC Fan, and if that doesn't work, then you're just out of stuff. But we will see the barriers fall now. And Blind with the dribble, trying to get it to EKC Fan. The Flurries come out on the goal line. It's saved away, but a KO in return. Core flip from Wipeout Ninja gets it through as the hit stun from Blind will be enough for Kazan's Puppet Club to get onto the board now.
Hey, EKC Fan just taking both knockbacks from the Rasmus and from the boost from Luda. Just being able to make sure that Sean the Bomb was not able to get to the core there. But as we see in this game point, really scary. Oh, Blind with another KO here. Starts off another power play. Core flip expanded on both sides. We'll see if Kazan's Puppet Club can capitalize with the double barrier takedown.
EKC Fan in the top. Wipeout Ninja here in the midfield as well. Trying to keep the pressure on. Getting it back down to Blind. Bewitching Beam's going to make that a little bit difficult, though. Now with Goof One once again pushing up, has the Maelstrom for a bit of core control. Boosting in, Sean the Bomb has the Rocket, the Barrage from EKC Fan, gonna make it hard, but God Save TF2 able to grab the core. Pendulum swing for the barrier, now an open goal. Goof One pass up to God Save TF2, gonna find the Strike Roar win against EKC Fan. And that's another point now on to Among Titans. They'll be on set points.
Yeah, pretty important set point here. Strike second tech implemented in from God Save TF2, able to get the score there, but Blind, yeah, gotta get another KO there. If Blind can get some awakenings as well, it can become really scary. This Juliet can KO way more often if they get something like Adrenaline Rush in order to capitalize on the KO. Might end up losing the entire game off of it. So really like the game plan that Kazan's Puppet Club are getting with their draft here, but we'll see if God Save TF2 is able to punish as a great core flip and score comes out from Wipeout Ninja.
Yeah, from around the world there. Little Luna legs are not quite quick enough on Sean the Bomb to be able to catch up to that one. And Blind, notably, Max Orb Dancers as well. Every time that Juliet picks up an orb, they're going to be moving pretty quick, repositioning quite well, and if played correctly, could be a really huge boon here. KC Fan is able to get one barrier with the flip. Sean the Bomb boosting in, trying to find a trade core flip here from God Save TF2 is going to get blocked by the Barrage. The big finish comes out from Wipeout Ninja on their own barrier. It's just able to clear it out. Wipeout Ninja showing a lot of prowess on this Finny character, to be sure. Blind able to pick up a second barrier now as well. Going to find another dash punch. God Save TF2 getting one in return in the 1v2. But it's going to be a little bit difficult on this power play. EKC Fan pass up to Blind. Sean the Bomb saves it with the boost. Now gets it out to God Save TF2. The triple take makes it hard, though. Wipeout Ninja pushing up and Blind able to get a hold of the core and fire the shot just in time. And that's Kazan's Puppy Club now. They will finally take their first set of the series and Wipeout Ninja, the rightful MVP.
Oh, and there's the ad rush. Yeah, Rasmus immediately denying it, realizes the situation here. If Julia is able to get the adrenaline rush and capitalize on those KOs, it's going to get really scary. However, she is going to get awakening she likes. And unfortunately, it looks like just a lot of awakenings here are good for Julia, and she's just going to go for the Orb Ponderer in order to get the double orb stacks. Not the worst in the entire world, but it does feel bad leaving all those stagger awakenings and the heavy impact and prize fire to get picked up by the other team. That being said, Luna getting more power, Era getting more survivability. Not sure if that's going to help against knockback KOs. And EKC fan getting a little bit more cooldowns. Feels like both sides got some pretty good things. The Adrenaline Rush not bad on Rasmus as well, just for the cooldown reduction. And love to see if Blind can keep getting these KOs in order to capitalize on the current situation.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of a tricky draft, literally just because you don't want the Luna to get the Orb Ponderer. But I do think there's a world where like Wipeout Ninja takes like the heavy impact and like forces God Save TF2 to pick between Quick Strike and Ad Rush so that Blind gets one of the other two. But I understand that they need to make the Orb Ponderer deny just so Sean the Bomb really doesn't get that. But either way, yeah, like you said, everyone's kind of getting what they like here. A lot of damage coming out onto Blind though during this first point of the match. One barrier apiece as well. Wipeout Ninja does burn the flip. Blind still just trying to stay alive, but continuously getting hit. Narrowly avoids the rocket as well, but just can't find the time to regen. Crater Maker coming out. Core flip here from Sean the Bomb. Gets it over to God Save TF2. Whiffs the flip of his own, though. BKT fan now. Here's the flip. Flurries are set up. The barrier will go down, but still so much damage onto Kazan's Puppy Club. They need just a moment to breathe here. It looks like Blind goes for the dash punch for the Oof one, able to survive it somehow. EKC fan wins the strike war and gets it over to Blind as Sean the Bomb not in the goal box, absent on boost vacation. And we'll see Kazan's Puppy Club first on the board.
Yeah, I mean, every time this Juliet dash punches, heart stops a little bit, and you just hope that the Oof one is not dying in a power play is getting started right away. That being said, though, Sean the Bomb, Oof one, and God Save TF2, Monk Titans couldn't confirm the KO, and that's a pretty big deal. Rasmus not being able to get the value of the Ad Rush makes them not being able to push the core and get the score. Looks like one barrier would be traded apiece as this point will get started, and Tension's point will be headed for both sides as they try to gain an advantage here.
EKC fan with the barrage. The dash punch coming out from Blind takes out Sean the Bomb. Forwards in the net for Among Titans right now. EKC fan with a nice strike work gets over to Blind, but no cooldown. Ufone clears it away. Core flip from Wipeout Ninja gets back up to EKC fan. The barrage into punch. It'll be good enough to force it through the era. And now that's Kazan's Puppy Club looking like they're going to try and run away with this set. Now they're up 2-0.
Yeah, if I recall correctly, I think Juliet was banned game 1. I think this is exactly why. Blind showing their proficiency on Juliet. Another really scary KO opportunity there, but God Save TF2 able to just get both barriers and get the score with the Whiplash.
Yeah, a quick one here for God Save TF2. An 8-second goal for Among Titans. It's a good way to put themselves on the board here, but you don't want to risk another set going over to Kazan's Puppy Club. And a barrier off kickoff here from Wipeout Ninja. It's a pretty good way for them to start this one off. As now they still have the offensive pressure on. Blind dropping the flurries. Taking a fair bit of damage, but EKC fan pushing hard. Able to force it through. Still has a flip to work with. God Save TF2 getting one barrier in return now. Looking for more potentially. And get hit stun. No pendulum swing able to come out as Blind trapped on the other side of the field. And trying not to die to Sean the Bomb. Core flip coming out from EKC fan. Blocked away. Boost from Sean the Bomb. We'll see the barrier fall now. Big finish coming out. Core flip from the golden or from the Oof one. Gets it over to God Save TF2. Has the whiplash. Is able to force it through. And that is Among Titans now, tying it up on set point. And this could be a real important one depending on what shows up in this draft. You don't want Blind to get any scarier than he already is. And you really want to try and get some size on this Rasmus as quickly as possible.
Yeah, notably, 1-2 punch still available. And Might of the Class is still available. Blind almost getting the KO there, but barely doesn't, and now it has to be scared of the KO because God Save TF2, if you can get an assist on that KO, will get Adrenaline Rush as another Pendulum Swing and Death Touch will come out in order to get more damage. Blind really low, gets the orb luckily to survive as Wipeout Ninja comfortably clearing the core here. We'll see if which side is able to get the point here.
Blind once again looking very hurt. The boost from Sean the Bomb finds the KO here. No Ad Rush, though, for God Save TF2. Didn't get an assist on that one, but the barrier will fall. They do still have a power play to work with, which is, of course, nice. They finished to buy a little bit of time here, as the stalling from EKC fan will be good enough for Blind to come back online, but having no orbs does hurt a little bit. The KO will be nice, though. Does have the pummeler's speed, but no Awakenings on the Juliet is just a little bit sad right now. Wipeout Ninja going to have to push up here. Has the flip. pass up to Blind. Doesn't able to connect with the punch, though. The barrier will remain standing for now. EKC fan doing a little teleport shenanigan. Just for some lag. Sean the bomb boosting in. Got safety with the death.
No.
Shut up. Can't find the shot, though. And a KO once again from Blind. Power play continues now with the pummeler speed. Blind bringing it up to the top. And EKC fan looking to set up the barrage. Doesn't need it. Just wins the strike. And that's the barrier down. Both sides opened up. Wipeout Ninja sending it up through. Got safety of 2 back online now in the midfield. Blind goes for another dash punch, but not quite as lucky this time as EKC fan. Gonna lose the core though. Got safety of 2, not able to do too much. The hook coming out with the card, able to defend it away. And there's a big finish. Can't get it past the Oof one though, who's just trying to force it through Blind right now, but Blind is holding firm. Wipeout Ninja just walked into the core! And Charlotte Bomb just knocked it in! A massive blunder from Wipeout Ninja. Sees Among Titans take the set.
Oh, hopefully that won't ruin anyone's mental. I think Wipeout Ninja, like you said before, got a little lost in the sauce with the finish speed as we see missile propulsion going to be picked up by this Luna, and a lot of really good awakenings here, and a lot of stuff that Juliet cannot take. Looks like Fanny's just going to pick up the Monumentalist, so that way Julia has something to take when eventually goes to her. Will she get the Mighty Colossus in order to get more power? Yes. And now these KOs looking a little bit more scarier. It looked like so many times Blind, even though they were getting a lot of KOs, they got almost a few more KOs that weren't far enough due to the knockback. But now with the extra power, maybe able to convert here in this set.
Yeah, I think it's once again a little bit of an unfortunate deny game for Kazan's Puppy Club. They had to get rid of the Monumentalist because Arrow with that is just really scary on this map. Which means that the Catalyst did unfortunately fall over to the Oof one, which is not as bad as getting it on the Brawler, but it's still Catalyst, and you want to have it if you can. Already the core flip is up, but luckily Blind is able to make some use of that extra size and power here and catch Sean the Bomb lacking on the edge of the wall. And now the power play. The goalie power play here. Blind dribbling on the top, but got safety of 2. Holding it down. The vertical pendulum swing. Ruining Blind's dribble. And buying enough time for Sean the Bomb to come back online as core flips now. Getting burnt from Wipeout Ninja. And the pressure just staying on from Among Titans.
Yeah. Got safety of 2. Just staying in this corner. Just getting every single strike. It doesn't seem like they're going to give up anything. Finally gets the KO there and the ad rush. And notably resets Juliet's orbs. And we'll see if they can convert here. Core flip here now for God Save TF2. Can they get the barrier without it? Yes. Can God Save TF2 get the gold now? Boost comes through. Flip comes through. Pendulum swing. Not quite there, but the strike is. And Among Titans get the point there.
The double fake out from God Save TF2. I think he intended to hit the core with the pendulum swing, but it ended up working out because Wipeout Ninja got caught very off guard by just getting smacked for no reason, and the core just kind of like floated past him. So regardless, God Save TF2 making some crazy plays that round for sure though, and looking for more as gonna be able to bring down the double barrier as well. Put Among Titans in a pretty nice position. Sean the Bomb gonna have a flip up and could be a massive threat, you know, when you have a Luna boosting in with core flip. That's a TF2. Keeping it in this corner well. Wipeout Ninja, unfortunate night market angle. Sean the Bomb not able to find the boost, luckily. But Blind now able to get the dash punch. Bring down the second barrier here. Both sides opened up. We got safe TF2 is pushing hard in this top corner. Wipeout Ninja trying to get it past the big finish coming out. Uf1 sending it back up with the Maelstrom. The Whiplash is up. Can't quite land the hit. Blind is back with the flurry.
No.
And Wipeout Ninja finds the KO onto Sean the Bomb once again. Caught lacking in the core flip. Blind, a double KO. Core flip from the Uf1 to try and buy some time. And he gets past Wipeout Ninja. The triple take. Hit it backwards. Oh no. In a really bad Finny moment. Sees Among Titans, the Uf1, win the 1v3 and bring them to set point.
What a crazy point there. The Finny card punishing the Luna on the boost as the W barrier goes down for Among Titans. And then God Save TF2 getting KO'd right after Wipeout Ninja not quite getting the save there and kind of own goals it with the triple take. Blind able to convert with EKC fan though here in a quick play in order to just reset their mental. Wow, I mean, we got a game on our hands.
We absolutely do. And now it's core flips going to be coming up for KPC. So they may be able to actually make something happen here and take this set back, despite the double blunder that occurred. So far, all barriers remaining. A nice little save from Wipeout Ninja keeps that true for now, and they're able to force it through when Sean the Bomb is absent from that top barrier. The flip is burned, but it will be saved away, though. Wipeout Ninja now burning a flip, getting over to EKC Fan, trying to force it to blind. God save TF2. Flip in return. Pendulum Swing comes out, but Wipeout Ninja holding strong. The quick strikes abusing. Certainly coming into play here. Now blind with the flurries, but he gets saved away. Sean the Bomb in the oof one. Able to save it through the Juliet ult. EKC Fan with the barrage, and it's still not enough. Among Titans, they will hold.
Yeah, I mean, wow. And Among Titans gets double barrier right away. Oof one has the core flip. Can they convert here right away with the core flip? It's just really great saves by the Oof one. Got TF2 trying to get around with the Luna. Eventually confirms it with the Pendulum Swing and wins the entire set off that. That was a crazy set. We'll see if Kazan's Puppet Club can mentally reset as we go into this draft, but a lot of important awakenings here. Perfect Form notably up. Stinger if they want to go the damage route. Rapid Fire, Explosive Entrance, and Unstop again available. Will Wipeout Ninja pick it this time? No! Doesn't pick it again. And will they get punished again in this game for not picking up Unstoppable?
Well, they very well might. Juliet does get the Perfect Form. Bit of an odd draft here, actually. A really weird one. Wipeout Ninja goes for the Rapid Fire Primetime instead of Unstoppable, when EKC Fan could have just taken the Rapid Fire. And somehow, like, the Oof one picks the Unstoppable instead of denying Perfect Form. I don't know. It's just a really weird draft here. In general, it's fine, I guess. Blind has a second like real awakening to work with. But yeah, not picking up the Unstoppable against Erasmus, especially when God Save TF2, is making it very difficult for Wipeout Ninja to do a lot. Is once again, I think, a bit of a draft blunder from the side of Kazan's Puppy Club. But we'll see if they're able to make it work regardless. They do have an open goal and 2 barriers in their advantage. Core flips are getting traded right now as EKC Fan trying to get it back over to blind, but UF1 and God Save TF2 working some magic in the midfield right now. Sean the Bomb lagged out, teleported away from the core. A really unfortunate ping moment. Sees Kazan's Puppet Club take the points. It just kind of floats right in.
Yeah, we'll see if they elect to pause it here. Okay, it does look like they are going to pause it here in order to see if Sean the Bomb's internet will be fixed. What note on the Unstoppable? I think the Oof one is just really scared of blind KOing them, so they just pick up the Unstop in order to just make the 1-2 punch just not as threatening. Not the Awakening, the Juliet combination. And yeah, an interesting draft there. Juliet ended up getting one of her best Awakenings, especially with the orbs already stacked up. That's a lot of cooldown reduction, and that's more opportunities in order to score, in order to KO, in order to capitalize on Among Titans' mistakes. And looks like Sean the Bomb is back, and it will get started with this point.
Yeah, and like we were saying at the beginning as well, that's like, they have 2 scoring abilities. It's Barrage and Juliet Dash Punch. That's all that that is literally what their team does at this point. And with all those extra cooldowns, they're able to do that like really consistently now, which is sort of scary, to be sure. Barriers are falling, though, left and right. And the Oof one in a nice position. The triple take, really well placed from Wipeout Ninja, avoiding Sean the Bomb. Just barely death touch from God Save TF2. Wipeout Ninja stops at once, but the Pendulum Swing's good to get it through the clear. Right between EKC Fan and Wipeout Ninja. I mean, God Save TF2 and Wipeout Ninja are playing a different game of 5-dimensional chess, I think, this match. Based on these interactions. It's pretty crazy what they're doing.
Yeah. Just evolving from last match as well, as we'll see that Rampage starting to get stacked up on God Save TF2. Can they capitalize on the size here? And looks like this point will get started as Wipeout Ninja has to expend the core flip. Notably, Sean the Bomb did not expend the core flip in the last set. Has to do it here in order to save the goal. And we'll have to see how this set goes. As Wipeout Ninja gets KO'd, Sean the Bomb gets the score here, and they get match point now.
The big KO. I think they may have forgotten Missile Prop Deadeye Bulk Up Luna. is on Sean the Bomb. Sean the Bomb hasn't gotten really any KOs. Well, I think there was like one boost KO or something earlier, but it's not been something that they've really been like needing to watch out for, as Blind has kind of been like the big threat in the game. So they do need to be aware that Sean the Bomb can literally just drop a nuke on the goalie's head whenever he feels like it. And it will result in some bad things. However, a nice dash punch from Blind to see the barriers fall decided among Titans. Sean the Bomb boosting in here. The Oof one trying to set something up. Gigablast comes out. Core flip from the Oof one. Gets it over to God Save TF2. The triple take will be enough to save that one. It's now Blind trying to reconvert. The big finish coming out to try and set something up. Pass up to EKC Fan. The defenses will hold. The Blind with the dash punch, though, able to line it up perfectly. Sean the Bomb and the Oof one skewered by it to force the core in. Kazan's Puppy Club now. Set point versus series point here. And all is going to come down to this, potentially.
Yeah, a barrier going down for Kazan's Puppy Club right away, though. And God Save TF2 has the flip. They're probably just going to try to end it here early, expecting the flip here in order to score, but Wipeout Ninja not fooled, expecting their flip on their own. And Blind gets the double barrier and gets the Flame Flurry. Doesn't quite get the score there, as Wipeout Ninja will get the core again, and corner offense will be started for God Save TF2 again in this point. But very competitive point. We'll see if there's a big finish as Blind misses another KO.
And now Wipeout Ninja, once again, having to get through this top corner. We'll get it over to EKC Fan. Blind with the dribble. Can't connect the punch, though. Crater Maker coming out.
Oh, no!
Away in a Night Market angle! Oh, Sean the Bomb. I think he read it, too. I think he knew where that was going to end up bouncing and just couldn't get there in time. And that is Kazan's Puppy Club in almost an ironic way. They got 2 own goals on themselves, and, well, now among Titans, they're going to get one just at the worst possible time, as this can go into a set 5 here. Some nice things on the board. Extra special stacks Big Fish. And deny the extra special Happy Star away from the Luna. It's going to go for the hot shot instead here. Big Fish also denied away from the Raspberries, who opts for the 1-2 punch. You mentioned it earlier. It could be really scary. The hook into Whiplash, or the Whiplash into Point Blank hook, is also pretty terrifying. And stacks on this Juliet. Another stacking awakening here for Blind, but could be moving pretty fast. So we'll have to see if they're able to make this work. The Crater Maker on kickoff, though, is hopefully not a sign of things to come for Kazan's Puppy Club.
Yeah, unfortunate Night Market angle at the end of that set, but they'll have to reset as EKC Fan now spawns back in. They were able to defend both barriers here, so we'll have to see how this point progresses, as God Save TF2 denied the size, but was able to deny the 1-2 punch from Juliet. Very scary on the KO side, but now Juliet has a lot of speed, stacks on stacks, and the orbs. If Blind can get all these pancakes stacked up and grab one orb, they're going to be flying all over the place, and with the double cooldown reduction, they could just have a dash punch ready in order to put pressure on Sean the Bomb.
Yeah, it's a bit of a precarious situation with all barriers down. Core flip from Sean the Bomb gets it over to God Save TF2. Trying to look for the breakaway, but Wipeout Ninja still just keeping it in this top side with the flip, though. Maybe a little bit of nerves going on right here. As on the defense right now, the Crater Maker comes out with flip from God Save TF2. Blind looking for the barrier, but it is saved away now. EKC Fan trying to send it back in. Big finish coming out in the midfield. Keep the pressure up. God Save TF2 running really quick, though, and boost coming in from Sean the Bomb. Can't quite make anything happen, though. Now the forwards on the top side. Unfortunate own barrier. Sean the Bomb with the Night Market angle. You'll see one go down. EKC Fan looking to make it 2. Has the barrage, but the core moving a little too fast in overtime to be able to catch it. And now Sean the Bomb trying to get it through. Blind is the one staggered now. And God Save TF2 is looking for the KO. Looking for that run back up into the center and stay alive. Wipeout Ninja clear it all the way around the world. Blind looking for the dash punch. Finds it, and that's the barrier gone. EKC Fan has the flip up. Wipeout Ninja just needs to hold on a little bit longer. Ooh. Not quite fast enough, though. God Save TF2 will be first on the board.
Yeah, even though they have primetime rapid fire, just didn't have a Finny card ready for that clear. Notably, Sean the Bomb almost got KO'd by Blind after they boosted. So we'll have to see if Blind can get that KO next time in order to get something going. A lot of energy just used from EKC Fan and Blind. Looks like they still have core possession, though, and they're taking a lot of damage here. Can God Save TF2 get the kill?
Yeah, so far, not looking like it's happening, but a barrier will do instead. Blind now in the top corner looking for a dash punch here. Not able to find quite enough setup. The Mish Barrage from EKC fan as well. We'll see the barrier continue to stand. As, once again, in this top side, the dash punch blocked away. The Unstoppable putting in some work. Do a little bit of stop. The UF1 basically can just stand in front of Blind and shut down half of the combo just by existing. Which is pretty nice for defending the barrier. However, enough pressure will come out on that push to be able to bring it down. And now Blind once again trying to force it through, just barely able to get it past Sean the Bomb, and the UF1 also whiffing the flip. It's going to be tied up now, 1-1.
Unfortunate end there to that point. I'm not sure what quite happened with Sean the Bomb strike at the end, but it looked like, I mean, the core's just going back and forth with the both sides, and a lot of damage coming out, but notably not a lot of KOs, and Blind hasn't gotten a dash punch KO in a while. We'll see if they can capitalize here as this point gets started.
Blind once again. Now, the punch is going to be good enough. Doesn't even need the dash on that one, but that is the setup that you're looking for with the Juliet. You just stand on the top side. It's very difficult for the goalie to clear it out of there. And there's the KO. Blind now running quick. Pummeler speed and all the orbs, all the stacks online. This Juliet is fast. Core flip coming out, but their own big finish blocks it away. And the defense from Among Titans will hold. Once again, in the top side, drops the flurries on the goal line. The UF1 runs in and gets it out of there. Core flips traded. Wipeout Ninja. A little too far up. The barrier will go down. Blind shot to the bottom. The UF1 is fast enough. God save TF2 now. It's going to be on him to score. The EKC fan now has a flip up. The big finish comes out in the midfield. Not able to do too much. Actually hits it backwards a little bit. Flip is burned, but God save TF2 blocks that one away. The UF1 pushing up as well. Sets to the pendulum swing. Wipeout Ninja just enough time to clear it out. The UF1 pass up to the middle. EKC fan able to save that one, but gets KO'd for it. Blind looking pretty hurt. God's ATF2 with the whiplash, pushing up Wipeout Ninja, clear that away. But that's another KO. Sean the Bomb finds the double. Wipeout Ninja is in the 1v3 and just has to buy some time. 2 more seconds. The triple take is huge to block everything Sean the Bomb has, but it gets to God save TF2 in the pendulum swing. It's enough. The Rasmus Classic. It's match point for Among Titans.
Yeah, I mean, what a point by both sides. It just feels like every single point, so many strikes, so many opportunities in order to get kills, in order to secure the barriers and the scores, as looks like Among Titans trying to get the 2 barriers there and the KO on God Save TF2. Gotta be careful of burning the flip again. Last time God Save TF2 burned the flip, Julie just dumped the entire kit in order to score. But Sean the Bomb will get the kill here, and Blind will be staggered. That God Save TF2 now getting the adrenaline rush. Can they capitalize on this power play?
Another double power play here. Core flip from Wipeout Ninja will buy time. EKC fan is back, but God Save TF2 gets another barrier. God Save TF2 has the name written on these barriers, it seems, right now, and they're just trying to hold on for dear life. EKC fan is pushing up to this top side. There's a barrage coming out. The UF1's quick enough, but Blind finds the KO. Sean the Bomb caught lacking once again. And now it's forwards in the net for Among Titans. Wipeout Ninja up in the midfield. EKC fan, a little bit of lag here, but the Giga Blast will come out. They're just trying to buy some time. The pressure from Kazan's Puppy Club is not quite enough. Sean the Bomb is back online now. Maelstrom winding up in the midfield. EKC fan trying to pass it over to Blind. Drops the flurries, but that's EKC fan gone. And God Save TF2 now looking to capitalize. The UF1 pushing up in this top side. The Bewitching Beam is out, but Wipeout Ninja holds. God Save TF2 with the overtime speed. Finds the barrier, though, and with the Whiplash triple off the top side. Looking to sink it in the top, and it's good. And that is Among Titans taking the W. Moving on to the losers finals in a pretty crazy game, too.
Yeah, shoutouts to Kazan Puppy Club, making that very competitive, very entertaining until the very end. Fortunate we didn't get a set 5.5 there for the ultimate tension, but very, very long game, 30-minute game on Night Market, and a bunch of KOs from both sides, 12 alone from Blind, and 12 combined from God Save TF2 and Sean the Bomb. It just feels like, I mean, this game could have went either way. Like, either team could have had that one KO, that one strike in order to end the point and end the game. But it just ended up Among Titans' way as they move on to the next round.
Yeah, a pretty crazy match. Wipeout Ninja, 139 saves, 376 redirects versus 316 and 11 goal participation, 124 shots from God Save TF2. These two were playing on a different dimension this entire series. And everyone else seemed to just be the supporting cast. Of course, it's hard to say supporting cast when Blind has 12 KOs, and it ended up not quite being enough. But I mean, every interaction between God Save TF2 and Wipeout Ninja was God Save TF2 would walk up with the core and have some convoluted plan in mind, and Wipeout Ninja would say, "I'm prepared for that," and God Save TF2 would be like, I know that you were prepared for that, so I prepared my plans around your plans. And Wipeout is just like, I planned my plans around you planning around my plans. And it would just go like that for a bit until someone eventually messed up. But the numbers don't lie. I mean, 376 is kind of insane.
Yeah, unfortunately, as we say our goodbyes to Sans Puppy Club, don't leave now. We still have more matches to go. A losers final and a grands final coming up here on Bestie and Slot.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here in the Osas finale in the losers final. We are seeing Now's unpaid interns versus Among Titans, and I'm joined here by AJ Cannon, who will be your second block of casters for these last two games.
And what games we have in store? Of course, Among Titans just coming off of a pretty good win there against KPC. Took it in that the 2-0. But that last point, or that last set, I should say, was pretty good for building up momentum going into the next game. So they're going to be coming off that strong win, a lot of warm up there. Loath though I am to call that game merely a warm up, but against Now's unpaid interns, who of course dominated in their group, it's going to be pretty difficult to 2-0 again. So I'm expecting that this one goes the distance to those 3 games. So it's going to be pretty cool to see, and for those that are curious about maps and such, it's going to be at Lab for map 1, then we're going to go to Clarion, and if it does go that distance to game 3, it's going to be Tycho, so we're pulling out the fun maps here.
Yeah, a bit of the... I think pretty standard maps, like, in terms of... I don't really see people complain about them too much. Tycho maybe a little bit, but, you know, what can you do about it? And it is a reverb and a perfect form start, so we may be seeing some Taro maybe. It looks like we might not actually. Oh, I don't know. A lot's happening. She's seen a rune hover. That's a little interesting.
Yeah, they've been working on some tech behind the scenes. I'm not going to spoil all of it, and I don't even know all of it. But they've been working on some things, so you might see some fun picks coming out here, some styles of play that you might not expect from them as much, but they have really been putting in the hours and putting in the work. So we're going to come out here, though, with the X-Ban versus Mako Ban. So both teams giving respect to each other with those. Can have some pretty powerful defenses there. Etormi on that Mako is pretty brutal to go up against. We've seen it numerous times. And of course the X-Ban as well, preventing that sort of kill comp style, especially on Atlab, which can be pretty brutal for that. But in the end, we're going to go for some fairly core control heavy comps. Estelle, Rasmus, there is some brawling potential there, some KO potential, but a little bit more core control oriented, the same way for the Kazan now. But of course, you do have that Luna in the background. Tron the Bomb just continuously gets this Luna over and over again. And that's going to be a double barrier going down. Now Unpaid interns with a bit of a rough start there. They're going to come back, and it's not going to be immediately scored after that. And they're going to try and work their way to the rest of the points. Good clear as well by Etormi means that the goal is still not scored, but Tron the Bomb also on the defense, keeping both barriers alive so far.
These teams kind of reset. You lose both your barriers, and a barrier's going to be taken there, and a little bit of a defense sequence coming out. The Stealth Blink's going to grab it, and yeah, both barriers gone. Tempo swung. Oh, Black Holes caused a bit of a problem. A lot of damage coming through here.
Yeah. Ooh, and the Kazan tech as well there. It's going to mean that the first goal is scored here by Among Titans there. Strong start here, especially against Now's unpaid interns, who are pretty well known for, I would say, for their defense being really strong.
Oh yeah, a bit unfortunate. The the double barrier, and then you just take a lot of damage. It happens. But the thing to note is everybody's opted into perfect form. So if Now's unpaid interns here can kind of slow the game down and take these ping pongs, these triples and stuff, it's very possible for them to just kind of get their cooldowns and slowly whittle people down, as opposed to this Among Titans comp, which doesn't really have that same pressure. Luna does, but she opted into reverb. Kazan kind of just wants to full combo you. We're seeing burn. It's going to be downfield. It's going to be caught, but it's all good. I think, yeah, it's cleared. A little bit of offensive pressure here for this side up off. Wow. Now it's unpaid interns and a kill coming through on Rasmus. This could be bad.
Yeah, Among Titans with an incredible start here. Getting second goal as well, though. Kazan, God save TF2 there. A little bit trigger happy on that core flip. Going to mean it's a little bit wasted after the point was over. But of course, that's just the level of respect that they're giving to Etormi here. A respect that he does deserve a lot of the times. He does save those a lot. So You can never really count him out, so it's good to, better safe than sorry in that case, using the core flip in case of a clear. But actually, it's going to be the Kazan going down. The now arrow not quite enough to trap. Good hook as well from Nugget there on that signature Rasmus pick. He's quite well known for it. Been really putting in the work on it. And we see it coming out here. Double barrier going down this time for the Nav's unpaid interns, as they score their first goal, looking to potentially reverse sweep this first set.
Certainly possible, and with these characters that are kind of volatile, like the Now on the the Monumentalist on the Now. You have Aerials on Estelle, Rasmus with his size, which Kazan also wants. Grabbing these early sets could be big if you get one of those awakenings. And put a ping pong in the corner. A kill is going to be found on Kazan.
Yeah, and Nugget doesn't quite have the tech around the black hole locked down, so the pass is not quite successful, not quite able to get that bottom barrier. But the Crystal Thorns is going to get that top barrier this time from Vinkui. And just more pressure on Itormi, but it's not enough to get through the goal. You need a lot of effort to get through Itormi on these. When he's sunk into that defensive position and you're not finding him out of position, as you so often do with those quick double barriers, it's because the goalie just isn't in the place that they need to be because they were on the barrier that was just taken. And that's actually going to be a barrier taken here for the side of Now's unpaid interns. Open goal for them, potentially to score here. The piercing shot, though, was a little bit too early. Vinkui really trying to go for that opportunity before it was fully formed. The pass splitter from the Asher, along with the barrier beam as well, is going to keep this core alive and away from barrier. Speaking of being alive, not Kazan, as he just gets executed by the Rasmus yet again, just playing a little bit too close to these edges here. The Luna ult, though, is nice. The core flip from Nugget is going to send it in, tying up the score here 2-2, taking us to a 5th point in the first set, and this is looking like it's going to be a good series.
Yeah, both these teams, really giving it their all here, and I think, just based off like energy economy and stuff, I'm a little bit in the fan of Now's unpaid interns. I think they got a little bit of an advantage here. I know Nugget doesn't have a flip or any energy at all for that matter, but with Vinkui and Itormi coming up with their flips, this could be really bad.
Yeah, but the one thing that you always have to consider with that energy economy is that Luna ult, which actually is going to be on Nugget here, so he just takes a bunch of damage instead of getting the energy tax. But it is a lot of damage, so he kind of has to play a little bit safer, goes for the goalie orb, and is a little out of position, not quite able to set up the triangle with Vinkui. But he's just going to steal 2 goalie orbs back-to-back this, so Sean the Bomb not getting anything. And Tormi, though, not quite getting the perfect clear. The piercing shot, though, gets it to Nugget. The hook as well. Brilliant tech there by Nugget. Almost puts it in, but it's not quite. It's going to be a strike away from the Luna there. Tormi holding onto the Swift one. It's really essential, but that's probably going to be quite soon as Sean the Bomb even comes in there to the start. Nugget, though, gets the core, puts it in, and that is just the Now's unpaid intern special. Itormi holding it down so well. Vinkui playing that midfield, getting it forward. And Nugget, you get the core to him, and he's going to do something pretty powerful with it. And he's going to be rewarded here with something like Might or Catalyst, Peak Performance even. So many good options here.
Yeah, there's a lot that the Rasmus could draft. Looks like he's going to opt into the Catalyst, which he's going to check out. They're going to build up those flips easier, especially into this team that's going to passively hit you with the Luna Rockets, the Now stuff. Kazan's going to pick up Explosive, give him a bit more range. And, Deadeye on Luna.
Yeah, that's the thing I'm a little worried about. I wouldn't even have been sad to see a Tormi pick up the Deadeye there just to deny away the Luna from it. But he did at least deny the bulk up from that bulk up reverb combo. So that's going to be pretty good in denying that, because if Luna gets the reverb bulk up, then she does get more cooldown reduction and more power as well. So not a bad pickup, but also I would say the Deadeye is just that strong on Luna. But so far, not strong enough. Itormi taking a lot of damage just from the Kazan and now there, but 2 barriers go down against Among Titans, and they have an open goal now. Itormi playing super far up there, and it's scored as well with the triple power, or the triple team play there. Just beautifully done by Now's unpaid interns.
Yeah, nothing's really safe. The down clear's covered by Nugget. The up clear's got the Estelle blink coming in. Very rough to deal with, and looking very comfortable if you're on the side of Now's unpaid interns here. Like, yeah, corner offense right here is a bit strong. Nugget's going to get that barrier as a trade, but like, yeah, this is just looking like a really solid, really well, I lost my train of thought. It's looking really solid for the side of Now's unpaid interns.
Yeah, and a bit of a rocky start to them in this game, as we saw. They lost those first 2 points, but you can never really count them out. But you can never really count out Among Titans either, as they do take those 2 barriers there. Now they're the ones with the advantage, looking to press it a little forward, and there's core flips on Luna, who just used it. There's also still a core flip on that now, gonna use it as well. The pass is intercepted, though, not able to get it down to Kazan, but the Narrow Arrow also intercepted by Estelle, not quite able to get things done. but the pendulum swing from Nugget not quite going to secure anything there. Core flip is used just to be able to get out of the corner, but it's a little bit too early. Not quite enough stuff is done. That's a power play now. The core flip is used, but Tormy, he's on top of these things. He's not just going to let that core flip go in there. But unfortunately, the now secondary with the arrow on the top, so much pressure there on those clears from Tormy, really nicely set up by the Youth one.
Yeah, it's brutal. And Kui missed his Quangle, and after that, if you're not able to even out the power play or stall, you will typically just get scored on. That's how these go. It was good on Among Titans to find the kill and then actually capitalize off it.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate there. The pendulum swing from Nugget trying to get a kill onto Kazan actually hits the core backwards and just sets Kazan up for a goal without getting the kill. And yeah, we're really starting to see things balance out a little bit. We've seen the teams going back and forth a lot, but it's seeming to be a little bit more, not quite mellowed out. If anything, the fighting is getting worse, but it's getting a lot more even there as Nugget now takes a barrier. The setup is kind of good, though, from Vinkui as he puts it in with the Estelle Classic there. Strike and a piercing shot puts it right through Sean Bomb. NUI really putting in the work here. And even against, because this is Among Titans map choice, they're the ones that set this up, so if they lose on their map choice, that'll put them in a little bit of a bind going into this best of 3, because we can go on to the map that Now's Unpaid Interns took, then they're going to have a plan for that, and they're going to have the advantage.
Yeah, absolutely, and double barrier for the side of Among Titans here. And then, Red, I didn't think
thought he could strike, but he couldn't, and so didn't use the core flip there. Now the score is tied up there. You hate to see it.
That's very rough, but here we are, both goalies with flips, both forwards building up towards theirs. Well, I mean, Now's kind of starting to build hers, but Black Hole's going to be popped for the side. Nugget's going to take a bit of damage, but I think he's okay as long as he doesn't need any rockets here, and some corner play is going to happen. Going to keep going, and the pass will come through, and we have a, pretty just standard play here, We keep it in the corner until the pass is open. The core flip's coming out. Oh, the dash whiffed. It's not connected, and this is really dangerous. The Asher walking up with flip. And Kui able to keep it forward a bit. Nuggets built his flip up.
Yeah, and we see just this play back and forth. The hook goes onto the Now, puts a lot of damage onto the pendulum swing as well. The secondary too. The core flip even dodges Lune ult and puts damage on Now. Really nicely used by Nugget, even if it doesn't hit the core. Still getting use out of the ability. Pendulum swing keeps going backwards here to try and get damage, and I assume to interrupt a strike or a shot there. But it's, it can be very dangerous to do that, so be careful if you're going to attempt to do that. But he's going to put it in with a strike, the secondary as well to back it up. And Sean the Bomb, just very difficult to defend on the Luna in that situation. If you are a Luna and you are against any forward that has almost their entire kit up, there's not a lot you can do, especially if you don't have the abilities. And now Estelle has the option. She can pick up aerials, missile prop, quick strike, orb ponder, twin drive, rapid fire, chrono boost, even kind of not the worst. Rampage as well to deny, but going to go for the quick strikes. That's standard midfield bis. Just going to be used. I mean, so many good picks there. Luna does get missile prop there. I actually think getting the orb ponder wouldn't have been too bad because you already have that Deadeye for the damage. Now, so just more abilities is really nice there. But missile prop also not the worst. Able to cast that ultimate without walking up, able to, sling those rockets all the way across. You can really get a lot done with it. But that isn't going to mean that Aerials isn't picked up at all. So that's going to be kind of two of Estelle's best awakenings, the missile prop and the Aerials out of the pool. Although missile prop not as good on the Estelle forward as goalie, because you don't necessarily need the range, but that dash range can really come in clutch. Speaking of clutch there, at Tormy with a brilliant save there with the dash and just strike against the Ooflan's attack.
Yeah, absolutely, and the corner offense coming out here for Nuggets again. Sean the Bomb's able to just layer their strikes here with the Oof 1. And yeah, here we are, back in kind of what we're going to see from most AtLab games. It's just this corner offense, try to get it in that little pocket on the edge there, and Estelle's finding the beams. The Rasmus secondary could grab something, but it's cleared away. And yeah, we've reset here. Sean's running low on cooldowns, though. Itormi's really not under a lot of pressure here, just being able to clear most of it with strikes.
Yeah, a lot of damage, though, coming onto the side of Now's Unpaid Interns, so they lose the barrier as well, but the dash misses Nugget. Then Kui almost walks into the black hole and dies, but is able to barely stay alive. The rocket as well as dodge the secondary from Nugget is really good to dribble into the wall and get the barrier from behind. And the core flip as well, perfectly executed there by Vinkui with the Crystal Thorns to back it off. A crazy angle off the bottom there, and even had Nugget support the pendulum swing if they hit that clear a little bit differently. But in the end, it's just Vinkui taking it out with the core flip into strike into Crystal Thorns, just really nicely executed.
Yeah, nice dribble just to throw off the timing, and a lot of damage on Vinkui already, which is not really what you want to see this early on into the round. You got the orbs to reset, but at the same point in time, oh my, what a hook!
Yeah, Nugget has been absolutely brutal on those, hooking away the goalie so many times to secure those goals, and it really is just an excellent play there. Ooh, Etormi, though, whiffing the flip as expecting Sean the Bomb to do a little bit more there. But in the end, the barriers do stay alive, so it did work out. The counter flip fails from Sean the Bomb as Nugget's just a little bit faster there, and now's Unpaid Interns looking pretty strong here with 1 point away from taking this game 1 on Among Titans terms.
Yeah, and this is really not what you want to see. Losing on your own map, outside just taking you off, means you're going to have to play that third map, which you might be uncomfortable on. And typically you're uncomfortable on the second one, But just like mentally, I think like people like expect to win their first map, like their map, like, you go into it thinking like, yeah, we got this. That's why we're choosing it, So losing it can be like pretty bad, not just for like mental purposes, but your team.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. There's a lot of mental momentum that goes into these best of threes, and it's one of the reasons I really like the best of three, because you do get a lot more dynamics of the team's win-loss and, how good they are at handling those deficits. But Nugget looking really strong there, but so does Sean the Bomb now, kind of really recovering here on this Luna pick, really starting to show a lot more. But in the end, Nugget hooks it to himself, puts it in, and that's just really well executed there. Etormi clears it, Nugget catches it, kind of playing midfielder for himself as Vinkui's running some interference on the enemy forward. So just really well played there. And yeah, Nugget, very well-deserved MVP there. Of course, you cannot speak about a team without the full team. Vinkui putting so much work on the midfield and the interruption, stopping so many plays from happening, even scoring the goals a couple of times. And Etormi so good on that defense under so much pressure, was able to clear so effectively. But in the end, it's Nugget who's just the reliable forward there. Every time it felt like the core got to him, there's a goal scored just a few seconds later or a barrier going down. He was just so consistent with that. And it's kind of goes with the efficiency of 86 redirects, 50 shots. More than half of his redirects were just going forward, just going towards the enemy, just actually getting things done.
Yeah, I think it's very easy. Not to downplay Nugget or anything, but it is very easy to find those whenever you're kind of just given a lot of chances. I feel like making value out of those chances is like what separates your good brawlers from your average ones. But it really did feel like a lot of the time, Nugget was able to just kind of play forward, and Sean wouldn't have any defenses left. You see like a dash go wide, maybe a rocket or something, and like outside the dash, Luna really has no way outside of like just straight hitting it at her. She has no way of getting across. Like, she's small, not a lot of move speed really. She kind of relies on that dash to cover her net and her barriers. And so if you're not able to help and like keep that pressure up between you and your midfielder on the Luna, or you the Luna on Goldie, and then your midfielder, if y'all aren't able to keep it up and like actually find the assistance you need, it can be really rough. And I feel like that's what I noticed a lot was whenever Nugget would get the ball, it's just like you don't really have any steam left, we don't have any cooldowns. And maybe that Word Ponderer would have fixed that a little bit, but there's no way to know,
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. Luna is one of those very momentum-based goalies, where if it's going forward, if the core is on the other side of the field, then you are locked in. You are good. Like, you are at the top of your game. You are able to sling so many abilities and keep it forward and keep the pressure on. But it felt like in this game, with Etormi just being that unbreakable wall, the waves just show up. The waves of momentum, they're breaking across the beach of Etormi here. They just cannot get anything done here. They might take a couple of grains of sand with them, I guess, but at the end of the day, there's just not enough done. And yeah, you're absolutely right. You run out of steam, the waves pull back, and that's where Nugget is waiting to just send it right into the goal there when all of the effort has already been expended, when you have nothing left. So really well played there. Just good team play. I would say good team play from both teams, because even though Among Titans does lose that first game, they did play to the strengths of their comp pretty well. They were playing super far forward. They were trying to get things done. They just weren't quite able to take the control that they needed when they were playing that far forward. So they had their idea. They were playing alongside their idea, so credit to them for playing to the strengths of their comp. But they just weren't quite at the level of execution that Now's Unpaid Interns were able to do that with all the hours of unpaid overtime.
Yeah, absolutely. And, maybe we'll see something different. You could see that, like, a lot of teams like to shake things up if the first game doesn't go well, or, just because the map's different. We're going to... Where are we going after this? It's not Atlas.
Clarion.
Clarion, right? Yeah.
CTC. Ooh. I believe it's going to be an Orb Ponder and peak performance start for this map. That's going to be pretty nice.
That is a pretty fun start for both options. Peak performance gives you a lot of options with the health scaling, but just having speed makes a lot of slower picks more viable. That X, the Asher forward, things like that. That kind of need a bit of health and a bit of speed to survive and like actually do what they want. We can see some of that. We could also see some high damage goalies. The Vice, the Luna might come out in the nets. With the Orb Ponderers, let them just eat orbs and scale. So we could see a lot, and we could also just see like a run back of the same comps if they really felt like it, because I feel like both their comps would probably work on Clarion, if not better, almost. I think the Estelle Rasmus does really well on it, and then Kazan and Luna also do very well on that map. So, and now being able to counter a lot of the damage and a lot of the lanes, yeah, I mean we could just straight up see a run back, and we don't know yet, but there's a lot of options on the table right now.
The one thing I am predicting though is potentially, I mean, the X ban I don't think was a bad idea, but we might see the Luna ban coming out targeting Sean the Bomb there, especially with the Orb Ponder. You pointed out it's really good on that Luna goalie, able to sit back, collect orbs, and just nuke on the other side of the field. So putting a stop to that in champ select, or striker selection, I should say, is a potential tactic that we might see coming out that would interrupt the run back. But I think otherwise you're absolutely right. Those characters are pretty solid. And the one thing though is, among Titans might be looking to switch it up, and that is sort of the mind game you play of, do we go ahead and just run back the same comp that we're practiced on that we know, or do we try something because that didn't work? And it's sort of it's that amount of confidence. Like, how confident are you that you can improve enough between the games? Can you get yourself out of the rut that you're in? Can you play the comp a little bit better? Do you know the mistakes that you made, that you can correct them in between games that easily? Or do you say, it didn't work this time, we're just going to go to something else? And that can really go either way. If you play it again and it works, it's confidence. If you play it again and it doesn't work, it's hubris. So,
absolutely. And here we are loading in, and it looks like for the side of Among Titans, not really sure. We got a Dubu forward hover. That, I think this might just be the default lever they've got going. And I'm not sure if I agree with this comp.
It might be, but also Dubu forward can be pretty good. We've seen Dubu forwards before a lot. I myself am quite partial to it in the last Osas season. My forward, Blades Valor shout out. Dubu forward, connoisseur, absolutely brutal on it. Getting more kills than a lot of brawlers on that Dubu forward, and also the core control. But we do see that X coming out there. So that's going to be pretty nice to see from God Save TF2. We saw the ban earlier. So bit of... And also, now that I think about it, God Save TF2 was also a pretty avid Rasmus player. So seeing last time we had this sort of target against God Save TF2 with the X ban into the Rasmus pick. So he's sort of on his third best. So seeing him on his first and foremost here on that X, going to be pretty nice. And we actually see the sort of kitten comp coming out here with Era X there. Drakkar not really fitting in as well, but, close enough. He's good supportive from the back line, able to do a little bit with running forward, able to Molten Bolt from behind. But the Rasmus Estelle there, just a really classic from the beta, really good comp that has a lot of core control, a little bit of damage. The Mako as well, Etormi on the signature. This is what you're here to see if you are a fan of Now's Unpaid Interns, because this is basically the team at their strongest. We have Etormi on that Mako, Vinkui on that Estelle, and Nugget on that Rasmus. So brutal, the potential for a brutal game here. But also, if Among Titans can triumph over Now's Unpaid Interns here on their best, then that's going to be a pretty strong thing going into Game 3.
Absolutely, and right off the bat, we see the Era Haste burn the Mako secondary. Just teams trying to get this ball forward and keep it aggressive, because it can be very hard to get it out of these lanes, especially with this Atlas expanse in the middle. The Mako ult's going to come out, clear top side. They're going to still be able to grab it, and top barrier will fall. But just like that, tempo has swung and top barrier has been traded. And now, I mean, this map is kind of goofy because it's just like tempo swaps so fast. Teams aren't ready for it.
Oh, Venku with an amazingly lined up piercing shot there, able to catch the core flip from a Tormi to take the barrier there. Really nicely done. Nugget as well trying to go for a dribble off the middle, but not quite found. Nugget, though, goes to the top. Probably going to go to the bottom here with the Venkui. Goes up to the top, pass back and forth, but a great Molten Bolt is going to interrupt the pendulum swing, but in the end it goes in anyways, off of just a strike piercing shot as well to back it up. That's going to be first goal going to Now's Unpaid Interns. But of course, we saw last time, that first goal, even the first 2 points, not really everything. That first point, you're really feeling out the enemy team, how they play the map and that kind of thing. So, potential here for Among Titans, just, give them the first point, let them feel confident, and then just go and destroy that confidence later.
Absolutely. The air news can come out. Top barrier, double barrier for the side of Among Titans. And court flips coming up on the X here. 1 or 2 to ball touches here, and I think he's got it. If this doesn't go in already, the strike reset is brutal.
Yeah.
That's the X Maximus down, but hey, you got the goal.
Yeah. X-Tech for goal any day is a good trade, pretty much. But the good tech here on the Browns house, though, being used already with the speed, but in the end, it's not actually going to be that gets the first bear. It's going to be God Save TF2 just striking it in. Good old-fashioned brawler getting it done. The NATO actually there is a little bit backwards, keeps the core locked in the corner, but it's a good clear in the end. Secondary goes down, core flip from Era up to the top, but is interrupted by Fukui there. The Rasmus secondary not perfect, pendulum swing, intercepted as well, goes up to the top there, gets 1 barrier after all of that. Can Now's Unpaid Interns take back the momentum, or is Among Titans really just going to keep this forward pressure going really well? And it is going to be another goal going down to God Save TF2, just strike warring with the Estelle on the X. He's pretty confident at it.
Absolutely, and once you let this X proc his slick kicks, he starts doing his dribbles and his strike wars, and it's just really hard. Oh my, God Save TF2, God Save Rasmus, that guy's dead.
Yeah. Right off the edge with core flip as well, was trying to save it to, just didn't think the X had what it took, but X did have what it take, even with slick kicks, no pummelers or anything, gonna be enough to get the kill, but the barrier does go down off the back of that, with all the cooldowns invested there. Nugget keeps pendulum swinging backwards to try and get some damage onto the Oof one here, who's actually put into the poison for a second. But core flip from Atormi is going to be a setup for Nugget potentially. Piercing shot as well with the Bewitching Beam kind of hitting into the bottom corner there, but that's a dead Era. And now we have the power play going the other way. Now's Unpaid Interns going forward. But the Trakar Shotgun, really nice interruption there, preventing it from too much stuff from happening. Nugget, though, in front of the goal, doesn't actually get it this time. Beautiful defense there. Not quite perfect setup from the Interns. Core flip from the X is deflected really nicely by Atormi's primary there. Really well executed, especially with the nerf that made it so you can't instantly cast that ability. So did actually have to predict that a little bit. But we're going into overtime now. Every goal is open. Great counter to the Crystal Thorns with the shotgun. The core flip is used. Goes down to Nugget, who whiffs the pass initially. Puts it back up to Vancouver. The shotguns from Sean the Bomb have been absolutely on point. Very practiced on this pick. Even when Luna is banned, he is not out of it. No longer a one-trick there. X, though, going down to that Death Touch, but we see the Era managing to score it as the X dies in that overtime, taking the first set for Among Titans.
And you just trying to keep that ball away from the Era because you've got the power play and managed to get the read, and because of it, X is going to be rewarded here with a perfect form. I would like to see a Catalyst, but I also understand perfect form. Those cooldowns are really nice. I assume the Rasmus is going to pick this up. That checks out, and rapid fire here would be really chill. And I mean, at this point, what more can you want? You get your Orb Dancer and your Era speed scales. She's got peak performance. The Reptile's up, right? Absolutely. And yeah, I mean, this is how this draft would probably go. Maybe you rotate the Catalyst in perfect form, but I mean, this all makes sense. This is a very strong draft for the side of Among Titans. But Atormi getting speed or Orb Dancer is also very good on top of Catalyst on the Rasmus,
Yeah. And especially with the 5 stacks on that Ponderer already, stacking up instantly to the 5 stacks of speed, Atormi, with the Orb scale. But has to be careful not to die to this X. Doesn't really have much in the way of survivability, no pauldrons or anything, just that default defensive zone. So if he walks up, he can die very easily. The barriers go down really nicely. Nugget trying to put it through, but they did still have abilities open. The Era NATO kind of saves it by buying a little bit of time for the strike from Drakkar if it was going to go in there. But it did also hit it a little backwards, so a bit of a heart-racing moment there as the goalie you're trying to defend. Strike shot from Tormi going to miss, unfortunately. Godsave TF2, though, getting killed by that piercing shot from Estelle there. With the explosive entrance, does do a little bit more damage on that impact. Pass up to Vinkui, who puts it down. Sean the Bomb rushing up to the top, but the Xeno Cloak actually runs out of position. It was going right to him. But he predicted Vinkui would go to the top and had the Ufon on the bottom, so generally you do run to the top there. That's the usually correct option as goalie. But Vinkui kind of knowing the mind game there, knowing that the goalie's going to run, hits it at the goalie, and we have that classic bell curve.
Absolutely, and if we do, we got the core flip from Tormi, and we'll be able to build that up pretty quickly with this. Oh, a bit of a greedy clear top, and it's going to cost us the barrier. And suddenly, down a barrier, and our Estelle is dead. Passing plays will come out between Sean and the Oof one, trying to keep this ball forward, and I think this power play's dead. Like, yes, it's not quite over just yet, but here we go. Tempo's cleared. Vinkui is up once again, and not anything really coming from the power play.
Yeah, but we do see the Ufon hovering on the bottom with the core flip as well on Godsave TF2 there. Gonna use in front of the goal with the Bull Rush, but actually misses the core with the Bull Rush. Does get a Tormi, and that's gonna be a reset on all of those orb stacks. So even if they don't score the goal, but it's another power play, and that's gonna be a Strike War won by Vinkui instead of a goal. Crystal Thorns as well, the Blitzing Beam not enough to get it through, but the Strike War not quite enough just yet. Drakkar playing super for up at Tormi now. Respawn, though, doesn't have the extra speed or cooldowns from the orbs. That's not gonna matter immediately. It's gonna be more of a long-term thing as we see the momentum start to sway in the other direction just a little bit, but they're still not able to get through this Drakkar. Sean the Bomb's defense on the Drakkar. Tormi, though, defending against the NATO was a little bit of an awkward clear at first, but had the primary to back it up. Pass around to Vinkui with the piercing shot as well. Bewitching Beam, great interception with the shotgun as well. Nugget has the core flip, not going to use it just yet. Trying to get the perfect setup for that, but might need to settle for less than ideal. But Tormi's going to get that top barrier, and that's an opportunity here for the interns to come back. The core flip from Drakkar is good, but not enough. Core flip from Rasmus is better. Gets the barrier. The goal is open. Tormi has the core flip as well if needed. The NATO kind of sends it around, not quite ready yet. Era gets the core again, but Bewitching beams it up, hits it to the top. The core flip, though, is really nice. The strike shot, though, from Drakkar puts it back. The Bull Rush misses, and we just see the core going around and around and around, though. The Tormi clearing the bell ringer, but actually interrupts the hook with the ensnare drums there, unfortunately, but gets it up to Rasmus again. Has the secondary, but it's not quite lined up perfectly. Nugget not quite on that tech, but does get the Strike War win in the end to put it in the goal.
Absolutely, and I mean, crazy set, or crazy round from both these teams. Seemed like both of them really just kept this ball going around and around, both goalies finding the clears. Here we are at possibly set point on a map that I'd say probably favors Now's on Tate interns. We just have a bit more secure on this, the Maelstrom? I don't know what we're calling it, so I don't want to call it that. This is already, but Vinkui securing it anyways. And Stella's going to play it forward. Flip's being burned. Flip's, I don't know what's happening. I'm lost.
We have Vinkui actually primarying it into the primary of Mako there. Kind of a nice setup if it was intentional, or a little bit of counter synergy if it wasn't, but kind of worked out in the end. The NATO goes a little bit wide, not quite getting what it needs to, but that is one barrier going down. Second barrier still alive for now. It clears down to the bottom there, just off a couple of bounces. Nugget, they're trying to push it forward. The secondary misses the core. We have the Rose Warp from the Estelle. They're not quite able to get it. Neither does the piercing shot. The Bull Rush hits a Tormi again. A Tormi is very low here. The Ensnare Drums, though, is good, putting X in that jail, taking a lot of damage as well. The Crystal Thorns puts it through, and Nugget has the core flip here. Might need to use it here to get the goal. Puts it through, but it's not enough. Laps around back to a Tormi. Pendulum Swing tries to put it through. A lot of damage onto this X again. A Tormi using the primary and the secondary to get it through. The Rose Warp misses, though, unfortunately doesn't get the setup. We see Drakkar has his core flip as well. Doesn't need to use it just yet, but that orb in the middle is going to be taken by Vinkui. They're denied away from the X, who's very low as well. Potential kill angle onto that X, potential power play. The Rose Warp, though, hits it backwards. Vinkui almost dying, forced to dodge there from the extra size, and the NATO gets Estelle in the end. The primary as well from a Tormi goes a little bit wide. The strike shot from Drakkar sets it up for Era to hit that pass forward, and the barrier finally goes down there. Shotgun gets it through as well. Tormi, though, has that core flip again, is going to be looking to use it potentially, but is going to try and save it for as long as possible. Rosewar puts it forward, but there's no pressure just yet. Nugget, though, finally able to get forward, but just as he is, Era wins the strike war in the middle, and now it goes back to the other side, and that is going to be the first goal scored by Among Titans in this set.
Absolutely. This ball just goes around and around, and John the Bomb may not be holding the barriers, but whenever it comes to this open net, I mean, he locks it down. Like, It's just very, very good by both goalies. And here we are on the bounce house. Sean, God save TF2, has found another kill. He seems very consistent with his dash, his kill combos off the edge.
Michelle, the Bewitching Beam there actually interrupted a strike from X onto the top air. It was a greedy attempt by the UFON to go for the double, but it cost the barriers in the end. But they do get one now. There's so much offense, but also so much defense here. Finally, though, the barrier does get down. It's very hard to play that triple goalie style for very long. You can really get in each other's way and gum things up. One barrier still standing. The core flip from Nugget actually whiffs the core there and even gets tagged by the NATO on the way out. So it's a lot of pressure here going away from the interns towards Among Titans, but the barrier goes down now. Piercing shot from Vankui to pass to Self. Nugget has the core, has the pendulum swing, but Sean the Bomb has the strike.
Yeah, and then here we are, Sean the Bomb being able to find it clear. Oof, one's going to be able to find it to God Save TF2, and here we are. I think this is a pretty good spot. God Save TF2 is coming in close with his flip, and if it gets to him, he might shoot. Oh no! Oh, that's not what you want to see. Wow. We are at set point for this second set, and I mean, yeah, both brawlers coming up on their flips. God Save TF2 already half HP though, and now you got to be really careful because you're in lethal pretty much. You know, if you can secure this ward, maybe you're fine, and he does. But here we go. Bottom barrier's falling on the side of Now's Unpaid Interns. Top looking like it's going to fall soon. Oh, just kidding. They have it. They got it covered.
Quite too soon, though, and of course, you can never count out the interns. They are very much a second set comfort zone. That's really when they lock in. So we haven't even seen that second set come around. They already have begun to lock in at least a little bit. The first barrier goes down now, and they really do want to lock out this set, though, because, you know, if X wins the first two sets, it's basically a GG. You can try and come back. The scaling on X is going to be so good. Vankui passing around to the top, Rose opening forward, not quite able to get through, even with the piercing shot, was just a little bit too delayed. The hook from Rasmus not enough either. Bull Rush, though, misses the core, but does hit Estelle, who's now in the glue there. Little, the purple glue that just sort of makes you stick in there whenever you're staggered. But sort of, the clear ends up being a pass to Vankui, who sets it up to Nugget, but the core flip is really nice. Sean the Bomb, though, this defense is really nice. You see the Crystal Thorns, though, finding a slight gap in that defense, though, as we see the barrier going down here for a Tormy as well, though. Barrier for barrier evenly traded. The Bewitching Beam and the X Maximus putting so much damage onto Nugget, who's trying to stay alive. Even has the dodge, though, for that last hit, managing to actually survive the onslaught, but is still very low on HP, forced to play in this middle of the field where he doesn't want to be. The pendulum swing is nice, but it doesn't get anything done just yet, but just buys a little bit of time. The shotgun, but the piercing shot is enough to secure the set for Now's Unpaid Interns.
Overtime Estelle with that explosive. I believe that puts her over the break point where her heavy, or not her heavy, the primary will put it in red speed almost every time. And here we've got a bit of an interesting draft because Maka's got a lot of options here. You can go stacks and you can kind of like fly up a little bit, or we go the missile prop as the deny if we really wanted to also help supply some damage. So a lot of options. Era's going to opt into this chrono boost, and stacks will go to the Estelle. Missile prop being picked up as a deny. And also a bit of as a, I kind of want this, you know, like it helps charge up that primary pretty quickly on top of the strike shot range. A lot of value there. And I mean, overall, Among Titans is looking pretty happy this draft, I think. Just looking at it, I think the chrono, the 1-2, the hot shot on your Drakkar, all that seems like pretty big, pretty strong, I think.
Yeah, but the one thing, so much pressure coming off the start here. Now's Unpaid Interns just absolutely just blitzing through the barriers and getting the goal as soon as they had control. It felt like everything went down in like 5 seconds flat. 12-second goal overall there after a bit of midfield play. But the one thing that I was going to say is with the strike shot and the missile prop and the Orb Ponder on this Mako, she's going to be able to just lob abilities all the way across the field pretty consistently here. So it's going to be so much pressure that is gained by this team. But now the double barriers go down the other way. But the goal is not secured just yet. The pendulum swing doesn't quite have the size to be able to go through like Nugget, maybe 1 or 2. Bellringer goes backwards, but just a setup to the team, preserving the momentum actually, even though it did hit it backwards because it just allowed them to push forward even faster. Nugget hooks the Ufon out of the way, but it's still set up enough. And that's going to be another kill onto Mako. God save TF2, just really good on knowing when a Tormy's too close to the edge. Had the core flip into the hit there, and that's going to be the orbs reset completely again.
Yeah, and that could be pretty dangerous, especially like in these later sets as this X gets more and more capable of killing you. And whoa, double barrier is going to fall on the side of Naus, or on the side of Among Titans here. And yeah, it's just great defense coming through here. They get the strike ward top. The Drakar's primary is going to clear it out. Estelle's put it back forward in Nugget's hand, and then Tormi's walking up to play this forward. And it's going to get cleared up to Venkui. And around the ball goes, round and around, and who knows what will happen.
Yeah. I mean, see, though, Tormi's really trying to use these abilities very offensively now. The strike shots and the Asterodrams really coming out far afield. Good setup from Venkui, but it's not quite secured by Nugget. Didn't quite get the position. Really nice interruption there by the Ufone and Sean the Bomb. The Molten Bolt as well, slowing down the core nicely there, allowing more time for the defense to come together. The Piercing Shot again, nice with the Rose Warp and the Crystal Thorns, but the core flip was a little bit ambitious there. Venkui just trying to get caught up in the moment, hoping for a clear towards him, but very, Sean the Bomb not quite going to fall for that trick, not going to clear into Estelle. And we just see the core going back and forth. Core from Tormi puts it in! Beautiful angle off the corner there. I think he was actually trying to go for the angle right at the bottom there, but it actually ended up being really nice that it hit the corner and went up at the top.
Absolutely, and here we are at, again, another set point. For Now's Unpaid Interns, if they can secure this set, they are looking very comfortable, and I mean, I say that, but I might have cursed them, because they also just lost both their barriers. Nugget's got his flip right up in the face of Sean the Bomb, and this could be really bad. Gar's going to clear it out. A lot of damage on Nugget. You might be able to get out of here, but do you get out of here with your life? Oh, actually, yeah. I mean, he does. And also the ball goes in the net. Little corner shot, and Mako just cannot reach it in time.
Yeah, Nugget able to live, but at what cost there? Does get a barrier really nicely with the secondary. Good dribble there, but that's an X with X Maximus and the Arrow Orb. No Might of the Colossus, though, unfortunately, or that'd be a very powerful X for God Save TF2 there. Managed to get a barrier, though, even still. Shotgun, though, countered by a hook to self into strike. Actually, really nicely played by Nugget, sort of tripping up the enemy Drakar there. Sean the Bomb, very good on the defense, but, you know, only so many things he can do. Crystal Thorns, though, catches the core flip, and Venkui puts it in for another set secured by the interns, now putting them on the series set here. If they win this next set, they take it. They go back to face the Glitch Witch Gunslingers once again in those grand finals. As you see, a lot of things available here. Might of the Colossus is up, although X actually wants that bulk up to partner with that peak performance. Era might just take something like a prime time, actually to deny the bulk up. Really nicely done there. Also does have the peak performance. And of course, if this does go for another set, that might be reverb in the pool. So also hedging the bets as well as stacking nicely there. Rasmus might get some size here in the form of Rampage. It's going to be really nice there, but Big Fish does fall to X, so he does still get some stagger scaling on that speed, which is honestly one of the most important things for X to have is speed. But that Monumentalist falling to Era is going to potentially spell doom for the interns here.
Absolutely, and both barriers on the side of Among Titans falling down. Venkui dribbling it, just waiting for his cooldowns, waiting to find his opening. God Save TF2 will manage to play it forward a little bit and a little bit of pressure, grab themselves the barrier, grab themselves, nope, just kidding, not to. But the pressure's still on, and they've grabbed themselves 2 barriers. Aeronator's going to be coming through. If Nugget, the hook will go wide, and at this point it's really scary. You have to go back. You have no way of getting the ball to you unless you can find a pass, and it's just not happening. There is just no pass to be found. Nugget right now. Oh, I would say that.
But yeah, if you can't pass, just use the enemy bell ringer to put it forward. Just hit it right through the X so that he hits it backwards and then run further afield. Nugget with the speed, and Kui with the blink. Able to set up that sort of 2v1 for just a moment against the goalie. And, you know, Sean the Bomb is good at that defense. We've seen it all game long, but he's not 2v1 good. It's very difficult to pull that off as goalie, even in the best of circumstances. But really nicely set up there by the interns. And we see the core, though, from X going a really awkward angle off the top there, but actually allowing him to put a little bit more damage on Venkui, who is still alive for now, though. So if they don't manage to get a kill or more pressure on Venkui, it's just going to be a lot of abilities wasted on that. But one barrier now going down for the interns, and they are looking to take this. They are not looking to give the Among Titans anything else. As we see a Tormi getting there, but countered by a really nicely timed Bellringer by Go and Save TF2. Among Titans not looking to go quietly, countering the hook as well. The Ufone really playing a lot of nice, good second goalie there. Good midfield play there. Tormi, good patience as well, waiting out the strike from the Ufone there, who's a little bit too early. Gonna claim the barrier, puts it forward to Nugget. Strike shot from Drakar misses, but he has the strike afterwards. There was enough time for it to reset, but Vankui gets it down to Nugget, and Nugget gets it done.
Absolutely, and here we are. What is potentially the last round of this loser side of the bracket, and Now's Unpaid Interns manages to confirm this round on this map that I think they've been performing on, right? I feel like they've been very dominant on this variant. Oh, Nugget with the flip in the top corner, able to get both barriers, and the Maelstrom orb has been secured, and they just put it away. I mean, yeah, as I was saying, they seemed really dominant on this variant, and when this is, what your game's coming down to, you don't want to see it if you're a Among Titans fan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, credit to Among Titans. They played it really well. They had us in that first set. They took the first set on X. I thought, I was quaking in my boots for the interns there, as, an X takes first set with the era comp as well. But in the end, Now's Unpaid Interns able to just outplay that scaling, able to prevent it from going to any later sets, just taking every single set after that. Even as the Among Titans put it closer, they were so close to so many set wins, but just not quite enough. 42,000 damage on God Save TF2 with 5 KOs. Just nicely played there from God Save TF2 and nicely played from Among Titans. And Sean the Bomb, even being off of the Luna there, put up such a good defense so many times, but in the end, the interns just were able to get more opportunities, able to keep a little bit more control of the core in those crucial moments, and Atormi, of course, always able to hold it down in so many situations that you really expected to go in or a barrier to go down or something, but he's still just holding on with maybe just like a pinky tip on the ledge, but he's still in.
Absolutely, and sometimes it's just that's what you need, and they just couldn't figure out what needed to change, and that just happens sometimes. And regardless, they will be graduating, and I think we're going to cut to break real quick so that we can prepare our finals, right?
Yeah, everybody graduates here, so congratulations on third place Among Titans. Now's Unpaid Interns fighting against Glitchwitch Gunslingers for that first place position. The interns finally looking to get paid. But they have one more boss to complete. They're a little warmed up, though, so let's see how they go into that. But first, short break. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Osas Season 7 Grand Finale. We have the rematch, Now's Unpaid Interns versus the Glitch Witch Gunslingers, and it's gonna be a banger of a match here. I'm AJ Cannon. Once again, I'm joined by Flop Drop, and what do you think about this game coming up?
Yeah, so I watched the first one. A very close game. I think like every set was like set 5.5 pretty much. If not, it was very close. And it did end up going in the favor of Glitch Witch Gunslingers. 2-1. But it was a very close match. And I think, especially now, you know, not sure what Glitch Witch's been doing, if they've been keeping warm or not. But now Unpaid Intern is kind of coming off like a bit of a spree, really. They really like made that last game feel like they were in control. You know, it felt like they were very solid, very consistent. So I'm very interested in seeing if maybe the tables turn, or if we get something else happens. Also curious to see if we'll see like a different approach. You know, especially now that they've shown their cards. They've got a lot of what they do out on the table, it's very easy to like just run it back, and they have been very comfortable so far. On their picks, the Estelle, the Rasmus, they've been very comfortable on it. I wonder if either of them gets banned. But we will be loading in on a Taiko Temple start, which is actually pretty good for Estelle. It's like one of the sleeper picks, but she does actually pretty well with just like getting it in the corner and just supporting their brawler while being able to stack damage with like the primaries and stuff. On top of having Blink to cover the drum across that middle section, there's a lot of value you can have on the Estelle. So I wonder if that gets banned, or if maybe we just go for a normal ban, because it is a heavy impact to big fish start, so a lot of strength in the beginning brawlers. Could see a Vice come out, maybe a Zentaro, and it's not looking like it though. It's like we're going to see this Rasmus. But Vinkui's on Drakkar this time instead.
Yeah. Drakkar can be really good here, especially with the Rasmus as well. There's so much sort of lockdown you can get with the shotgun and the pendulum swing and the secondary, the Molten Bolt, so much coming out. The Rune ban and the Mako ban, just giving respect to the mains of the opposite teams, not letting them be on those. But one of the credits to these teams, especially here in the grand finals of Osas, I've said it before, but once you get to this point, people have graduated from one tricks. Every one trick until this point has basically just been banned out, so they had to learn something else. Even if they started as a total one trick, to get to this point, they had to play so many other things so many times that now their second picks are as good as their first most of the time. But we do see the Era X comp coming out of the Glitch Witch Gunslingers there. But we also see a lot of KO potential coming out of here with the Now's Unpaid Interns going Vice Julie. And of course, Asher holds it down. Not as much kill potential there, but can actually brawl in the goalie box pretty well, especially against that X. So going to be nice to see what that is. And also going to be nice to see what this final pick is for the Glitch Witch Gunslingers. And it's going to be an Atlas. Really nice counter to that Vice Julie there. Julie dash punches a little fast. You have to have really good reflexes to prevent death there with the ult. But against that Vice ult, you can really see that charge coming from a mile away and just place down the ult, make sure that nobody has to even use energy to evade. So I think it's a really nice pick on that Atlas. Of course, also just a very good wall goalie against Julie dash punching. Just slap a secondary or even a primary to stop the dash. But that's going to be the first blood of the game going over to Nugget. Beautiful dash punch there onto the X, making sure he's locked down before this game even starts. But a great defense here from WetZero, able to keep both bears alive for now and actually gets the clear as well. Nugget not able to get the bears, even with the punch as well. Was very close, but just didn't quite have the angle. That's actually a barrier going down here for the interns. They might not get paid today at that rate, but they do take one on the other side of the map. The bounce from Vinkui's ultimate goes back up to Ikigai, the artist formerly known as Trailmix. As we see WetZero clearing up to the top, and just the Era X running to this top corner, trying to set up the triangle, but the X tech not quite perfect. X Maximus is getting a lot of damage done. Clear from a Tormi, though, able to do it, able to get the Path Splitter up to the top as well, with the Flurry as well from Nugget getting it forward, but Interns just not able to find the purchase that they need to get it forward and set up the aggression that you need to get through Atlas.
Yeah, it's very hard, and especially with this Vice and this Julie, who don't really have the speed or the mobility or the range to even get it around this Atlas. I'm just going to try to match them because they just don't have any other options. And, I mean, Atlas is perfectly okay. As opposed to this Era and this X that can outmaneuver this Asher, and as this ball goes forward, the strike reset's going to come through. Evade will not save you there. And that's going to be the first point to the side of Glitch Witch Gunslingers.
Yeah, Tormi hit the Strangle there for a second, but didn't get a clear afterwards. So it's a little unfortunate there. He didn't get a side angle or anything to bounce it out, so just went right back up, and Yachty won the strike war there, so really nice. We also see the Nugget has the core, going to use it there. The parry from Ikigai misses, but the NATO actually hits, and that's going to be the momentum stalling again. Now it's in the X's hands again. He puts it up to the top there where the Era is. Tormi clears it through, but it just keeps going back and forth with the strikes from Atlas to keep it forward. The double barrier actually saved there. Really nice that it didn't hit the bottom there. Tormi able to get the clear out. Ooh, great core flip from WetZero. Stops the core and also stuns up that Julie dash punch. Just stops it in its tracks from happening. Keeps this bottom barrier alive as well with a timely primary. Yachty has the core flip as well, sends it forward. Not quite able to get it through though. The Tormi trying to hold on, but does have an open goal. It's going to be a lot more difficult, but Nugget gets one barrier there. I believe the punch while Atlas was dribbling. However that happened, it did happen. That's one barrier now down for the interns. Second barrier down as well. The goal is open. The punch, a little bit too early. The goal was still opening, but Vinkui looking to try and get something done. Good bounce off the middle there. Really good angle to send it forward, but just didn't have what it took. But a good kill there. Vinkui getting X on the bottom side. The core was on the top. The secondaries, though, from Wet Zero have been immaculate this game, stopping Julie every single time something's happened. The Bewitching Beam, though, sends it all the way around, buys a lot of time in this power play, and now X's respawn. Vankui using the core flip there to get it to the top. It's actually stopped by the flurry. Was trying to get a redirect, was Nugget, but it's not quite good enough, as Atlas actually able to hold on, and Era's able to rescue the core out of there. And now the Bell Ringer is putting it forward, and it gets up to Era, and Ikigai puts it in.
Beautiful set. Both flips coming out from the side of Now's Unpaid Interns, and just neither is able to get it into a spot where Nugget can do anything against this Atlas. Let Zero able to just hold it down, and because I'm sorry, Iki, right? That's
Yeah.
All right. Because Iki's kind of playing this second goalie with Let Zero to kind of just make up, make sure that the Atlas can just perma have somebody to clear to, and Yachty will just eventually get something, like the Era is just better at doing that. Oh my, what a kill. What? Yo. That was beautiful.
Yeah, the Era is better at that, but not if she is dead, and that's kind of the thing here. Now's Unpaid Interns have to be getting the kills in order to make this work, which does play into a bit of a later playstyle often, so they might have to just give up the first set, but they do want to get experience as much as they can. They do want to, see if they can get, the Awakenings on that Vice, who would currently be the highest level on the team, would have that first pick to get something like an extra special or anything else like that. But right now, looking dominant are the Glitch Witch Gunslingers, I should say, as they are just able to take these barriers time after time, and the Interns they're not able to get the setup that they need. They have a lot of clearing potential. They're able to get things around. The kill flip out of Nugget is able to get one thing, and unfortunately, Yachty actually hit it into the center and actually owned barrier there, and that's going to be Nugget taking the goal. And, I think I've seen this one before. Now's Unpaid Interns, 2 goals down the first set, takes a goal, reverse sweeps the set, takes the game. I mean, we've been here before, folks.
Yeah, this is a very frequent place they find themselves in. Yachty forced to burn that flip, which could be dangerous. No flip against this Vice and this Julie. They'll be able to just check you. Stormy being able to hold his flip for now. They will sack the first barrier, but, not that big of a deal. And it's just going to go around. Wet Zero, a bit of under pressure. Vankui's probably got a barrier. Oh, he did not, actually. I mean, the defense from the side of Glitch Witch Gunslingers is just so strong. It's just so hard to get through this Era, this Atlas, and Dottie will just be able to eventually do something, either through damage, through scoring, finding a kill. Something will happen. Evade burn from the side of Iki there, forced, and it's down, but the Wet Zero is just going to be able to clear it out, I believe. Oh, maybe not.
Yeah, it's
forced from the expanse.
It's going to be a barrier going down the core flip as well. The dash punch from Nugget was a little too early there. And we see that the barrier is still standing at the end of the day after all that was invested, but Atormi able to defend against this Aximus, actually using the pass splitter beautifully to get a bunch of damage and keep him away. Trying to go for the orb, does get it in the end, but had to play a little bit more up because of the barrier. Core flips Yachty out of the bull rush there, puts a lot of damage on him, who is now staggered, but Vankui doesn't quite hit the Vice primary there, not quite able to secure the kill. The flurry as well goes into the X, who had just dodged, but he doesn't have any more energy now, so this is a potential kill, but he's back up to full HP all of a sudden, and that's a barrier going down. Atormi just not quite in the perfect position. It just goes right by him. And that's a pass down to Yachty, but it's intercepted really nicely by Yachty there. With those momentum boots on the Asher, able to reposition so quickly with the dash as well. Hits the Strangle, goes up to the top, goes around the Era. Really nicely done there. That's what Atormi likes to do. And Era not quite able to find the angle this time. Now's Interns really locking in, and of course Wet Zero had to play super far up to get there. The core flip from Nugget, the counter flip from Ikigai, not enough. And Now's Unpaid Interns. I mean, they want to get paid here. They want to, the entire thing is writing, they get like $10 and a coffee break if they win this tournament.
Absolutely. Top of that. Yoba's winners, might be the biggest prize of them all. Bit of a offense coming through here. Oh my god, Julie might find double. No, probably not, but now Era is super low, and it is a very, very bad spot to be. Wet Zero will be forced to probably burn both Expanse and Primary. Yep, there they are, and now a very bad spot. Igormi takes the ball topside, and Wet Zero nothing to defend with. One barrier will fall, and Yachty's alive, but can we get it out? And we do, for a bit.
Yeah, but it's actually really nice. The barrier was secure. Oh, that's another kill. Nuggets just really on lock with these. But at the beginning of that power play, the first one we saw, we almost saw it again there. Oh, the barrier goes down, and Atormi not quite able to get the perfect catch there on the core. But we saw, even as the power play happened, Now Unpaid Interns lost a barrier, and that's actually going to be the set taken by Glitchwitch Gunslingers, almost reverse swept by Now's Unpaid Interns. But again, X era getting first set. We've been here before, and we saw Now's Unpaid Interns triumph against it, but it's going to be really hard to do against Glitchwitch Gunslingers with this Atlas as well. And it's really interesting to see this sort of very similar team comp come out from both sides, or other style of team play, where you have a forward playing super far forward, getting it done, but then you have your wall goalie making sure the enemy can't get things done, and then you have the midfielder, going between them. And, it's sort of, both teams playing into the style and, which team can execute it better. And so far, it's been Glitchwitch Gunslingers. And with Monyu going to Era, that's going to be a lot more kill potential on Era, who hasn't really been able to participate in the KO battle. So, Glitchwitch Gunslingers able to fight pretty evenly in KOs, even being basically a player down in that. Now having that Era NATO able to put so much work in, going to be really brutal for the interns to go up against, as they even lose a barrier there. So much pressure going from the NATO and the X Maximus. But so far, clear is almost achieved. It does get through Yachty in the end. The flurry as well is used. So many strikes coming out. Beautiful dash punch there from Nugget with the diagonal tech into the double barrier. Really nicely done. I mean, Nugget just locking in now. He was like, okay, we lost a set. We gave him one for content, but no more. That's all you get.
Absolutely. I think a note, this last draft was really good for the side of Glitchwitch Gunslingers. You got the Manu Era, which you commented on, but something else to note is we also got the Might of the Colossus X, who now just has a base 160 power. Because that guy starts with an extra 30 for fun, and if he gets the Era buff, it's going to be more. And on top of it, we still have more Size Awakening from the pool, do we? Yeah, we have Rampage in. Oh no, Rampage is actually
that's Nugget.
Oh, just kidding. But regardless, we still have things like Volca. No, that's also gone. Okay, regardless, Nugget found another kill. What Zero's gonna be forced to burn the Expanse. Yachty trying to do something, but he is an excellent defense. It's just not gonna happen. What's gonna find the clear out with the primary. It's gonna go back down to Vankui, back down to Wet Zero, and the Era is up, and the ball's still in possession for the side of now Unpaid Interns. This Era NATO is going to come out. Could be massive. That's going on a trip to nowhere. But it's okay. Core flip to the side of Yachty is going to grab the barrier. Wet Zero is forced to burn his to save. And Vicefolt's going to do a lot of damage. That guy's dead. Wet Zero back on a defense. Another power play.
Yeah, another kill flip out of Nugget here. The punch wasn't perfect, but the strike around was. Gets the barrier, and Nugget's up at the top here. Dashes and through, but not quite able to get the goal in the end. But there it is with a pass from Vankui. Got to have a little bit of teamwork there. Nugget was almost able to solo it, but was just a little bit short. But Vankui's there, catches the rebound, puts it up to Nugget, and Nugget gets it done, taking a 2-0 lead here. But yeah, I think one of the things here is that Ikigai's really going for a lot of sort of securing core control NATOs, trying to block off clears from a Tormi. If he clears down, that previous NATO would have gotten it. But really with the Manya, you need to be able to use those for KOs and getting a lot more done with it. So would love to see a little bit more off of that. There's a lot of really cool and creative angles you can use with that Era NATO to get more things done, and you guys probably going to have to find those to actually win against the interns, because they're really putting in the power here. Great secondary there from Wetzer is going to stop the dash punch in its tracks. The Bewitching Beam doesn't quite get the double, but it does get the one at the bottom there. So really nicely found there by Ikigai, the artist formerly known as Trail Mix. Good patience from a Tormi, core flips and doesn't immediately strike there, waits out the NATO, doesn't die to it. Barrier goes down to Nugget, really nicely done. But the barrier on the other side might go down here. Good defense, though, from a Tormi, and Vankui requires a core flip from Yanni to get through it, but Vankui also whiffed the core flip there, unfortunately. Era trying to get it down to the bottom here. The flurry from Julie. Oh, brutal there for the interns, as the NATO just locks away a Tormi and secures the goal while killing it.
I mean, what a beautiful play by Yachty there. Like, yes, the Era NATO was beautiful, but Yachty finding and realizing he's getting dash punched. Maybe he doesn't realize it, I don't know, but he used it to buffer like his distance so that he wouldn't be killed by the dash punch, while also taking the strike war to set up that Era NATO where that distance has now been cleared. Core flip burn from the side of Nugget. I mean, it was just a beautiful play by Yachty. That was really impressive, I will not lie. I'm thoroughly surprised.
Yeah, it is nice to see. I actually completely missed that place. It's always good to have a second person here to catch things like that. But yeah, really nicely set up there. But nicely set up as well by Vinkui, setting it up to Nugget, who has the ability there, uses the flurry and just stun locks the Atlas, who has no more abilities left. Could have, I guess, tried to evade save, but that's a really difficult evade save to hit when it's right on the goal line. And now the interns, they take first set. And again, we've been here before with an Era X taking a set against them, and then they come back and, you know, Julie gets them like an unstoppable to keep the enemy from getting it, but goes for the prize fighter for all that sweet, sweet extra damage. Atlas is going to pick up the twin drive, of course, really good on him. Going to be a lot more difficult to get through those secondaries. Stacks on stacks going to Era is going to be really nice, a lot more speed. But it's going to be unstoppable falling to the Asher. So that's going to be a lot of defense against this X Maximus, against the Bewitching Beam, because you can do a similar thing with the hit stun to that piercing shot from Estelle. So really nice pickup there. And of course, Vinkui picking up the peak performance, more speed, while also stacking with the bulk up. I think a really nice pickup there. But yeah, I think everybody in this draft getting things they want. The Unstoppable on Asher is a little more of like a sad, not even sad pick, but a little bit more of a passive pick. But it does still pay dividends, and it will in the long term. So good pickups in the end. Wetzir having to use 1 second there, but does have that backup. And Nugget and Vinkui looking very low on health there. They don't have any way to recover that health. We have Nugget going the pummelers, and we had Vinkui going the slick kicks there. So no Van Braces, no Siphoning Wand, no Atlas, but they do get the kill there. Really nicely found by Vinkui. Red core off the barrier, Wetzir with a great primary, but it gets it down over to Vinkui in the end. Secondary having to be used there again, but the second one, or the other one, should be off cooldown fairly shortly with that twin drive, of course, very nicely picked up there. Core flip going to be put right past Nugget, who gonna use the core flip there, but it's actually not quite enough patience on Nugget to get through the Atlas there, but it's going to be the chain lightning from Vice to get the barrier in the end. So really nicely played there by Vinkui to just really be supportive on that midfield and paying attention.
Yeah, here we are in overtime. This Atlas forced to kind of just defend permanently, and I don't think he's got a secondary up. Finds a beautiful clear, a whole lot of damage on Era. The Atlas will come out, and it will keep her alive momentarily, but here we are. We're about to have more stuff up. Dormy with his flip could possibly save something if needed. Nugget's going to find the corner shot. Beautiful. Dormy's playing it forward. Nugget's got the ball forward as well. Era might not be able to find this out. They kind of got her boxed in right now. And, oh my, Nugget's found a kill on the goalie of all people. Oh, no.
Oh, tragic. You hate to see it. Yachty used the bell ringer to try and hit the Julie and stop a setup, but Nugget was just a little bit too fast on the strike, and so it gets it through the, or it was even a chain lightning because it was Vinkui that got the credit in the end there, but, you know, puts it through the bell ringer to just use that ability against the enemy, and you really have to be careful of that on the X.
Absolutely, and I'm looking at this X, by the way, and when he gets this arrow primary on him, he gets like 240-something power. It's insane. Double barrier for the side of Now's unpaid interns, and now Glitchwitch Gunslingers must defend this point. No barriers, and Idormi still has his flip, and Dash Punch will not find the kill there. But that is a pretty heavy commitment. You know, Dash Punch is like your everything on Julie. Without it, you don't have much. Nugget might be able to do something here with the top corner, building that flip slowly. Probably has the ult here, and a bit of damage on the side. Vinkui there. He's gonna grab him, and I think they're okay. Nugget's got this ball forward, and no flip yet, but soon to be had. Promise, guys, he will have it very, very soon. And when he does, oh, Yachty, double barrier with the flip. Oh, no. And unfortunately, the Atlas primary will just go the tiniest bit wide, and all will go in. We are at match point, or not match point, set point for Now's unpaid interns.
Yeah, really nice angle there by Vinkui. Using the flip, you know, the double barrier did go down first. It was a really nice angle by Yachty. Not the usual double barrier, but it was a double barrier still. And that's another double barrier, but Nugget does get a kill. This is the power play now gives the interns an opportunity to fight back on the other side. The secondary traps in the corner, which is not what you want to see, and Nugget is just flawless on these doubles. The secondary from Atlas is really nice. The Vice ult is triggered a little bit too early, not held quite long enough to secure things. The dash punch goes a little wide because it's interrupted by a great Atlas primary there. Astral Projection able to get a little bit done, but it's not enough as Nugget puts it down to the bottom of the goal where Ikigai's just respawning, not able to get there in time. Wetzir's up at the top with no abilities left, no energy, no nothing. So not able to defend against that. Nicely found an opportunity by Nugget, and that's Vice potentially getting reverb here to stack up the stagger to the max, but could also go something like an extra special or a stinger or missile prop, even so many good options here, but it's going to be reverb in the end. Atlas most likely going to take quick strikes there. I was going to say probably hot shot, but really nice quick strikes pick up there. just to defend against this Julie aggression. So many opportunities can come up with that, more energy as well. But that means that Julie does get 1-2 punch, so that's going to be a lot more damage coming out. Era picks up glass cannon, but she's kind of getting brawled a lot, so we're going to see how much usage that has. But with the stacks and the slicks as well, it's going to be a lot of speed on this Era once that happens, once that's stacked up. So if she can stay alive and stay unbrawled, then that's going to be a lot of speed, but those are kind of big ifs when you have Nugget on your team.
Yeah, absolutely. Nugget's been running a bit of a train on him this game. You know, managed to get that prize fighter fully stacked. Oh, what a evade for Iki. Finally catching on to Vinkui's kill combo, the primary off the drum into the ult. And we have a bit of forward pressure. Wedo probably has, Wet Zero has another Twin Drive to fall back onto, but Automary's going to fall, and they got it in this corner, and I think they're okay for right now. Tempo's going to be swapped. Gotti playing the ball forward. The ball is in that top corner. A NATO might come through. Absolutely not. Just kidding. Oh, there it is. And it's played forward, and this is very dangerous. Both barriers will default. Whoa. But Zero on the defense here with his flip up, and Tempo swung again.
Yeah, the strike shot though from Atlas is nice to clear out of the corner, but Vinkui's up at the top where it ends up and puts it through. X using the bull rush forward, but it's not quite enough just yet. Tormi is well in the defense, but Vinkui's a little too slow on the strike, so it goes right through. Nicely found there by Ikigai on the angle. Just didn't... Yeah, Vinkui and Tormi just weren't expecting the core would go to the top there. So that little bit of delay in the reaction means that it goes right through. Just nicely found.
Yeah, and the dash punch blown for an attempted kill, and it's not going to land. Nugget doesn't really have anything, and But Zero with the quick strikes is a bit of a menace here. Oh, bottom barrier will fall. Yachty's kind of stuck on his half of the field right now. You really want to see him get forward so that he can actually do stuff. Oh, but Iki's found a double barrier. And Hitormi not wanting to burn the flip there. And yeah, here we are. Wet Zero forced to burn his secondary. Yachty's still playing defense on his side of the field. That's really rough. You hate to see that. Nuggets found a kill on Era. And that is Prize Fighter beginning to stack up. Oh, just kidding. He's already max stacks. I must have missed a kill somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, these kills happen so fast, it's very easy to miss them. And so, especially with the Julie dash punch as well, a lot of the times you just see this Atlas using the ult kind of for energy even, kind of giving up on some of those saves. We actually see a core flip as well burned by the Atlas. Itormi having to use his as well on the other side of the map. Vinkui with a great dribble around Ikigai. Gets it to Nugget who core flips, but it's a rush core flip again. Nugget not quite holding these against the Atlas, but Atlas is dead now. Great kill there by Vinkui found. And just getting it through the air and NATO as well. Nuggets on the bottom puts it through as well, and that's another point, tying it up 1-1 here in this potentially set game point. Or game set, I should say.
Okay. Yeah, both these teams really fighting through the nail, you know. For game side are very close right now. And, you know, no flip to the side of... Now, as unpaid interns here, Yachty forced to burn his, or well, not really forced, but wanted to burn his anyways, and Aaron is going to find a kill on Nugget. Just kidding, that's a lot of damage though, and it could be a kill. If Yachty can come back and confirm it a bit. Not going to though, must not have anything up, and a bit of passing play coming through. Able to keep this ball forward. Nugget's going to burn that second, the ultimate to burn the Atlas secondary. And the Vice ult's also coming out, and now we are kind of just, nobody really has anything, but as I say that, Nugget finds his dash punch. I don't know, it feels like the 100th one this game.
Yeah, I mean, he's
on a slaughter.
Yeah, he's been absolutely brutal on those dash punches against the core and against players. But Tormi misses the strike, but does actually get the second one back in time. Able to run back with those bomb boots. But almost tragic there, losing a barrier just to a whiff strike when not much pressure is on the line. But you know, there's a lot of pressure. That's Nugget again, 12 times, unending KO streak there. Absolutely, just really well executed by Nugget here. Even putting some damage onto Wet Zero here, potentially looking to get that core flip out of him. But so far he's going to hold on to it, going to stay nice and healthy for now. Core is going all over the place. We're in overtime. It's red coring everywhere. We see X. He has 261 power with that Era, and he is potentially going to do some damage, but he's not quite in the position to do it. The Bell Ringer gets a little bit of damage, but the Era already wore off. So now it's just going around here. Doesn't even find the X tech through it. A little unfortunate there, but really well defended by a tournament with the barrier beam. Core flip out of Wet Zero is not enough to get things done, but there we go with the overtime speed. Tormi's just not able to react in time with that. Even has the core flip, but was just trying to strike it, just didn't get it in time. but the Path Splitter, again, really nicely executed there. But this Twin Drive Atlas with all the secondaries in the world, and the core flip out of the X going to the top, Tormy thinking it could strike, but had to have core flip to get that tiny little bit of extra distance, but it can be so difficult to gauge.
Yeah, and here we are. Very close to almost 3 core flips for the side of Now's Unpaid Interns. And if they can confirm this, Atlas Suppressor, this is going to save Yachty there. But will not save Yachty from the Vice Ultimate as it is the follow-up. Here we go. We have 3 flips. I think he's forced to burn his, and there's just nothing you can do about it. 1-0 now has to defend against 3 upcoming flips, and this could be very, very brutal. Yachty looking no evade, hugging that bottom wall soon, and it could be very dangerous.
Yeah. See a kill flip or a core flip coming out of Nugget here. Almost a kill flip though. Igai looking very low. 2 core flips used, 2 barriers down. Atormi still has his, maybe looking to get the goalie goal. Era bouncing all the way across the map, and so is X. It's a power play. Atormi's going to play up. They're going to pass back and forth, and that's going to be the goalie goal. We had Nugget trying to secure that goal, but it's going to be Atormi taking it in the end, running forward in the power play. Would have been both brutal and hilarious if Atlas was able to clear it past all 3 members and get a double barrier or something like that. But of course, with the core available on a Tormi, they're not quite going to allow that to happen. As they tie it up, and this is now, I mean, this is not quite, now or nothing, now or never. But it is, starting to pile on here as Nugget gets another kill. And, I mean, Now's Unpaid Interns looking to take this first game.
Yeah, absolutely. And with the power play, they just might do it. Red Zero is going to be forced to burn the primary and the secondary. One more secondary to fall back on here. The ultimate's coming out, so buy your team a little bit of time there, but now you don't have it for when the actual kill confirm comes through. Oh, Adorby burning the flip. Wet Zero burning his as well. A lot of damage out on Nugget. Vankubi's managed to grab a barrier with his ultimate. And it just goes around, and the Tormi is able to walk up so far and just keep this ball up, even on this lock-it-down goalie like Asher, who figuratively is not known for playing it forward. Nuggets found his... I don't know. We're so far into the kill count right now. Oh! Yachty's being able to find the red speed core, and Nugget is just gonna go past and power play.
Yeah, I think those... Yeah, Nugget kind of getting tripped up by the overtime speed. They're not quite able to get that punch dribble off. Passport is really nice to buy a little bit of time. If it gets to Nugget, he has the core flip to lock out this game. He's not going to use it just yet, but a dash punch is going to secure it, ending the game like he's been playing it all throughout the middle with the dash punch. Kills the goalie. I mean, that was so many kills in a row. I think he was on like a 15 or a 16 kill streak there. And Halo would be like, what, like a kill-tacular, Kilimanjaro, or something like that. Absolutely just brutally played there. I mean, the later the game goes, you're expecting the Era X to scale, but the only thing that Era was scaling this game was the sides of the arena, having to climb back up over and over and over again, just not able to stay alive against this KO team. 22 kills across their forwards there, 86,000 damage coming out combined from this Juliet and Vice. Absolutely brutal by the interns, even after a strong start by the Gunslingers. And I mean, that's just the way this goes. Gunslingers, they take set 1, they come off on a really strong start, and then Now's Unpaid Interns just, nah, I'd win.
Yeah, real. Nah, I'd win. Yeah, I mean, it just felt like, maybe it was the downtime between Twitch's last game and the first game. It's Now's Unpaid Interns. But it felt like we really struggled to survive into this Julie, who, to be fair, she had a lot going. Good 1-2, heavy impact, prize fighter. So, it's definitely hard to survive, but it just felt like they were just able to find so many kills. Even early, they were kind of going crazy. And, I mean, as Julie gets further and further in, it just gets easier for her. So you really have to make sure you're not being hit with those. Or if you are, you have to figure out, you just have to know when to dip. You just have to know when to leave the ball, so you don't get dash punched off. And we just couldn't adapt in time because of that. The first map, which was Glitch Witch's map, we'll be going towards the sides of Now's Unpaid Interns. We'll be heading on to our next map, Knife Market.
Yeah, and this is potentially the beginning of a very long climb here for the interns. Of course, this is a bracket reset tournament, so the Gunslingers, having not lost a series If they lose here, they do, of course, get that one free elimination so that everyone is double elimination. So Now's Unpaid Interns have to win 4 games in order to beat the Gunslingers. They have to win one of the next 2 games and then 2 out of the next 3 after that. Potentially, if they do it a 4-in-a-row sweep, it'll be absolutely brutal. Sort of a full reverse sweep from the earlier one, but the Intern's looking strong enough to do that, I think, and I believe that might even be the first time in Osas history that something like that has happened.
Could be, I'm sure. I'm sure somebody will let us know. We tend to get updated on that pretty quickly. Yeah, we're kind of just waiting, and it's looking like, oh wow, oh, look at a twin drive unstoppable start on Night Market. So, you know, we might probably be seeing that Atlas come out again. Twin drive being one of his awakenings that he's been considered, you know, best in slot on for, I mean, as far as I can remember. Yeah, you know, before the dinosaurs were away, you know. They were talking about Atlas, Twin Drive, and, you know, Unstop. I mean, maybe you leave the Julie open. I don't know. I'm a little scared of the Julie again. I don't know if I can see them go on another 15 KO streak. That was brutal. That hurt to watch.
Yeah, but of course the one thing is that Unstoppable for the second pick, that can really shut Julie down. If you take that Unstoppable, and I think we're probably going to see Glitchwitch Gunslingers midfield, whoever it is this game, because it could be Igai or Yachty, whoever it is that goes midfield, likely going to be taking that Unstoppable. We might see the Twin Drive, but it's really risky on Night Market. We might even also see something like a Julie Band coming out. So, going to be interesting to see how they navigate staying alive here, but I think it is pretty clear that Now's Unpaid Interns is a little bit better at that kill comp.
Absolutely, and, you know, over here, I'm honestly down to see like a Zentaro or a Kazan or something, you know, to work with this Twin Drive. Like, yeah, you give up the Unstop, but, and, you know, well, that's not, I know I was talking about seeing a Zentaro, but I meant like a Zentaro forward. I don't know about the Zentaro goalie I'm seeing covered.
Hey, I am a fan of the Zentaro goalie. I will always be here for it. Even if it is the Glitchwitch Gunslingers versus the Now's Unpaid Interns, it's hard to say who to root for, but I mean, if they're going to be picking the Zentaro goalie, then I kind of got to root for Wet Zero there. I mean, that's just got to go where the heart is, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't really know what I'm looking at. We got the Asher forward locked in. So, yeah, we got the Asher forward locked in, and yeah, a bit of an interesting comp. All right, yeah, we're resetting back to something a bit more normal. Juno Mako. Juno, kind of sleeper on Night Market. I feel like a lot of players kind of, I don't know, forgot, but Night Market used to be one of Juno's like best maps, and I still think it's very good being able to just clog up the lanes and just kind of do whatever you want. It's very strong, especially with this Asher pick. So, you know, it's very hard to get it through these lanes, even with the Era, who kind of, as far as I'm concerned, is like a pretty notorious counter pick. He deals with slimes very easily with the haste, and the NATO kind of just shoves it through. But, you know, red speed's red speed, and Juno has a lot of access, and the Asher is Asher, you know?
Yeah,
and, you know,
I'm
Era
sorry,
X.
Yeah.
That's all I gotta say.
I think we were actually very almost about to see a Mako Era X. Of course, Tormy is very good at that Mako, and they've been practicing the Mako Era X a fair bit. But Wet Zero having to switch off of Zentaro in order to deny the Mako would have been great to see the Interns on that best pick. It's like some of their best work on that Mako Era X. And then also Wet Zero on that Zentaro goalie just to show how good it is. But a Tormy able to defend the second barrier there with a nice roll. Nugget trying to get things done, but the Boris is intercepted by a great primary. Wet Zero clearly well practiced on this Mako, and that's actually going to be another kill. It seems that Era dying is the theme of this series. You know, you see those in best of threes a lot of the times. There's certain series that emerge, or certain themes that emerge in the series, and it might just be Era dead in this one.
Absolutely, and Asher's going to play it forward. He told me, oh no. Yeah, I mean, that kind of sucks. Even if you hit that ball out, you just get flipped off anyways. Or flip. And one thing to note, this Asher actually picked up pummelers. The guy that gets lore, I guess. everybody else putting their slick kicks and yeah, surprisingly not as much unstop as I thought we were going to see. Oh, double barrier from Yachty on the Juno. That's not who you expect to get the double barrier.
Yeah, but it was a really nicely found double barrier there from Yachty. Bell Ringer not quite enough to get things done. The core flip as well from Wet0 was clean to prevent that double as well from going the other way. And the pass splitter as well puts a ton of damage onto Nugget, who's now struggling to stay alive. And we just see the really good Tofu Fortress preventing Yachty's core flip from really doing much of anything. Bewitching Beam does hit the X there, I do believe, but not enough to save him. He goes off the edge. Nicely found KO by Ikigai. And we do see a little bit of a weird thing where we see Yachty still kind of on that forward mindset and Ikigai playing a lot in the midfield. Oh, the core flip angle is not quite good enough, and Atormi goes for a strike instead of the core flip there. Unfortunate, as we see kind of the reverse between two sets. In the previous set, thought he had the core flip, but was just a pixel of energy off. So just went for an evade instead of a strike, and then this time going for the strike instead of the evade. But a nice double is picked up by Nugget, and of course the 2-point comfort zone for the interns is really coming out in full swing here as they take the double barrier just a couple seconds into the match.
And Kui and Tormi building up their flips. Nuggets will have his in a couple seconds. Oh, just kidding. He doesn't need it. Strike reset is a little bit strong. He just puts it in, and yeah, here we are. For both Itomi and Vinkui. So this could be a reverse sweep for this set. Especially if Nugget's able to stay alive, and that could have been a very dangerous primary if it landed properly.
Yeah, we do see a lot of potential for reverse sweep in here. Remember that this is the revenge match. The winners finals was also between these two teams. In that one, we did see the Glitch Witch Gunslingers triumph, so it would be one of the most reverse sweepy things to have the interns come off of that loss and turn it into a win. But Wet0 is really not determined to have that. He's really determined to have that not happen. With a great core flip there, stops the bull rush in its tracks, gets it around, gets a barrier, all in one flip. Just one of the best flips we've seen all day. Yachty not quite able to get it through the Tofu Fortress. Was kind of a bit of an awkward fortress, but it got the job done in the end. Nugget trying to go up the top here, but the secondary from Wet is really nice. The slime countered by a core flip there. Nugget not opting to use the strike, the core flip there to actually get that goal. As we do see it just sort of cycle around for a little bit more. We have two barriers open again. Goes around. The log hits it to red core because we are in overtime. The tornado from Vinkui is not quite enough to get a kill. Red cores are going all over the place. The somersaults are going a little bit wide sometimes. The pass splitter gets gone around by a log. Wet0 holding it down though in the bottom here, a little bit far from the barrier. The bull rush though not able to connect on the core, not able to get things done. The Tofu Fortress sort of keeps things away, but also restricts the clear angles there. But Tormi's able to get it done in the end. Vinkui playing up, has the core flip, dodges out of the way of the barrier beam from the Asher, sets it up with a NATO. Nugget gets a barrier into the core flip and puts it in.
And just waits the entire time, and Vinkui still has this guy's flip. Or maybe you pull another one up, I'm not sure, but with your midfielder having flip, you're in a pretty comfortable spot. Wet0 does have his pretty soon, but just looking at the energy economy, if you get into set pretty quickly, take this barrier, then use his flip for second, open that net up where Mako kind of struggles to hold it down, you'd be super chilling, and that'd be the now's unpaid intern lore where you lose first 2 rounds and then just say, yeah, I'm winning. My turn to play.
Yep. It's really when that overtime kicks in that they really get into gear. And the less paid it is, of course, the better for them. That's when they really lock in. Good strike into log there to counter the slime. Just pushing it through the Juno there. Juno, of course, only has so many tools available and isn't quite as good as shoving it through his Asher. So if you have to pick between passing down to Asher or shoving through Juno, you generally pick shoving through Juno if you have the abilities to. The Ensnare is really nice, so is the NATO. The core flip from Yachty, though. All abilities exchanged. Vinkui finally using the flip there. Strike warring away from Ikigai as well. The Bewitching Beam kind of misses as well. Doesn't quite connect with the core or the Asher there. The Somersault is really nice. Gets some iframes, prevents the slime from properly connecting. Wet0 passive also used there. Almost every ability is now being used. The Bell Ringer kind of gets him set up, but not enough purchase. As it goes back around to Ikigai, this Asher that has core flip, going to use it there into the slime. The log misses. A bit of a weird angle. They're bouncing up and down in front of the goal. I'm not sure if that angle has a name yet, but definitely is an angle that can happen, really, unfortunately. Vinkui winning these strike wars, though, fairly consistently now. The NATO as well, almost getting the Asher, but not quite enough. Nugget not quite getting to connect with the core there time and time again. It's just a pixel off so many times. as we see Wet Zero back into his hands. He's able to hold it down. We see Asher almost dying, but no more X Maximus left over. The core from Tormi is good to get it forward. Nugget, though, not quite able to find the purchase, and it goes up and down and around Nugget. The Bull Rush as well whiffs. Not quite a kill flip there as well. So many abilities invested into killing this Asher, but it's not quite enough. And with an orb, she's back out of the red zone, back out of the danger zone. And the barrier is still standing. The Bull Rush is nice with a strike to follow, though, and that's finally going to take down this barrier. Nugget realizing, hey, maybe I actually have to play the objective, and there it goes. You know, was just playing against trying to kill the Asher for so long, went a little bit Oki brain there. But in the end, was like, oh, wait, there's a goal to get. I got you. Don't worry. Gets the barrier, gets the goal a couple seconds within each other.
Yeah, and unfortunately that just happens sometimes. And Dubu's going to be able to pick his options here. I assume he's going to go missile prop. Be able to walk up, throw that ult down, build some offensive pressure. But he could also go something like rapid fire if he wanted to. Nah, he's going to pick up the missile prop. Pretty standard 1-2 punch for Juno, getting to that red speed pretty early on. Rapid fire for the Mako, that's pretty chill. Heavy impact on the Era, and the Asher going to get a perfect form. And I mean, everybody's happy, I think. Some people more than others, but like even big fish on your X. Nope. X and Big Fish, name more iconic duo,
Yeah, and especially if you can get a peak performance to back that up for more speed or a bulk up or a reverb or any of that, just to start stacking it up is going to be really nice. Bull Rush is really good connection this time. Nugget really starting to dial that in. We see Atomi playing up really nicely as well, and the X-Tech puts it in. I mean, Wet Zero is really good. We've even seen him defending so well so many times, but there's only so much you can do against the hit stun from X Maximus after an already... you strike the core after the X strike. It's like, oh yeah, I won the clear. You're thinking I've won mentally, but then he presses his ultimate button, gets that reset, hits you as well as the core, and there's really nothing you can do besides just preempt that with an evade.
Yeah, and it's very, very hard to save. First barrier taken. Nugget's not going to get a good strike shot by Wet Zero. Nugget's playing it forward in this corner, and that's not a barrier. Wow, what a save. Good on them. This Asher proven a little strong on the defense. Maelstrom's going to come out. Bit of damage. Bit more damage on the side of Nugget, and this could be a death. Good evade will save him for now, but with no barriers to fall back to. Oh, just kidding. He was there with no orbs to fall back to, and then he just grabbed Tormies, so he's back in the game, pretty chill. Interrupting that secondary, it's going to go around, and Venkui's playing a top side, and we kind of just stalled out for now, like, a lot of cooldowns for either team here. Maelstrom's not going to find anything, and Tormies not in any real threat here.
Yeah, you say that, but that's a red core out of the Juno there with the 1-2 punch the Bellringer as well. It gets a barrier, and suddenly things have accelerated as soon as I started speaking. We go into overtime. Red cores are all over the place. The primary from Mako is good, but not enough. Nugget hits it at the top of the core flip from Mako. Wet Zero is really nice, but Nugget just finds this bottom pocket time after time. And it's just so well done by Nugget very consistently. And it really does point to this issue in the Glitch Witch Gunslingers that I mentioned at that first set where, last game we had Yachty on the forward and Ikigai on the midfield, and they kind of switched characters with Juno being more of a midfielder and Asher being more of a forward, but they didn't really switch positions as well. So we see Ikigai really hanging back and Yachty really hanging forward. And you'd really want to see that switched ideally so that Mako can help on the support and really get around a lot more. And Nugget finding the double barrier again really nicely. Now's unpaid interns really sticking to their strengths here. Core flip is really nice, gets it to Nugget, who puts it in. And I mean, now's unpaid interns taking the first two sets on the Era X comp. This time, I mean, usually NUI is against the X. They lose the set and then they reverse sweep. That's the lore. But this time they're the X. They're getting the two sets. They're getting the lead. They're getting the X that has Might of the Colossus with an Era behind him and Big Fish as well. Potentially could also go Orb Dancer or Reverb, but I mean, it's probably going to be Might. There it goes. Mako, though, might have the option for a Quick Strike. Team Player as well is a really good option there. Itormi might go for the Orb Dancer as well. We're going to see Asher picks up the Orb Dancer. Potentially Itormi hanging up the draft to see what's picked. As Orb Ponder is picked up by Dubu. Team Player goes the way of Era, and Reverb goes the way of Juno in the end. Kind of an awkward draft for the later stages of that one, but some really nice pickups on a lot of these characters.
Absolutely, and here we are. X has started to scale a bit. What is he at? 160 power? I mean, how cool is this character? Barrier's going to fall to the side. Now an unpaid intern, and Nugget's just going to play it forward. And Itormi's going to burn the wall, and that's a barrier. And here we go. We just have the ball up. Speed gates in mighty fine control for Venkui. He's not really under any pressure. Era kind of just wins the speed gate matchup. Flow's gonna come out. Tormies, good save. Ooh. Wow, I mean, beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, that's just gotta like have a moment of silence for that one almost. That was just beautiful to see. Actually countering an Asher barrier beam is so rare to see, but Tormi, of course, does it in the heat of the moment excellently. This is no practice or anything. This is no drill. This is it. And just able to perform under that pressure is amazing. The Passport is really nice to buy a little bit more time and keeps it forward with the Juno Slime as well, but it's not quite enough pressure on a Tormi to get it through. And that's what you really have to do, is you have to get it forward and have enough left in the tank to get it through. They got the barrier, but they accelerated it way too much, so it bounces across. Nugget has an amazing redirect there, kind of using the momentum from Yachty's core flip, bounced off the barrier to keep it forward, and redirects it just enough that it goes to the bottom without redirecting too much that it actually cuts the speed.
Absolutely, and a Red Speed's going to claim that bottom barrier with side of unpaid interns, and oh, actually both barriers are gone, and we just used our strike and our core flip, and it's out, but we've lost everything pretty much. Not a big deal if it goes in here, it'd still be the first point, but Nuggets playing it forward. Finally, we got our things figured out. Yachty's kind of backed up to this midfield role, 2 sets in, but better late than never,
Yeah, but Nuggets going forward has the bell ringer. It's a little too far to strike. Good clear from Wet Zero up to the top, but that goes in. As we also see the Airhead dying off the side, so potentially a little bit more experience. But whether or not that's going to matter really depends on if Glitchwitch Gunslingers can reverse sweep this. But otherwise, now's Unpaid Interns 1 point away from going to the bracket reset.
Yeah, and this is a very dangerous spot. Oh my, that X is dead. Goodbye, Nugget. After your little slaughter last game, they've turned the tables. It's your turn to take the 12-second timeout. And the power play, nothing's really going to come of it. Yeah, nothing's coming of it. At least for now. Nuggets being able to play this ball forward. The Mako Cage is going to come out. Not a big deal, bit of damage for Minkui. And it's just going to go forward, and Wet Zero has his flip, able to save it without their flip finally burned. Nuggets looking a little low, could be another death. The guy that gets lore, will kill him? Nope, probably not, but Hiki's putting on pretty good cosplay, I think.
Yeah. Do you see, though, the barrier going down at the top there, Vinkui finding a nice angle, but not finding a second there. Yachty actually hanging back there, whiffs the core flip, though, unfortunately. Torment getting a strike there at the last second, too. The Slime's, though, nice, but struck against. But Nugget taking a lot of damage from this Asher, but that's a lot of abilities used. Red core in overtime here again. We see that Juno, though, with all that speed, but the X-Tech from X opens up the goal, and we have 2 open goals. It's going to Asher, going to the bottom, but where is the team in the forward position there? There's nobody here from the side of Glitchwitch Gunslingers to put it forward, to put it in the goal. They're finally walking forward, but now we have the strike will win. Now they're running to the other side of the map. They're trying to get things around, but now this time it's now's Unpaid Interns without somebody to put it in the goal. Both teams are playing very much sort of running from one side to the other and losing all the momentum as soon as it goes to the other side. The Tofu Force is really nice to keep it forward. The Missile Prop as well, cutting off that top lane, playing only on the bottom side. The Bull Rush is nice, but doesn't quite have the strike. The Core Flip into the Slime is nice, but doesn't get anything done. Nuggets up at the top here, blocks the strike shot with his body. The X-Tech not enough to get it through. Vinkui holding onto this flip, not going to use it just yet. Nugget in front of the goal, puts it up to the top, and that is now's Unpaid Interns winning the first best of 3, taking it to a bracket reset against the Glitchwitch Gunslingers. And Glitchwitch Gunslingers, you have to go back to the drawing board now. You have to draft the maps differently, because now's Unpaid Interns, again, rough start. We saw Glitchwitch almost take a little bit of lead. They took a little bit of lead in that first game, but then now's Unpaid Interns just sweeping them back. 3 sets into 3 more sets. Again, just absolutely dominating in this game. And it seems, I'm just going to yap a little bit, but it almost seems like now's that Unpaid Interns just kind of went for a loss in the winners final first time, so that they would, get the warm up through the losers bracket before going back up to winners. They play against Among Titans to be able to get that warm up going into this set on the grand final, and just looking absolutely much better for it. And again, Glitchwitch, they tried some tech switching up the midfield forward position with Yachty and Ikigai, and I think it really bit them in the back this in this set, because in this game, because we had Yachty playing still as a forward when he should have been playing more in that midfield, and sometimes they were in the right position, sometimes they got their stuff figured out, but they were treating a little bit too fluidly. And, one of the things is that there is a lot of fluidity to the positions, and you can't be super rigid about those, but they're a little too fluid, and they're spending too much time rotating between the forward and the midfield, and not quite enough time in actually being in those positions to do the things they need to do.
Absolutely, and that, yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree more. And but regardless, before we get into our next game, we're gonna head off to a short break. We'll be right back for our final game of the bracket reset. Well, not our final game, but our final set of 3 games for the bracket reset. And stay tuned; it'll be good.
Welcome back, everybody, to the grand finals, because I'm pretty sure that's copyrighted. But it's going to be the bracket reset between Now's Unpaid Interns and Glitch Witch Gunslingers. The bracket reset, this is it, all or nothing, now or never. Win or lose is decided right here between these two teams. I mean, should be pretty fun. What do you think about this, Flop?
Yeah, I think it should definitely be good. You know, we are coming off what was a pretty decisive win for Now's Unpaid Interns, taking the last game 2-0, even though, you know, the first time these teams played, it was a 2-1, but this last game looked very decisive. So I wonder if Now's Unpaid Interns, sorry, no, not now. If Now's Unpaid Interns can keep it up, or if Glitch Witch Gunslinger is going to be able to find their momentum, find their footing, and be able to take this game back, especially on a very different set of maps from what I'm looking at here. Right? Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. A very different set. We actually, none of these are in the last one. We going from Atlab, Clarion, and Tycho in the last 3 sets to Oni Village, Night Market, and then Atlas's Laboratory. So way different. We're here for the long haul on our first match being Oni Village. This is Glitch Witch's map. So, you know, we're probably going to see the Atlas again. Yachty's got a lot of options, but also Now's Unpaid Interns. They've got the Estelle Rasmus, which is, if you're going to run it, this is the map to run it, you know? Like, run the Mako as well, and you're looking very comfortable. So this could very well be a good map pick. Good map pick for the side of Now's Unpaid Interns, even if it is Glitch Witch's map. It's also a perfect form in a Monumentalist start, so...
Oh, yeah. So I am predicting a Now ban to come out pretty quickly. Monumentalist, of course, very good with Now. And I do believe there are some players of Now in this lobby. So it will be interesting to see how that pans out, if there is that ban, or if it's allowed to be played. Because, of course, if that Now is played with Monu, we will get to see why it's not allowed to be played with Monu.
Absolutely, but something you have to remember is that it's a little bit awkward. Because if you ban the Now, right, you're leaving up the Atlas. An Atlas with Monumentalist on Oni Village. I mean, we've all seen it. We've all seen the Atlas hit a secondary button and just block the entire barrier, and it's like, oh my god, what do I do? You know, the barrier has like another 3 seconds before it can be touched. So that is something to note, is that, you know, you might be comfortable giving the Now, just so you can guarantee that Atlas, a very strong defensive option, but we don't know. And as we load into here, our Oni Village game, you know, hopefully it's not notoriously long like it always is. And, you know, we've seen this before. Seems like Now's Unpaid Interns are in good spirits with the triple Vice Hover.
Yeah, they have their little... Every team has those little things that they do, whether it's the emote that they share, or like a hover that they share. That's always pretty fun. But yeah, I'm definitely hoping that this is a faster match of Oni Village, because, of course, on Saturday we do have that Nassau match, and, you know, this might take 2 days to finish up. You never know.
Absolutely. And here we are. We're seeing Vinkui lock in that Now pick. So that will be the Monumentalist Now locked and ready to go. For the side of Now's Unpaid Interns, you know, Now herself decided that, you know, maybe she has to step in, you know, really confirm it. Whether she pays herself for this game or not, we'll never know. But Zentaro Mako coming out, Zentaro's going to make a lot of use out of that perfect form. Itormi's probably very happy with that perfect form. She could also go the Monumentalist. We never know. And from the opposite side, Glitch Witch Gunslingers. We have a Kai Asher. I assume that's Kai in the net. And that's actually a Kai forward. That's an Asher goalie. So we have an Era Kai forward. Just interesting. You don't generally see that, especially the Era. The Era doesn't do too well on this map. And forcing this Kai to kind of play forward on this map. He does okay. He does very good at taking the barriers, but, you know, it's still not just preferred. And barrier's going to fall to the side of Glitch Witch Gunslingers, starting the game out pretty strong.
Yeah, and we do also see that it's strike shot on the Atormi, which is going to mean that if this goal opens up, it's going to be a lot harder to defend without that Mom Boot speed. And that is really where Yachty will be able to shine alongside Ikigai in this sort of double midfield matchup. And, if you're ever going to play double midfield, this is the match. But evidently it's not this match because Nugget able to get that first goal there. Now Unpaid Interns. Is that the first time they've scored the first goal in a series?
There's no way to know. And here we are, Nugget already almost at flip. Not really sure where he generated all that energy from. Bottom barrier is going to fall for both sides. Onunado is going to come out. Asher Primary is going to clear forward. Yachty's going to win that strike where the Mako Cage will come out, keep it forward. Flip from the side of Nugget's going to find a kill. He might be playing Zentaro, but he is lethal. Oh, yeah, and the ball's going to slide in. Unfortunate.
Yeah, kill flip from Nugget starting the power play, going in the end, Vinkui putting it through, and yeah, this is really beginning to look really good for Now's Unpaid Interns. They have the tech. Little known fact maybe about the Now's Unpaid Interns. They were actually coached up by Mikila, the midfielder of the last team to win Osas. And of course, Mikila very well known for that, Asher. She was looking at the Asher defending, but very well known for that now. Very good on that pick. And of course, this team being coached by her has that tech available and the knowledge with the Monu. So going to be pretty cool to see how they play off of that coaching. Almost getting the barrier, though, but a great defense from White Zero, though. I mean, I do talk a lot about Now's Unpaid Interns, but, Glitchwitch Gunslingers are no slouches. Even as they lose some barriers here at the start, they're defending pretty well for the most part, as long as they don't caster curse.
Unfortunately. Vinkui, though, has this flip to play it forward. Itormi has his as well, and while Iki has their flip, on the defense here, it's a little scary. Now's burned their flip. It's going to go. Flips have been traded. Itormi is able to chill comfortably in his net. He's got his flip burning up, ready to go if he ever needs it. And here we go. The Mako Cage is going to come out, play it forward. Iki's playing the ball forward. The barrage will not confirm. Flip will be burned. Mako secondary burned as well. At 0 has to just hold this, and it will not be held. That is a set for Now's Unpaid Interns.
Yeah, a sweep in the series with a sweep in the sets, now to a sweep in the goal. Now's Unpaid Interns looking really strong here. Just again and again, just displaying that. And of course, as was pointed out, there were so many people coaching the interns here. But also, I believe a lot of people also involved in the Glitchwitch Gunslingers. These teams have been putting in so much effort and so much practice. So really looking forward to see how they go into the later stages and how the draft goes. I'm sure between the games as well, there were some powwows and just, hey, how do we do this? What went wrong? What went right? And I mean, I'm seeing now Akai picking up that Orb Dancer, which is going to be really nice for the speed here. But of course, prime time on now with the Manu is just going to be so massive. Those Doritos just able to just go, so many of them blocking off every clear option you have as a goalie is just a nightmare to go through. The secondary from now actually hitting it into the barrier there. But of course, it's only the first barrier. The second one is really the important one. So let's see how long that one can hold.
Absolutely. And here we are. We're looking very comfortable for both teams. Star ult's going to confirm, and Star Kill's is actually going to find Yachty lacking on the side of the map there. Playing it forward, Wet Zero going to have to hold, and he will find the clears with no primary up for now. This could be a little dangerous. It should be up for this interaction top side. It's not going to be needed, though. And Nugget's just trying to build a bit of space here. Yachty's not able to find it forward. The primary burned, get it through. The secondary from Zentaro will put it in, and then a clean little strike into the primary with that open barrier. And here we are. It's looking like Now's Unpaid Interns. They're feeling themselves. They are on a roll. We are no longer in the O2 comfortable zone. We are just going straight to the finish line.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the O2 comfort zone in a way, because this is the, Glitchwitch Gunslingers had that first game, so this is technically the end of the best of 3 in best of 3s, with Glitchwitch taking the first best of 3 in a 2-1 fashion. Nugget actually missing the angle there does get it to Vinkui, so control is maintained, and an arrow is going to help in the strike where they keep getting it forward, but barrier does fall in the end. Tormi still has the top barrier, though. It's 1-1. Nugget defended against by a great barrier beam there by Wet Zero. Pass from Yachty, pass back from Ikigai, but it ends up just going to Vinkui after stalling for a second, so that's momentum gone again. And snare drums, as well as that flurry from Zentaro, is just going to keep the core forward. Great core from Vinkui, puts it back into the barrier, and the Bewitching Beam not quite enough to get it through. And this is the problem with this double midfield style, is you just don't quite have enough to get it through. You can get it there, but then you run out of your steam, you run out of control, and you just don't have what it takes to push it through most of the time. whereas, of course, Zentaro is one of the best stuffers in the game. Yachty actually really great barrage there. Tormi not quite enough patience, a little bit uncharacteristic there, as he is actually just kind of allows the barrier to fall there. Aeronado's not quite perfect. The pass back and forth into the core flip is stopped by the Zentaro ult, but it's pushed through by Yachty, and I believe it was actually Nugget's ult there in the end that puts it backwards with the red core speed in overtime, and Yachty just kind of send it a little bit up so it'd be at the right angle.
Yeah, and one thing going for this double midfield comp, and that the Era and the Kai is, if they can play their passes and they can just keep it away from Nugget, it can be very hard on Vinkui, the midfielder, to deal with it. It can be very hard to feel any meaningful pressure, but to do that properly, you need such a level of coordination. Everything needs to be maintaining possession. Yachty, great barrage to find that, to open the nets. But Zero gonna be able to walk it forward. Era's gonna play it topside, and that's in. Yeah. As I was saying, it just takes a lot of coordination for this double midfield comp to work. Everything needs to be in your control. You need to be able to just make sure Nugget never gets the ball, and that's very hard to do.
Yeah, but they are pulling it off a little bit, and I was a little worried at first, but Glitch Witch Gunslingers locking in a little bit here. Nugget, though, trying to get it through, not quite able to get it through that barrier beam. Really nicely played by Wet Zero, but with the ensnare drums as well to help out. That's going to be an Aeronado, though, killing Zentaro, stalling out the play, but they did lose both their barriers, though. And Kui able to almost put it in there, but a timely strike from Wet Zero. Strike shot from Tormi stalls out the play. Good dribble as well into the walls there. Just buying a lot of time, and now Nugget's back on the field. Strike War won by the primary from the Mako there as well. Also barely able to defend there with the passive as well. Barely able to hold on to this last barrier is a Tormi, playing up as well a little bit, trying to get it through, but the midfield play is actually really nice here from the Glitch Witch Gunslingers. They're maintaining a lot of interference on all of the pass angles here. The core flip is really nice against the Aeronado. Wet Zero, though, on the defense against that redirect from Nugget, even as the now dies to that. So there's so much play here that's so good here. Ikigai as well, finding the core flip. Really good stuff there. Goes up to the top, but Vinkui is respawning in time to catch that. Passes up to Nugget with a little bit of a stall there. The Zentaro tech really nicely done, but not enough. Wet Zero is aware of these things, and Glitch Witch Gunslingers locking in and taking the second set. They're kind of using the interns as dark magic against them. You sacrifice that first set, and then you come back.
Absolutely. There are signs of life in the Gunslingers. They have more shots left in the magazine, and here we are. Era has her choices, a lot here on the table. You can go to peak performance, that catalyst. I completely agree with that. Denying that catalyst from the Zentaro before he gets bit out of hand. Your Kai's going to be able to deny that prime time from the Now, who goes rapid. Plus, he just feels okay with prime time anyways. He's very comfortable with it, and because of that, actually peak performance is going to fall to the Asher, giving Wet Zero that little bit of movement speed they need. Strike shot might not matter when you have bulk up peak performance. And here we are. Itormi also getting the glass cannon. Both goalies finding themselves some speed. Nugget's getting some size, but size isn't really something you want on Zentaro. It's not going to hurt you, but it's not really doing you much either. Wet Zero having to come out onto the defense here. Yachty, beautiful little barrage, gobbling up these orbs to get that move speed. And here we go, corner play. The NATO could be massive. It's going to find the kill on Zentaro, and we have a power play for the side of Glitch Witch Gunslingers. If they can play this forward and get it in, it could be really, really good.
Yeah, Vinkui, though, great teleport back, maintaining sort of two positions at once in the power play, basically making it a 3v3 even when it is not. Barrage, though, by Yachty is enough to put it in. Really nicely done, and we're starting to see the Glitch Witch Gunslingers really sort of patch up the hole that was in their comp this last time, where Yachty was playing a midfield character as a forward, and he's kind of doing it this time again, but now we have Ikigai properly on that midfield, and, we properly have Kai can forward pretty nicely. It's going to be another kill as well. This time, Era is just getting revenge on Nugget. We saw, of course, Nugget getting so many kills onto this Era previously, but now this time it is the time for the Era vengeance. No more Era Dedge. This is Era Wokage time. As Nugget, though, does claim one barrier, almost two with the primary, but does actually get hit away just a little bit. The size not quite enough, especially with the deaths and not being able to stack the Rampage up. And, we see Vinkui trying to go around. We see just the interception here from Yachty and Ikigai is just so nice. The Zentaro ult also not quite enough to get things done, and now Zenpaid interns. I don't want to quite, be too hard on them right now, but they are starting to fall apart a little bit. I say that as I caster curse them, I guess, and that's Wet Zero dying after a barrier falls, and that's going to be the passive from Nugget setting it in. I take back what I was saying. I guess they heard what I was saying. It's like, no, we can't allow him to talk smack. We would gap him any day. He's not allowed to talk smack about us. Let's lock in real quick to prove him wrong.
Absolutely, and Nugget managing to get an assist on both those barriers. So I was talking about the size. There's the third stack. This Rampage starting to build up, and anybody with enough size becomes a problem. Whoa, core flip burned at the net.
Yeah, but
not really gonna find any value, but that's okay.
Yeah, the one sort of sleeper thing about Zentaro's size is he actually has only melee abilities. So he actually can benefit quite massively from the size. It's not usually the thing that you think of because there's so many better awakenings on him, but it can really come in clutch so many times. But not right there. Great usage of the Asher ult there by Wet Zero is going to completely shut down that play. Also not able to get just he's able to get the clear, and Nugget's just not able to get the barrier, and Bewitching Beam takes a barrier off of Tormy there. That's really nice. And unfortunate there by a Tormy, just misses the strike, and the primary wasn't quite perfect, so Core gets to Yachty, and Yachty puts it up at the top.
Absolutely, and here we are. No real flips for anybody. Tormy, I guess, kind of has come up. And Yachty's managing to avoid pretty much all the abilities from Zentaro, so he's pretty chilling. But 5 orbs. Rise prime time. He's about to start dancing. There he goes. Look at him fly. And with this perfect form, with the Orb Dancer, you're going to have plenty of move speed with your secondaries that just keep coming up and up and up, and then you can use that to get the more orbs. And anyways, both barriers for the side of Now's unpaid interns have fallen. The Asher primaries going to hold Yachty, playing it forward a little bit. Core flip to the side of Minkui and Tormy. Wet Zero has his. Nugget's not going to be able to play this forward. Minkui playing it a little bit forward. Nothing's really going to happen. And here we go. Kind of reset.
Yeah, we see 2 core flips, though, available for the side of the interns. One used by a Tormy there. Nice patience as well to keep it away, and that's a barrier going down. Nugget has the core flip front goal, so does Minkui. That's a kill flip. Not a goal, though. Good strike shot by Wet Zero. The ult as well is used. The core flip from Ikigai trying to get a goal in the power play would have been really nice to see. Nugget has to use the core flip to live, but it enables him to score the goal in the end, so technically that was a core flip to score, just in a little bit more of a roundabout way.
Yeah, this Zentaro is starting to look a little large. Next cosplay, perhaps. Regardless, his ult's going to come out, and the barrier will not be claimed. That was very close. Aeronator's going to come through. Yachty's going ahead and gobbling up the orbs. He did get those reset off that kill flip last round. That is potentially very big. Even delaying how long it takes for him to get that full speed, 2 or 3 orb sets in. Very massive. And Yachty's going to claim that bottom barrier for himself. And they're just going to play it forward. Yachty, even if he doesn't get this barrier, he does claim himself another orb, and I'm sure there's something that can be said about that, but he's dancing.
Yeah, and speed, of course, is a really big part of this double midfield comp. If you can outspeed your opponent, you can always outposition them, or you can just kill them and do it that way too. Being dead is the same as the speed of Zero. You got a really nice pickup there as well. This Era really putting in work with the Monu on that ultimate. Core flip as well is used, but really just stalled out. Even when you have the power play, I would say a little bit of a misplay, especially as a lot of damage gets put onto Yachty here, but Nugget not quite able to secure the kill. The Aeronado also not able to get a Tormy, who dodged out of the way. Core flip out of Zentaro is going to get the 1 barrier, and it is potentially now Zinterns picking up another set here. As Yachty is struggling to survive here, now puts it up to the top here. Ooh, great core flip from Wet Zero, almost puts it in, but not quite enough even with Yachty's barrage behind it. They're trying to put some damage as well onto Yachty, but it's not quite enough to get the kill, and there it goes, just off the top there. Nice angle there by Nugget, just a dribble off the top. Goes into the top of the goal, and a set claimed by Now's unpaid interns, who was really looking the worse for wear in a couple of these last couple of sets. I mean, they got, I believe it was a sweep in the last set, maybe 1 goal in it, and then this one, I believe, was a reverse sweep even for him, and that's going to be now getting stacks on stacks, denying that all-important speed. But we might see something like Kai getting quick strikes or twin drive, which are both very good on him. I'm going to go for the quick strikes, of course. Zentaro here has heavy impact, twin drive, extra special, prize fighter, stinger. Going to go heavy impact, which means Era gets the cast to last. Asher here gets the extra special, preventing the ensnare drums, and also, of course, Path Splitter is very nice. But Twin Drive on Mako is more speed for your forwards. That's also a really nice pickup. Everybody here gets basically exactly what they want.
Absolutely, but I do have to say, Now's unpaid interns, if that stacks on stacks Twin Drive heavy impact, I mean, that is a killer draft. Sure, we got some speed. and some quick strikes, and more airships to go. But I mean, wow, that is such a rough draft on the low. Anyways, 1-0 gonna lose their barriers. It's not a big deal. First point, the NATO's gonna come out, manage to clear it down. Yachty's got a lot of damage on him. He is alive, and I say that, but he has since perished.
Yeah.
Power play.
Yeah, brutal here for the side of Glitchwitch Gunslingers. I mean, kill flip as well from Nugget to get the goal. Really nicely played. And I mean, that's the thing. This is a perfect form, heavy impact Zentaro with a ton of power off of the Rampage Might of the Colossus tech. And even as well, that's one of the things I've kind of been neglecting this game is Mako as well gives size to the forwards. So that's even more power from the Might of the Colossus. So just really nice building from Nugget there in a bit of a creative way that we don't normally see. And we see the barrier still standing here for a Tormy, kind of really locking in after these last couple sets. Loses one to the barrage, but again, first one doesn't matter as much. We see Wet0 playing super far up here, making good use of that speed from peak performance, and also the speed gates on the side too. Barrage is a little bit too early from Yachty, but actually that quick strike is enough to get it through. Nugget and Venkui, though, kind of grouping up a little bit too much. They formed the line for a second. That's going to be all the midfield comp needs to push it forward, but Itormi has the patience of a saint there. Absolutely just waiting until every strike was used. Glitchwitch Gunslingers being a little bit too trigger-happy on those strikes. I think Yachty maybe thought with the quick strike he would have it up in time, but Itormi just didn't let it go through. Just absolutely amazing play there. Goal is open, though, and it's still one barrier standing here for Wet0 as I immediately cast a curse. It goes down. Nuggets from the goal, almost with a core flip as well. It might be pretty bad for Wet0 in a little bit, but so far so good. The NATO from Era, not quite enough to get the kill. We saw Nugget almost walking into it, but not quite. Has the core flip as well. Doesn't even need it just yet, but a great core flip from Wet0 is going to mean that it gets cleared forward. Witching Beam as well forces Venkui to dribble along the bottom a little bit more as well. Zen ult goes up. Ikigai has the core flip as well, but it's not going to happen as Tormi gets a brilliant primary across the top and into the top of the goal.
And here we are at this match point for this first game of the BO3. And Nugget's looking very strong with his 4 stacks. Still, I don't know, 4 more to get this, in this, 4 more to get. Yachty playing it forward with his barrage. He's got things. He's going to be cleared down to Venkui. The strike shot's going to come out from Wet0. Nugget's going to claim that barrier of getting to the 5th prize fighter stack. Play it forward, and it's just go around. They're kind of doing their passing, but you still have no real scoring pressure. Yachty just cannot put out the same pressure that a normal brawler could. And that barrier is going to fall for the side of Glitchwitch Gunslingers at, match point, possibly. Core flip's going to come out. It's going to go straight to Nugget. He's not going to be able to put it in. And the second core flip's going to come out. Good save by Wet0, and it's going to go back to Era. It's kind of reset. Yachty looking a little low. If this kill happens, it could be very dangerous. It has happened, and now we have a power play for the side of Now's Unpaid Interns. And it just goes around, and the passes are beautiful, and the final shot is great. And that's the first game for the side of Now's Unpaid Interns.
Really well played by the interns there, and that marked 3 games in a row taken by Now's Unpaid Interns. If this was a best of 5, it would be a sweep. But it's actually a bracket reset, so there is still a chance Glitchwitch Gunslingers could pull out just an absolutely amazing reverse sweep here at the end of things. Yeah, I'm looking forward to see what they have in this last game.
Absolutely, and this is where, this is where you have to figure something out. You have to. Glitchwitch Gunslingers has to make Now's Unpaid Interns bleed. You have to find a way to claim more than just a set or two. Because we did it in the grand finals, but something has changed because these games just aren't going the distance that they were. We got to refine our footing, regain whatever composure we had before. We got to channel that so we can find out where we win this game. Otherwise that's it. There is no more resets after this. This is it.
Yeah, and this is definitely a bit of a. I talk about momentum a lot because there's so many different kinds of it, but the mental momentum in this case is so vastly in favor of Now's Unpaid Interns, where you go from being behind in the losers bracket, you've lost to this team now, and you're going for kind of a reverse sweep in a way. And, you started climbing uphill, and it was so difficult at first, but then you get back finally to this game and you start sweeping them away. So you've gone sort of 180 in that, and now you're just sprinting forward with it. And the exact opposite for Glitch Witch Gunslingers. You won the winners final. You got rewarded with a break for a little bit. You were able to sit back, plan a little bit more, prepare for this. And then you basically just get hit with a sledgehammer from out of nowhere, and suddenly your nice, cushy sofa is replaced by your own climb, where you now have to be the ones to take the next 2 games without losing too much.
Absolutely, and we'll see what they have to go to, because once again, Oni Village was Glitch Witch's map. So we're going to Night Market, a map that is I'm really struggling there. A map that is Now's Unpaid Interns. That's their map, so they're comfortable on it. They want to play it. I think they've played it the last forever. I feel like every game, they go Night Market.
Yeah, it is sort of the holy ground of kill comps there. It is just so you're able to execute kill comps so well on there because you have the 2 lanes, so your goalie can really lock it in and keep it defended while you're killing people, and because that central barrier are also forced to the edges, so it's just the perfect combination of goalie being able to hold it down and enable forwards to kill in an area that is easier for forwards to kill in. So just absolutely, it really is Now's Unpaid Interns, probably one of their best maps, if not the best map. They've really put a lot of practice into it, and we might see them try to go for the Mako era X comp again, because we saw that previously. However, I do believe it is also that monumentalist 1-2 punch starts. That's going to throw some wrenches in the plans, especially when you're team 2. If you're not, because blue side has the option to first pick Now if it's not banned. So on team 2, you basically have to be the one to ban Now as long as your opponent plays, and I'm pretty sure we do have at least one Now player on the side of the Glitch Witch Gunslingers. So that's going to potentially be a ban that they have to deny, away from a ban you were talking about earlier, where, sure, you can ban the Now, but that means you can't ban other characters. So we're going to see how they play this, especially it might go the other way, where Glitch Witch Gunslingers don't want to deal with the Monu Now twice in a row.
Absolutely, and another thing to note that you didn't really mention, a blue side, sure, they're comfortable just giving the Now, leaving the Now open, and they just play it, right? But even if red side bans the Now, you're still giving the era, right? The era Mako X is notorious on this map. And with the Monumentalist 1-2, I mean, that's like an era Mako X dream, right? X very comfortable with 1-2, but even if you don't, you can just ban the Now, give the era, and you still have other options, right? You can run the Estelle Rasmus if you want, White Zero. There's just so many options right now on the table, but we don't really have a guaranteed. And from what I'm looking at, it looks like we're probably just going to ban the Now and play the era. We're actually going to ban the X.
Makes sense. You ban the X. Right. If you're a blue team, then you want the enemy team to ban Now, but if they don't, you pick the Now. Although they might also just pick the era anyways. Deny the era Mako X, but they're going to get Now Julie. Probably Mako as well there, unless it's signed by Wet Zero. Well, come on, Wet Zero's Taro goalie, you can do it. I mean, he's not going to, but, he hovered it earlier. It would be hilarious to see, but they're trying to lock in now. They have the era Asher Atlas, potentially, sort of an anti-kill comp. Asher, of course, can brawl a little bit. Even Atlas can get some kills, and Era, of course, NATO with Manu is going to be very powerful. But with the Atlas healing, the Era speed, and Asher being able to defend herself with her secondary, there's a lot against kill comps that you have in this. But of course, I mean, if I'm Ikigai here, or sorry, if not Ikigai, if I'm Yachty here, I'm kind of getting a little bit of PTSD of just, Era against Julie again.
Yeah,
it might be rough.
We've seen the Nugget of Julie, that 15 KOs earlier, and oh god, it started. Oh no.
The return of Era Dedge.
Yeah, and Nuggets have found his kill, earning his team a power play, able to claim that barrier gets 1-0, and it's looking like a Taiko game all over again. And Juliet Wolf's going to catch it, and Nugget just seems so dominant on this Juliet pick. It's insane how comfortable he is on this Julie. And, with a Now and a Mako to back you up, I mean, you just get to play, you just get to do whatever you want. You know, your team will get in you, and that's it. And Nuggets found another kill. It's it's the Tycho game all over again. Oh no.
I mean, Nuggets just making a montage over here. He's got the first blood, double kill, triple kill, soon to be, and I mean, it's basically all on Era because, you know, Asher has the tech. She can use that secondary to gain some damage resistance and knockback resistance, or Asher can actually get the kill there with the pummelers and the 1-2 punch as well. Not a slouch to the dash punch either, just a little bit of a different way. That's going to be a power play, but can they get something with it? Etormi able to hold on so well with this. And, I mean, sure, you kill Julie, but she doesn't really lose anything from it. There's no prize fighter, there's no stacks on stacks, no rampage, just 1-2 punch, so you got a little bit of experience, so you're higher in the draft order, which is really nice. But if you don't get anything from power play, it's kind of useless. Core flip, though, used from Wet Zero, goes around but doesn't get anything done, and we're kind of seeing it's happening again where the Glitch Witch Gunslingers, that's another barrier going down, but the Glitch Witch Gunslingers just aren't playing the comp really to its strengths, as we see Era playing in a forward position and we see the Asher playing more behind, trying to give some support and double goalie. That's going to be a now arrow to kill Atlas. And, I mean, it's just really well played there. I mean, what do you do as Atlas there? The core is going to the bottom, so you have to get there. You think, oh, maybe it's fine. I can tank the now arrow, but then boom, it's Manu now, who has so much extra damage from that you just get knocked into your own goal.
Yeah, it's very rough. And, you know, something to note is that this Asher can kind of play like a Juliet here, opting into the pummelers and the 1-2, you know. We used to talk about the Ash punch, you know, the little discount. Honestly, not even discount. That thing has some deceptive range on it, deceptive kill power, but it's just very hard to find it, especially whenever you're forced to play in your net, you know. And Nugget just is going to be able to play forward, play however he wants. There's the Ash punch. Look at the damage it did to Venkui, but you know, now secondary, she's going to shrug it off. Nugget with a good dash punch, able to find that barrier. Wet Zero going to find the flip, and it's going to counter by the Juliet ult. And yeah, I mean, you have a flip that you can get to your Juliet at any time you're at set point. Ooh, oh,
that is a Tormi going down.
Oh, that's a Tormi. My bad.
The teams are switching up between games. It makes sense. But there's a Tormi going down to an Aranado, not paying as much attention. Even had a core flip to dodge it, but just kind of trying to play greedily in the corner. But of course, the goal is open. Wet Zero MOBA moment. Even hit the sorry on that one. I'm not sure if Wet Zero does play MOBA. I'm not sure on the lore of that. But whether or not he does play MOBA, that is assuredly a MOBA moment. We see now here with so many good options here. Could deny Cast to Last from Era. Could go stacks on stacks. Stinger for damage. Catalyst. Even Heavy Impact is pretty nice on her. But it's going to go stacks on stacks for the speed. Of course, is very nice. Keeps it out of the hands of Atlas as well. But Atlas does get Catalyst because of that.
Yeah. And here we are. Era is going to be able to pick up like a Cast to Last. And Maka is very comfortable with the reverb. And I mean, hey, we saw what happened last time. Happened last time Nugget started putting this build together, putting the Lego house together, this Juliet 1-2 Heavy Impact. I mean, it was already a slaughter. 4 kills in, almost.
Yeah. And a great dodge there by Venkui as well. A little bit of inside knowledge on the training that these guys have been going through. I have seen Ace Customs where Venkui did not dodge that Asher dash punch several times in a row and learned the hard way that you have to respect that Asher secondary primary combo. So good coaching there by the Now organization there against their interns. But Ikigai actually going to find the goal there. Finally, it's one of those things, Glitch Witch Gunslinger, they play the comp to the strengths. They have Asher in that forward position. They have Era in the midfield. They're able to find this window here where, you know, Era is alive, Asher is forward, and they find the goal. So it's a potential for them to bring it back.
Yeah, absolutely. And Nuggets kind of just playing it forward. He's very comfortable playing in this midfield, and just kind of hovering dash punch. You know, if you walk up to this core, like, do you risk it? Because he's very good at finding it. And, you know, even if you evade it, I mean, that's still worth, you know? Then you don't have it for his ult. And anyways, Glitch Witch Gunslingers, a bit of pressure here. Building up, Etormi is going to be able to clear top side. That NATO is not going to do anything, unfortunately. Nuggets, the flip is coming up. Atlas res will come out. Nugget's just going to hold his flip for now, and he's going to get it there, and I don't think you can do anything with 3 people in front of you. That's just not favorable positioning for that flip. And it's going to go over to Etormi and Gooey, but I mean, like, there's no real pressure here. We just have nothing on cooldown.
Yeah, we see though Etormi does still have the flip. Oh, but unfortunately holds secondary a little too long though, gets the own barrier there. That is another kill onto Era. Power play begins. Tail as old as time. Nugget though, defended against by that Atlas secondary. Etormi hits the flip, doesn't hit the barrier though. The now arrow's a little bit too late to secure it. And Nugget not able to dash punch with a great Asher protection. And Etormi gets night marketed by himself. And Atlas gets the credit there. You know what? At the end of the day, that was a homie stock. You know, Wet Zero got the own goal last set. Etormi has to get the own goal this set. That's just how it works. It was just good sportsmanship from Etormi there, not an accidental night market. Not at all. That would never happen.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, whether it be nerves, homie stock, whatever we're talking about, they've decided to give it up. And we're here at set point for Glitch Witch Gunslingers, a place we haven't been in what feels like quite a while. I get playing this forward. Burn. Or what? Whoa, I'm like bugging out. Etormi.
He's getting glitched by the witches.
Yeah, real. Etormi's gonna be able to play it forward. Nugget's got 3 people in front of him. He just blasted to the top side, play it there. Vinkui able to be chill. Vinkui's gonna play it forward. Dash punch is gonna come out from the Asher, and we have a power play. Core flip burned, and oh wow. Oh, it's gone. Yeah, okay. This NATO could be big. And Torby's going to be able to find a save. Nugget trying to do whatever he can, but you are just an Asher, and it does not matter. You might be a little bit better in the midfield than this Era character. Might be overrated.
Oh, and that's another diagonal dash punch there from Nugget to find the kill. The flurry as well comes out. The core flip held a little bit too long there, but actually long enough. The barrier goes down. Vinkui trying to get it forward, but Asher's pretty good. The night market angle, not found by the core flip, but did put a little bit more pressure there on the Atlas, who's able to clear it, though. Wet Zero holding onto the flip as well, looking to go against Nugget. The strike shot is really nice. Nugget trying to dash punch it in and manages to find it. I mean, Wet Zero basically had to core flip there, but that looked like it was from so far away and just barely at the maximum range that could have been, so Nugget just great knowledge of the distance there.
Absolutely, and, you know, that's Now's unpaid intern's comfort zone, being down 0-2, and they'll find their way back in. Dash punch going to come out. Nuggets building a bit of pressure here. Dash punch is going to be traded for a flip. That's very valuable. That's a barrier gone for the side of Now's unpaid interns. Nuggets playing it forward. Boom. That's top barrier gone. Both teams have traded their barriers. 1 for 1 right now.
Yeah, trying to go for a dash punch, and that's actually the 2 core flips invested to kill the Atlas. The Aranado as well stalls the core out for a little bit. The power play is here. Can they get something done with it? The dash punch already used. The punch not enough. This now secondary not quite able to get it. It just goes up to the Atlas. The primer from Etormi is good to support and keep it forward, but it's not quite enough just yet. And the power play actually dissolves, and actually it continues. Never mind anyways. Nugget finds another kill, this time into Asher. I believe everyone now has been killed, and now the goal goes in, tying it up 2-2, taking us to another 5th point here. Now's unpaid interns. I mean, they're not looking to go quietly. They are looking to get the $10 in a coffee break, and it's probably going to be $10 in like company store credit at the company coffee shop, where like 1 cup of coffee is like $11, so they have to spend their own money anyways. But you know, it's something.
Absolutely, and Etormi, kill for the side of Iki. Etormi's gonna have his flip for this power play, and may not even need to burn it here. Nugget just kind of saying, "Hey, you know what? This Era character sucks. Juliet is the real midfielder." And yeah, Nugget's going to play it forward, find himself a barrier. The now drone's not going to do too much, but Etormi's going to play the ball up, and it's just going to kind of go around and flip, burn to the side of Etormi. That's not what you want to see.
Yeah, I mean, it is a little bit the pressure. I mean, I've been talking a little bit about the mental momentum and stuff, but Etormi just barely living there, just saved by the bell. The Era NATO not quite having the oomph to get through. Etormi a little bit late on the strike there, though. Loses the barrier to just a strike from Ikigai there, and Ikigai has the core flip, has the momentum, whiffs the core flip, though, and gets trapped in jail for whiffing it as well. A little bit unfortunate there. Night Market angle actually sends it back to Wet Zero as well. Vinkui, though, misses the dribble angle there, puts it forward, but Nugget doesn't quite have what it takes. Is also very low on HP, but the barrier does go down. Open barriers on both sides, and also it is set point for both sides. So whoever scores here finishes the setup, and it's looking pretty good for the interns, but this is the opportunity for the Gunslingers to come back. They're going to try and get it, but Itomi puts it up. It's overtime, so just strikes sometimes are enough to red court in the right set of circumstances. Nugget trying to get a little bit more damage onto Yachty here. The angle not quite found, Night Market or otherwise, by Ikigai. Now it's back in Nugget, but a secondary from Atlas Cosmic Expanse able to get it through. Now secondary, the strikes, everything's being used, but it's not enough, and that's going to be Ikigai sending it down to the bottom of the map. Getting the point deep in overtime, deep in the set on that 5th point, and Glitchwitch Gunslingers looking to potentially come back after the bracket sweep, after the reset, after the one game. They might be looking to set it in, but that is Itomi having the choice of Glass Cannon, Team Player, Big Fish, and so many good options. They're going to go Team Player. That is the coaching coming through there. Team Player is one of the best awakenings on that Mako. If you have your passive up, it is instant red core with Team Player. Nothing else is needed for that. You just get it for free. It's really good. That's also going to be the Big Fish picked up by Nugget, looking to potentially combo with a bulk up later on. Reptile Remedy going the way of Inkui, preventing the enemy from getting that, and also just healing on the Now as well is really nice there. Just more healing, so less likely to be killed. But again, on the other side, quick strikes on Asher. You have Prime Time on Wet Zero. Chrono Boost with the Castellast already on Era. Just really good drafting from the side of Glitchwitch Gunslingers as well.
Absolutely, and Nugget's going to play this forward here in this corner, and Dash Punch will not land, unfortunately. Tormi, bit of defense here, and that's a good save. Passing it up to Vinkui, and Nugget's got the ball for now. And it's kind of just going back, around the world, go around the globe. Once, they're going to go around it twice, and that's just how it goes right now. Asher kind of forced to play back, not really able to build a lot of pressure. Neither team really is. Ooh. Oh, I say that, but Nuggets found themselves a barrier, and this core is going up.
Yeah, I think that was actually a failed corner angle by Wet Zero. That's actually made a goal as well, taken by Nugget. But I think what happened there is Wet Zero hit it down to try and hit the corner angle so that it would go forward and hit a Tormi's barrier on the other side. But instead, he hit it just shy of the corner on the flat wall, so it actually bounced backwards into his own barrier. Tragic there, off by 1 pixel, 0.1 degree on the angle, but that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes, and especially this deep into these games, these players, fatigued after playing Omega Strikers for so long in such high stakes in this finale, playing for the first place. You can really see the pressure getting to them. Yachty almost dying, but the punch from Nugget was a little bit delayed, probably on cooldown for an extra second there, and the Atlas ult comes out to protect Yachty. Vinkui dying with flip there, really unfortunate there for now. For now, Unpaid Interns, and for now herself there, playing on the team of the Interns. And we see Yachty going to the top, interrupted by Primary from Tormi there. Really nicely done. Nugget lurking on the sides here, looking to try and get some kills. Great secondary from that Monu now. Able to get a barrier there off the dribble, but another barrier is claimed here. Almost a double. Actually a double there. Yachty putting it in after the rebound. And that's going to be Ikigai putting it into the bottom. No! Misses the angle tragically there. Again, you hit these angles just slightly off, and it's not enough. That's going to be another kill. Nugget, I believe, was a kill flip onto the Era. But Wet Zero finds a really crazy angle there. Tormi was rushing to the bottom to try and cover it, but actually, if it just stayed in the top, it would have been fine. You hate to see that kind of thing. It's a snap decision to make, and again, if you're slightly off on these angles, on the angle predictions, on anything, Night Market will just destroy you.
Absolutely, and here we go. Almost everybody level 10, level 9. Besides the Tormi, who's chilled at level 8. That's the average Mako experience. And, here we go. Nugget trying to build a little bit of offensive pressure here, but he's just kind of swarmed right now by 3 players, and Inkui's kind of just chilling in midfield, which is he's fine with. Okay, if they're going to swarm 3 players, that means they're not going to have anybody to play the ball forward. Nuggets, bit of a lucky goal, I think. And yeah, it's just going around.
Yeah, it was nicely worked out by Nugget there. I think it was a bit of an accident, but kind of a purposeful accident, just the different execution than expecting. Use the Now secondary to not have to strike, so we have to strike to counter, but gets the goal in the end anyways. But that's one of the things you can do, is if you have that Now secondary, you can use it to basically strike the core for you and preserve your strike to win the strike war afterwards. But in the end, it was just a really fortunate bounce, so he didn't even have to use that second strike to get it in, and nobody was expecting to bounce like that, so it just goes free without a strike war. But that's going to be another berry going down. Ikigai able to shove it through on this Asher, of course. That's kind of Asher's main thing with Core Flip as well. Really nice, even with the ensnare drums, not quite enough. And that's a lot of momentum here. Good angle from Etormi is found, but it's not enough to clear the... Ooh, the Aeronado as well is enough to secure it. Scores the goal. Etormi living by the skin of his teeth there, not dying to the Aeronado, just barely. But one thing I actually want to say there is Vinkui is actually slightly ahead of Nugget in experience there, was at level 10 when Nugget was still at 9, which really is a testament to this now midfield, even in the face of all the kills that Nugget's been getting. Vinkui's been finding some kills and just a lot of core control as well, so just really good midfield play there on a map highlighted for its killing.
Yeah, and here we are. Vinkui's able to play this forward a little bit. Nugget's going to claim himself a barrier. It could have been a double, but it's just not going to happen tonight. Vinkui's playing it forward. He's got his flip. He is safe. No Ash Punch out on the table right now. We just burned all the cooldowns. It's kind of just on the side of Now's unpaid interns, and Nugget just found the KO that he needs, and it could be very brutal if you're an unpaid intern fan.
Yeah, I mean, it is really nice to see Wet Zero going for a nice core flip angle, buys a lot of time. The barrier is still alive after the power play. Ooh, Nugget trying to go for the kill flip, misses it, but actually does secure the goal by moving the goalie away, and secures the goal with the punch as well. Vinkui found a really nice angle into the goal there at the bottom. Not sure if it quite would have gone in or bounced off the bottom, but either way, we'll never know because of a great timed punch, stuns up the goalie and redirects the core at the same time. Whether it was a steal or an actual secure, well, Nugget got the goal, got the set, and that's what's important, and his reward with the prize fighter, bulk up, is going to go the prize fighter at the end of the day. Atlas has the options of Orb Dancer, Hot Shot, Perfect Form, even to deny as well. Going to go for the Hot Shot, just a classic on that Atlas. You have really long cooldowns, and you also want to clear faster, so it's just one of the best goalie awakenings overall. But now gets Perfect Form, a lot of hits, denies Asher, but Asher, peak performance, pretty good. Speed on that Asher, but speed on Mako as well with the Orb Dancer, and of course, Era with the Era Ulls. More dash awakenings, so they're just going to be blitzing across the map with speed.
Big thing we have to watch out for besides this hotshot Atlas is Nugget. He picked up that prize fighter, and we've seen this build before. We've seen what he's done with it. Slightly altered. But yeah, wow, I mean, okay. As I was talking, these guys kind of just decided, yeah, we're going to go score. Or, we don't care about your defenses. We don't care about the strike force. We're just going to put it in. But yeah, if Nugget's able to get this prize fighter stacked, which he is done before, he's proven that he's got that dog in him. Then this could be a repeat, and there it is. That's the second prize fighter stack.
Yeah, was a kind of an unfortunate bounce off of the middle into the Aeronado to get the barrier, but it did kind of set up the Asher for the kill, just with the way that Ikigai was positioning there. Strike Wars across the top here, just now and Asher hitting it back and forth, and again, Nugget is just on top of it with the kill flip combos, dash punch, core flip so difficult to get, and the double barrier as well with help from Vinkui's arrow. That's going to be an open goal here. Now's unpaid interns looking to close out the bracket reset 4-game sweep here, but that's a prize fighter stack reduced down to 2 as Asher gets a great kill. Etormi alive, but out of the way, not able to defend against the goal. But keeps the orb stacks alive. Holding the primary there, Vinkui also has the core flip, but is going to get stunned away from using. Going to use it now. Defended really nicely by a timely secondary from Wet. Able to keep this point alive. The red cores from Etormi, though, with the team player in overtime with the passive even as well. The flurry from Nugget just barely, not enough to go through. Etormi hitting it down to the bottom. Ikigai going around the top. Vinkui hitting it through. And in the end, it goes to Ikigai who puts it through. And that is Glitchwitch Gunslingers 1 point away from taking the set.
Yeah, and if they do, that will put us on set 5 of the game that matters. I think this game, you don't have an option. Glitchwitch has to... They've kind of found their footing, and as I say it, I mean, we're dead again, and we're full prize fighter stacks on Nuggets, but Paul's going to go around. Atlas is going to be burning the flip for just a little moment of safety. Era is back up, but Nugget's still playing it forward. The Aeronado's not going to really find anything. This strike shot will lead to that bottom barrier. Could be a top barrier as well if they're not careful. Vinkui's going to be able to play it forward. Nugget's got the ball forward, and it's back on the side of unpaid interns. And here we go. It's being ping pong happening. Not going to find the dash punch kill. That is a little unfortunate. And we have nothing to score with. Atlas is just going to be able to pretty comfortably. 2 flips for the side of unpaid interns, and I mean, you're just chilling. You know, you are down 2 points, but for this point right now, you know, you're comfortable. Oh no, you're not. Just kidding. That's a power play for the side of Glitch Bridge.
Yeah, like kill flip out of Ikigai is enough to maybe set up the point here, and a great counter on the flip from Atormi. Atormi not quite having the patience to hold it that long, but if he held any longer, it might have even gone into the just not core flip state, and that's going to be Glitch Witch Gunslingers one set away, and I mean, that's Orb Ponder available, unstoppable. Going to go for an ad rush deny against the Julie makes a lot of sense, especially if you're on that Asher that has been able to pick up a couple of kills. So really nice stuff here. We might see a rapid fire deny away from this era, or a twin drive as well, or even just Orb Ponder on Atormi. Gonna wait and stall the draft for a little bit, goes for the Orb Ponder, and we do see Julie picking up Unstoppable, but that does mean that Atlas gets twin drive. What will the now go? Missile prop is the call at the end. A little bit more damage, a little bit more range. Really nice to see, although Siege Machine is also really good on the now, because you do have a very similar thing there, but you also get the duration, because of course your projectiles are creation, so you still get the damage boost. But it's going to be Vinkui going for the extra range on the missile prop there, which can be very helpful, and I think it's a slight bit of damage increase as well.
Absolutely, and one thing to note, I think this Wet Zero might have God's weakest Atlas build, the Primetime Twin Drive Hot Shot Monu. I mean, you're just printing cooldowns, and you know, it doesn't matter how many kills Nugget gets, you're going to have a cooldown up for it, you know? Maybe even 2, sometimes 3. On top of the Catalyst, you know, having that extra energy, and there we go, and Nugget will find a barrier, and it's going to be cleared down to Iki, and back down to Itormi, and they're going to play it forward. The NATO is not going to find any value. Nugget's not going to get a kill, the Asher secondary. I'm kind of bailing him out. We just have nothing here. Core flip to the side of Wet Zero is going to be burned, try to clear it out for a bit. Whether we have cooldowns or not isn't important. Atlas primary sending it forward. Nuggets going to get interrupted by the Atlas primary. The Asher secondary knockback resist is really coming in clutch here, making sure Nugget doesn't stack up that prize fighter.
Yeah, we see, though, Wet Zero really burning the cooldowns a lot here, so he doesn't have too many left. I mean, he does have all of the cooldown reduction and all that, but you know, I'm worried that it might be a sort of a false sense of confidence where because you think you have all the abilities, you kind of waste a few too many, and that's going to be another barrier going down there. Thought he could just strike it, but couldn't. Vinkui a little bit struggling on the bottom side here in sort of a 2v1. Itormi going for a core flip, goes down to Nugget, bit of a weird night market angle, and misses actually the barrier. The Strangle actually able to clear it. Wet Zero almost in a very bad situation there. But not able to secure the goal are the interns, and another night marketing off the Bewitching Beam sends it backwards, but Nugget's not quite able to get it in the midst of all of these Atlas abilities. The core flip from Vinkui's not quite enough, the dash punch from Nugget's not enough, the core flip from Wet Zero clears it forward, but Atormi sends it back with primary. The flurry from Nugget is really good with a strike to follow it up, is going to take 1 point, and this is the kind of thing where you start to stress on both sides, because on the Gunslingers, this is it. 2 points and you are out. Your second place is not a bad finish, but you're not first. If you're now's unpaid interns, this is the point where you're, you know, beginning. If you ever were to choke, this is where it would be. And I really don't want to put that on them, so I hope they're not listening. But Atormi gets a double own barrier with the secondary, and it immediately gets Bewitching Beams, and I hope I didn't just bring that into existence.
Oh, you might.
This is the way that it falls, because this is, I know these players, and they can be very momentum-based players, where if they're doing well, they're doing really well, but as soon as they start losing, they can sort of have those hiccups. I really hope they don't, and they have been doing lots of really good stuff here. Another dash punch kill on Nugget as well, really nice, but an astral projection from the Atlas is able to force it through the Juliet flurry there. Also has the core flip, gonna use it there. Night market angle kind of goes to the top and stalls it on the other side of the map for a nice little bit more time. Astral projection though, and snare drums, everything is going forward, but a core flip is forced out of Wet. Night market angle from Atormi is almost in the goal there, but it was defended. But it was a really nice angle to put it through. Nugget has the core, is gonna put it down to the bottom, but Ikigai is there, gets a kill onto the goalie, and that's gonna be potentially the game. Now's unpaid interns are 1 goal away from taking 4 straight games in a double best-of-3 sweep bracket reset grand finale.
Yeah, and that's not something many teams can say. And yeah, I mean, they just take that first barrier. Vinkui and Itormi having both their flips up. Nugget triple prize fighter up, being able to claim that barrier with nothing but just a strike. And here we are, open barriers. You are so comfortable if you're now on bait entrance. He's gonna play it forward, burn that flip to save it, and Nugget's gonna find the dash, and it's gonna be saved by Zero's flip, but oh my. It's very close.
Tormy own barriers there a little too steep on the angle, but manages to clear it almost around Ikigai, but loses the barrier there. Vinkui puts it forward with the secondary, has the core flip as well, is going to look to try and get it to the dash punch. That is going to be a kill onto Vinkui, who teleported forward and got hit by what was meant for Nugget. Really unfortunate there, and Glitchwitch Gunslinger is looking to potentially come back here. Nugget gets hit a lot, but doesn't die. Manages to clear it down. Core flip is nice, but it's defended by a great primer from a Tormy, who dies and loses the orb stacks as Vyadi goes, and that is tragic for the side of Now's Unpaid Interns. 1 point away. No orbs on a Tormy. Can they do it, or will Glitchwitch Gunslingers begin their own reverse?
Yeah, absolutely. No orbs on the Mako, no stacks on your Now. You just took a huge power loss, almost a kill on Vinkui again, and they're going to claim, they're not going to claim, oh, they are claiming that bottom barrier, yes. And Asher's going to be able to play this forward. Tormy's not going to be able to hold that, and Asher's setting up beautifully, and it's just the Era Beam might put it in, it's actually not. Let Zero dribbling out, trying to find an opening to get it to getting it to Yachty, and Yachty's found the way forward. Asher has the ball forward, and the Era Nado's going to go wide, not really going to grant you much. Nugget has to find something. He will find that top barrier, and the dash punch will be traded. Let Zero sitting comfortably against a no dash punch Julie with his flip.
Yeah, but he has to use the flip immediately. Tormy going to the top side doesn't really have a good clear here past Yachty, who's playing really well in that corner. Vinkui trying to get it through, but the Arenado is brutal, going to do a ton of damage, and that's going to be the goal. Ikigai putting it down in the bottom, even as the Arenado covers it. Really well played there by the Gunslingers. I was fearing for them as we saw this Monu now and the Juliet again. But even with the Julie putting in the work, in the end, Wet Zero with a well-deserved MVP, just able to hold it down in so many of those situations, and just a really tragic loss of momentum in that second to last point, as we saw Now dying to a bad teleport angle, teleport a little too close to the edge, and just lost a lot of momentum in that point. But I mean, I am not going to complain for getting to see more of these teams.
Absolutely, and we will be seeing more of them in the very final match. We went the distance, we're we're not getting out of here for, I mean, if the game goes same length as that one, another 30 minutes, we will be heading over to Atlas's laboratory, and we'll see what these teams can cook up. That's a map I don't think we've seen tonight. Not really in a while. I don't think we saw it last round. I don't think we saw it last round nor the round before. So it's been a minute. Oh no, we did see it 2 rounds before, but it was with a different team. So Atlas Lab, I don't think we've seen either of these teams play on it. I could be wrong about that, so don't hold my word to it.
Well, you see, actually, 5 years ago, these teams, before they were teams, had a random norms game where they all queued into the same No.
Yeah, true. We are looking at Twin Drive Siege Machine start, assuming the starting awakenings are correct, which I imagine they would be. So, I mean, what's our thoughts? Glitchwitch found their footing, found their little... their stepping stones, if you will, to success. Maybe finding the ground again. Are we going to have a winners final with the 2-1 for the side of Glitchwitch, or are you still rooting for unpaid interns?
I mean, I got a rep for the interns there. The Gunslingers are, of course, another solid team. Got some friends on the team. I don't want to rep against them. I'm cheering for both of them. I'm just cheering a little bit more for the interns. Although in the chat there, do please be civil. It is a hype game, but let's keep things a little bit civil. These are both fun games, both good teams, and it'll be a good match when we get into it.
Yeah, absolutely. We are be loading into it soon. Wow. What a run. Oh my god. That was a 30-minute night market game. Can you believe that? 30-minute night market
Was it
game.
actually?
It was 28 minutes and like 40 seconds.
Ooh, I mean that was that's the payback for having a quick Oni game.
Yeah, I mean, true. It could have been worse. We could have gone from a long Oni game into a long night market game. I will. Yeah, no, this is peak. Peak cinema.
Mm-hmm. Good stuff, though. I mean, it is. I'm looking forward to see what they pull out in this final game. Both teams are cooking, and I mean, AtLab feels in a way like a letdown of a finale because it's not like a fun, novel one, but like AtLab is going to be some peak Omega Strikers because both these teams have obviously practiced this map a ton. It is going to be both teams' comfortable map. It is one of the most popular ones, so every team that's practicing is getting practicing on these maps. And even if they aren't actively practicing and setting up scrims and stuff to practice the map specifically, it just appears so often in tournaments that they get practice on it anyways. So we're going to get to see some peak Omega Strikers even more than the night market. But one of the things that's going to be interesting is we're going to have that Twin Drive Siege Machine start, which means no Monu, which means no Now Prio. So Venkui is finally potentially free to play not Now and instead take out the Vice. So we might see just even more kill comp come out than even on night market.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot. We could also. It's entirely possible we see like the Now Atlas though. You know, to kind of play that anti-comp with the Twin Drive. But I mean, there's just so much you could do, and with AtLab, I mean, AtLab allows you to play like just raw kill comp, but like also core control comps do plenty fine on that map. You know, you just play around blowing up the star every single chance you get, so that you have more room to work with. And I mean, you know, we saw a lot of nerves, I feel like, show up last game. I think from both teams, really. You know, I think it's kind of stressful for Glitch Witch whenever you're on your last legs, you know, your last stand. You're about to be out. Mm-hmm. That's like super stressful. We saw the Wet Zero, the MOBA moment. Whatever happened there, then the same thing with the night market angle for the opposite side. Like, it's very stressful, and so hopefully we're able to at least keep it in check, you know. Not really sure how much tournament experience any of these players have, but
yeah, this is at the very least the Glitch Witch Gunslingers, I believe, is sort of CCL teams cobbled together, not necessarily one CCL team, but they at least have some experience there. I believe they did get to the playoffs there, which is a little bit more longer form as well. So they have some experience playing into the later stages of a tournament. But of course, Now's Unpaid Interns have also been getting put through the ringer, so neither team is really super inexperienced at playing long hours. And I mean, especially Etormi, for those of you who, you know, might think, you know, that name seems oddly familiar, but I can't quite place it. Etormi is the highest level player in Omega Strikers. Last I checked, it was over 1,000. And so you have probably seen him queuing in the norms if you haven't been following along Osas. He's in the norms queues. He's been there for a long time, but he's actually recently hit the rank queues recently. Finally freed himself from the shackles of norms in a way. And we're finally getting into the game here. We're going to be starting up and getting to see what these teams are cooking up in the draft with all that extra time.
Absolutely, because we did have quite a bit of time there. You know, we were kind of just chilling. What did I just do? Uh-oh. Anyways, all right. Atlas's lab. Etormi's hovering this Asher. We got the Zentaro coming through. Something to note, though, we do have this rune hovered. And we could... Never mind. Just kidding. That's just a rune band coming through.
I would have been quite surprised because Ikigai, formerly known as Rail Mix, well known for that rune, one of his favorites. We see the X-Band coming out, but that means Vice is available here. Not sure what they're going to be picking up here. We do see Asher pick from Etormi. We see Era and Kai from the side of the Glitch Witch Gunslingers. But we do see that Rasmus Estelle return to form on Nugget and Venkui, of course. Playing that against Among Titans, they were brutal and clinical on that. But Wet Zero on that Atlas has been allowed to go through. That is some terrifying stuff coming out, but it's also this double midfield comp that didn't quite manage to make it all the way, but of course it was also against Monu now, so we're going to see if maybe they've, workshopped it a little bit, they find what they can get through. But it's also not on Oni Village, so it's a lot easier to kill this double midfield comp that has the more squishy characters.
Yeah, absolutely, and I mean, besides that, this era guy just, I mean, I hate to say it, they just are not going to be eating these barriers, unfortunately. And Nuggets being able to find both the barriers for himself. The Beam's going to play it forward a little bit. And, it may be a slow start right now, but I think unpaid interns just have to play this slow, play it consistent, play it to the book, and they'll find themselves a pretty casual win. Oh, the Atlas secondary, the Twin Drive was not accounting for it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely a really good pickup on that character. In fact, on every character in the game has taken that Twin Drive. We see almost perfectly mirrored gear in Awakenings, the only difference being that Tormi has the Mom Boots, where Wet Zero has that Strike Shot. Everyone else, of course, taking those Slick Kicks, just move around faster. Barriers so far still standing for the interns. Great Rosewarp puts it through Yachty, and Nugget puts it in. And it feels kind of good to say that again, where Vinkui is finally setting it up and has the leeway there on that Estelle, playing that midfield, return to classic non-pure damage form there, slightly less chaotic matches, as it is really nice to see some classic play on a classic map. The team's really going to be taking out the angles and playing a lot more of a technical game here.
Absolutely, and Nugget's going to find himself a barrier with that hook, claiming the bottom one. Vinkui's going to play it top. Blink's not going to land, but that's all right. Tormi's going to bait out everything pretty much. I mean, he just won that interaction hard. And Nugget's got it up, and with the secondary to play it forward in a flip, this could be really dangerous for Wet.
Yeah, Giga as well to dribble it forward, but the core flip is perfectly parried by a barrier beam. Vinkui also has the core flip. Not going to use it just yet. In fact, there's 3 core flips on the side of the interns. Core flip from Nugget goes around the back of the barrier. Not quite sad boysing today. Core flip from Vinkui up to Nugget, but it's not quite put through. Great defense there by Ikigai. Piercing shot down along the bottom, sets up Yachty for almost a kill with the pendulum swing, but it's not quite gotten either. It was a good idea. The Giga, though, sending it back and forth. Corfu from a Tormi goes into a hook from Nugget, but a Corfu from Wet is going to shut down the play. Rosewarp stops the barrier from going down. The Aeronado goes a little bit wide because it was cleared around. Tormi keeping the one barrier alive, but actually sped it up a little bit too much. That's going to be 2 barriers going down. Wet passing forward. Black Hole dribble is really nice, but goes to Vinkui instead. We see the barrage used. Yachty's moving forward, but it gets up to Nugget. Can Nugget put it in with a pendulum swing? Yes, he can.
Yeah, that's just a really good read by Nugget. He may not have set up that dribble, but realizing what was like the next natural. Like that's the clear that feels natural. It's the clear that doesn't feel right, but that's what feels natural. I know, because I'm also doing that clear, and then I'm telling it's gonna be like, man, why did I do that?
Yep. It's a classic goalie hindsight is 2020. Ooh, the sad boys angle actually is found there, unfortunately, by Ikigai, and that's a kill as well. Not a good few seconds there for the Gunslingers, but they do manage to not claim a barrier there. Great Rosewarp from Vinkui. Giga Blast to keep the play going, and does find the strike war in the end. In the power play, 2v3, really 1v2, Ikigai manages to find a barrier. Yachty, though, spawns it and immediately gets black holed. Tormi trying to get around here. The NATO is really nice, but the support from the era, the strike is not quite perfectly angled to go behind the NATO, so it doesn't get the barrier. Tormi is able to clear it. Pendulum Swing gets the bottom barrier there. Second barrier, though, so far living with a great astral projection from Wet Zero to clear.
Absolutely, and Nugget's going to be able to play it forward. Not a lot of pressure here under Wet Zero. That beam's not going to quite land. The NATO might do something. Asher has died. Power play for the side of Glitch Witch Gunslingers. Yachty's got his flip, could do something here. And Gui's not going to be able to save it. Bit of a misread, but it's honestly okay. Honestly, I'm kind of down for you, not to even burn your flip and just save it to end this set here,
Yeah, and especially on AtLab where it's not infeasible to get that double barrier with a core flip, especially if you get the double sad boys angle where you go around and hit the middle twice. It can be really good use of that core flip, so saving it instead of trying to maybe parry a goal when you're up. Passport is really nice, just wins the interaction against that, but the hook actually is a pass to Yachty instead of to Nugget there. A little bit unfortunate there. Barrier goes down to the good Kai Barrage there. And another barrier goes down on the other side. Wet Zero still has one, though, and that's the important thing here. Rosewarp goes forward. Piercing Shot keeps it forward. Strikes as well are one, but the actual projection is good. Core Flip, counter flipped, and a great angle there goes behind Vinkui with a just absolutely great on these angles. All series long, all day long, Vinkui's been putting out absolute bangers of angles in unlikely situations, finding just the perfect one. Core Flip through the Astral Projection is countered by a Barrage. Dribble off the Black Hole, though, sets it up for Yachty, who puts it forward, but a pass from Atormi to Nugget almost puts it in. The secondary from Nugget is not quite perfectly set up. Hook onto Ikigai is going to mean a little bit of time is bought here, but the position isn't perfect, and Ninterns are really struggling to get the perfect setup that they're looking for with this comp, and Yachty winning a strike war on the bottom is going to put it in.
That's very unfortunate. He tore me. Dashed towards it, but got stuck with that like last little tick of the Era NATO stopped his dash. That kind of sucks. And here we are, Yachty with his flip coming up. Iki's with his as well, and both barriers for the side of Now's Unpaid Interns falling. He will burn flip to trade your one, and actually trade your both. And it could be anybody's set.
Yeah, we also saw Nugget using the pendulum swing a little bit early, hoping for a down clear, but it was an up clear anyways. The secondary as well used, actually dribbles it up for the opponent, buys a little bit of time. Interns trying to lock in here, trying to get the last bit of effort needed. Atormi clearing to the top. The Piercing Shot stuns up the Era, sets the core back up for a pass to Nugget. Can Nugget put it in? The hook is not quite perfect. The Rose Warp gets it through, but the strike misses. The NATO actually kind of sets it up for Era to get to it and pass to Nugget, but the interception is really good. The Black Hole actually interrupts the Piercing Shot, does a bunch of damage to Yachty, but means that the core stays on this left side of the screen here, and that is going to be Atormi just barely not getting the dash. Unfortunate for the Interns, but Gunslingers with a lot of momentum going here. And again, this is it. Whoever wins this game takes the tournament, becomes the first place Osas team, and whoever loses gets second and graduates. No opportunity to run it back for a first place finish. And I mean, Era gets extra special, Deadeye, Orb Dancer, Reverb even, not too bad. Gonna go for the Orb Dancer speed. It seems that potentially Vinkui was also looking at that. Gonna go for an extra special is really nice to pick up, but the explosive entrance on Kai gonna mean that those Gigas are a lot of damage coming out in addition to the extra speed. But bulk up on Atormi gonna be a little bit more, have a little bit more stagger, live a little bit longer, and do a lot more damage. So the Rampage having to be picked up on the Atlas just to deny Nugget from the size, but that does mean that he gets that reverb for a little bit more cooldown. You might see that sort of other style of Rasmus where you can really go that sort of size stacking or the ability stacking. Can do a little bit of both, but it tends to lean one way or the other. One barrier goes down. The Sad Boys angle, actually it's a Sad Boys double. Never mind, Atormi's, it's the Interns, not Atormi's Interns. But actually just going from weeping to celebrating after that. Atormi trying to clear it past the Era. The NATO isn't perfect. The Giga goes wide. Nugget secondaries it down to Yachty, and Vinkui loses the Strike War, unfortunately. But wins it that time, and that's important. The second time, unfortunately, just that size denial is really hurting this Rasmus, who doesn't have the range to really pendulum swing as Nugget would like to. The hook is good, but it's interrupted by the projection. Secondary, not able to get out in time. Great core flip from Wet Zero, who's just absolutely putting on a clinic of how to goalie here. Atormi is well holding it down, but Wet Zero's ability usage on this Atlas has been textbook perfection, really, in so many cases. Barrage as well is nice, but Atormi, there's the defense on the other side, passing it all the way forward. Beautiful team play by the Interns there, right as overtime hits. We see Atormi holding it down against that Kai Barrage, which can be surprisingly difficult to do. Gets it through to Vinkui. Vinkui gets it through to Nugget, and Nugget gets it in the goal. That is the classic Interns. That's what you want to be seeing, and that is what they can execute on. They just have to really lock in for it.
Absolutely, and you know, that overtime proc is really what you're wanting to play for. You have to kind of just hold until you get to the overtime, where this Atlas struggles to deal with the red speed. He's just too slow to deal with it, especially because Wet is a strike shot Atlas. He doesn't go that momentum boost to help him keep up with the ball in overtime, and sure, strike shot can occasionally do it, but you know, before then you either need red speed early or you need that overtime proc. And I mean, occasionally you might find sets like this or points like this where you grab him at 30 seconds, but that's going to be few and far between at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it is just Ooh, it's tragic for the side of the interns as they lose that first barrier, but the core flip from Ikigai is weighted out. The hook is good from Nugget to take a barrier on the other side. Now it's evened up again. The Giga actually doesn't get much done either, but neither does the core flip from Nugget. But in the end, it's not enough anyways. It's so back and forth. Things are happening. Both teams making some mistakes, making some great plays. Of course, this late into a tournament, the mistakes are going to get a little bit more and more frequent. The secondary from Nugget, right as it's timing out, I thought it was actually expired, but Wet Zero not able to defend against that, and that is a sweep for Now's Unpaid Interns, really finding their stride again. They were on the back foot for a little while. They let the pressure get to them, but they found it again. That's going to be Rasmus with the opportunity here to take Unstoppable. 1-2 punch, deny the Monu, even take Quick Strike, perfect form. So many good options here. Even peak performance with the Reverb wouldn't be bad. Going to go for the Quick Strike. That's going to allow the Atlas to get Unstoppable, though, which is pretty big. Against this Rasmus Estelle, Unstoppable is a goalie's best friend there. So, yes, Quick Strike is great on that forward, but Unstoppable on the Atlas may actually be a game-deciding thing here. But the Monu on Asher is really nice. Denies Monu from that Estelle native that we saw how brutal it was. And, I mean, if you're looking just at the draft in isolation, Quick Strikes on Rasmus, Aerials on the Estelle, and the Monu on this Asher actually isn't too bad in and of itself. That's pretty good, but on the other side, Chrono on Era, Unstoppable on your goalie Atlas, and perfect form on the Kai. Kind of a chilling draft in some ways.
Absolutely. There's a lot of power, just almost like a lot of deceptive power, you know, like I don't really consider perfect form or unstop Giga winning on the characters that they're picked on right now, but they're very strong, especially whenever you're able to stack speed on this Kai with the Era, like, to support you. They just dribble, get a lot more speed, and cool down some barrages and whatever else you need, really. Both barriers are going to be down for the side of Now's Unpaid Interns for this first point here. It's going to have that unstopped proc. The secondary is going to save it, and the Era Beam will not find it in. Wet Zero might lose his barrier to the Crystal Thorns. It's going to go around, and Kui might not be able to clear this. It's gotten to Nuggets, and this is really bad. No flip burn for either of the forwards on the Twitch Gunslingers.
Oh! Goalie goal! Itormi finding the angle around the black hole, not even flashing the use energy burst at Yachty, who had whiffed the core flip there. Unfortunate, but Itormi just finding the angle around the black hole, putting it in the goal. Nugget kind of playing distraction there as Wet Zero was trying to pay attention to Nugget and just sort of lets it go in. And I mean, you can maybe strike shot if you have it up, but so difficult to contend with even those slow goals as this slow Atlas.
Absolutely, and Nugget's going to be able to play this forward in this corner with the flip. This could be dangerous. Wet Zero will save it, but Vinkui's got his flip coming up, so can he save the second one? That is the question, and will Itormi be forced to burn his? Seems like not. He won't even need the flip to take that first barrier, and now you have flip. Oh, no.
I mean, did Nugget just break Wet Zero's ankles or what? That was really well played by him.
Absolutely, and Vinkui may have flipped, but hey, you're up 2 points. At this point, you're chilling pretty comfortably.
Yeah, I mean, that was just textbook mind games there, really. It's, you keep hitting it to the bottom, you build up this pattern. I guess, for Wet Zero it would be the top, but you keep hitting it to the bottom, you hit it over and over and over again, and then at that moment you hit it to the top and push it through with the secondary while Atlas is trying to just, I say run, but it's more like just like a power walk down to the bottom, and he just can't get that. But the Sad Boys angles found the Pearson shot isn't enough to get it, and the Giga goes wide, Itormi's flip whiffs, and that's a really unfortunate position for the interns, but they are able to get the clear. The hook is good. Doesn't get the barrier there, but they do in the end. They have to commit a lot more resources and time for it, though, unfortunately. And that's going to be Yachty trying to rescue it through the Astral Projection as well. Gets it, the Black Hole Dribble gets it to Yachty, but the Rose Warp gets it to Nugget. Atlas tries to find a clear, does manage to get it forward, which is really nice. The Arenado kind of goes a little bit wide, clears the middle of the field, but not too much is done with the second from Nugget with a piercing shot from Estelle as well is really nice, as the Crystal Thorns not enough to put it through. We have sort of interference run by Ikigai and Atlas on the Crystal Thorns. Nugget, though, defended against beautifully by a good Cosmic Expanse there, has the secondary, goes for a dribble into the corner, but actually it gets it to Vinkui, who puts him with a piercing shot there. The ultimate distraction there from Nugget. I don't know if that was intentional or not. It seemed a little unintentional, like a missed dribble off the top, but Vinkui saw the opportunity and Nugget got it into that beam for that piercing shot to work. And that's a hot shot or a rapid fire, even prime time missile prop on this Estelle. Geez, there's so many names with a vowel and then an S that I'm getting tripped up. But on this Estelle, going to be the hotshot, denies it away from the Atlas, of course, one of his best ones. And of course, it's one of Estelle's best ones as well. But that does mean missile prop falls to Atlas, especially with that strike shot. We're going to be seeing that go a lot further afield, especially the astral projections as well. Strike shot missile prop is so much range, so we can see Wet Zero affording to stay back a little bit more and still have that projection of power, but Might of the Colossus falling to this Rasmus, and I believe there is still big fish in the pool if we go to another draft, but of course, this is potentially the tournament set here. This is, if the interns win this set, they win.
Yeah, and that's a lot of pressure on the teams, both teams right now, perform. And yeah, I mean, both barriers down to the side and now with unpaid interns for this first point in this set. And I mean, you're chilling, kinda. This isn't where you want to be, but there's also not a lot of pressure. You know, whenever you have the momentum boots, and oh my, kill's been found on the, what is that, Kai? The guy's still gone. What's your forced to burn that secondary on the defense. The Tormi's going to be able to lay it forward, play the passes to Vinkui, and the power play is dead. But can they reset off this tempo? And it seems like they can, yeah. Tormi's got a pretty safe, clear flip to hold if he needs, and it doesn't seem like it's needed right now. Good primary from Vinkui. Nuggets is going to kind of just chill in this midfield, waiting for the ball to get to him ever so patiently. Core flip from Yachty's going to play it forward. Tormi's playing it forward himself. And Kiwi, oh, a bit of a whiff flip. The nerves getting to him. And blinks. Tormi's got, oh my god. I thought that gig got it for sure. Nugget finding the dribble off the bumper into that top pocket.
Yeah, you thought the gig got it, so did a Tormi whiffing the flip. We actually saw so many whiff flips there as the nerves are really getting to these players. They're trying to predict ahead and play their best, but you can really psych yourself out like that. Sometimes it's great. You're sort of playing above and beyond your prediction. If your prediction is correct, it looks amazing, it plays amazing, and you're just playing at another level. But if it fails like that, it can be a little bit much. You sort of have to cool yourself, cool down, and just find that peace, that zen in the middle of a very fierce match here.
Absolutely, that flow state is something you have to figure out how to unlock even in the most dire of time. Nuggets with his flip, and it could, yeah, bottom pocket. I was thinking maybe you just like primary Wet Zero, but it's not even needed. You just strike bottom corner, and Zero's stunned, and that's it. We are at possibly match point if interns can pull it out.
Yeah, this is potentially the tournament decider right here, right now. Barrage, though, looking to make that not the case. Good offense there from the side of the gunslingers, slinging their guns and bewitching and glitching the enemies. As we see another barrier going down the other side, the goal is still closed for now. Wet Zero defending like his life depends on it, because the tournament life does depend on it. If this barrier goes down, it is a stressful situation to be in, but it's not the end even if it does go down. But it's not yet. They will hold on to it. We have Ikigai going for it, but misses the barrage crucially there. Was trying to go for a dribble into barrage and to strike there. Would have been really clean and well executed, but just barely missed catching the barrage, or catching the core with the barrage. The barrage as well, the core flip, everything used there, but a Tormi just rock solid on a defender, not shoving it through this Asher. He is too good for that to happen. Vinkui actually letting it fall to a Tormi, so he has the strike available to strike War. The Tormi getting hit by the NATO, but it's not a Monu NATO this time. The offense is really good, but the defense is just a little bit better. Vinkui has the flip, not going to need to use it just yet, but probably will soon. But the barrage, the barrier beam, countered every single time. The core flip from Wet Zero panickedly whiffed there. Unfortunately, he's going to have to start building that from scratch. Again, the Giga goes wide. Core goes up to the top. Nugget's trying to get it through, but a Cosmic Expanse is really nice. Goes through Vinkui to Tormi there. Good sort of allocation of resources there, making sure midfield has everything they need to get it forward. The Rose Warp snipes the barrier through everyone, and this could be it. Nuggets in the forward position has the hook, but Yachty diffuses that by walking into it. The Black Hole also diffused there. Almost goes in, but a good strike shot from Wet Zero is available there. Tormi playing up with that. The core flip from the Rasmus diffused by Yachty. Core flip on Vinkui. Rose Warp, core flip, Astral projected away. Tormi dashes back in time to save the barrier. Goes forward, hook down. Almost a goal, but the strike shot is able to clear this. Goes up to the top of Cosmic Expanse. Is good. The NATO goes a little bit wide. Tormi uses that core flip, potentially not just yet, is holding on to that, is gonna need to use it at some point, but never mind. Nugget scores the and secures the interns their first place in OSAS Season 7. Congratulations. And a congratulations as well to the Gunslingers for still getting a second place in an absolutely brutal tournament. I believe Among Titans as well is your third place finisher. Congratulations to everyone. What a series. Now's Unpaid Interns having to win 4 games. They won 4 out of 5, and that was enough to do it.
I mean, oh my, wow. I mean, both teams fighting tooth and nail all night. These last 2 teams, Now's Unpaid Interns and Glitch Witch Gunslingers have been playing each other for the last like 2.5 hours. We're like 9 games or something. It's something crazy. I mean, oh my, yeah, both teams played like phenomenally tonight. Don't get it wrong. These games, like back and forth, just at each other's throats. Both teams, like a lot of different comps. I mean, we've gone through basically what feels like almost every map. I'm kind of at a loss for words. Like we went so far, and now it's Unpaid Interns will be the ones coming out on top. But regardless, if you're a Glitch Witch Gunslinger, you should not be ashamed. You guys played great. Y'all had some amazing sequences, and sometimes it just doesn't work out. Sometimes like the cards just are not in your favor. That's okay because you guys played great, and I mean, it was a fun time to watch. It was a fun time to gas. Everything's super chill.
Yeah. I mean, I can't be mad at second place because I finished second myself. So Glitch Witch Gunslingers joining me right there on that second place. Definitely a little sad to not get the first, especially after finishing top in your group, especially after winning that winner's final. I mean, Glitch Witch really put in the work. They played very well. And even in the end, they played really well. This was a very close game. Very close set even. I mean, it goes best of 3, but so many of them were so good. I think there was only 1 swept game out of the last 5 we watched. So just incredible there from both teams. It's so good to see these teams improving as they go along. I mean, I've been casting this OSS as we go, and you see the teams qualifying and they're good. And then you don't see all the practice behind the scenes necessarily. And even if you see a little bit of it, you don't see all of it. And then you get to the finals and you see these teams, they've improved, they've listened to advice. And that's really the biggest thing to take away from here is that these teams have improved. They have played the best they could, gotten better, and then played better. So it's really cool to see that live in action over the course of the roughly month or so that OSAS takes. So, I mean, it's just amazing.
I mean, we love to see the improvement from players, and that is, I mean, this is what it leads to, We have, 6 weeks, right, of OSAS? Like 6 actual weeks. It's like 4 main weeks and then 2.
Yep.
I don't know.
4 qualifying weeks and then 2 finale weeks. Yep.
Absolutely. And this is what it all comes to. We see the best of the best of like the newcomers, the new players to the scene, the players that don't oftentimes get their time to shine. And like this is what we see. We see these players come out and they play. They're great. It's super chill and it's absolutely beautiful. And and here's to hoping that we see it again next season. We won't see these players. These players are graduating. Speaking of which, congratulations to Glitch Witch Gunslingers, and now's Unpaid Interns for your graduation. And who's the third? The third would be
Among Titans was the third place. Having fallen to the Now's Unpaid Interns at the beginning of our cast together, which feels like it was so long ago because it was. Now's Unpaid Interns have been playing since, I got pinged to join this. It was a while ago. We got, looking back at this, they have been playing for something like 3 hours. No, that is 3.5, 4 hours straight of OSAS of Now's Unpaid Interns fighting and climbing uphill against Among Titans in that losers final. before finally getting here for a bracket reset, which is the second bracket reset in Osas history. Oh boy.
Absolutely, and we will be hearing from Now's. Yeah, we will be hearing from Now's unpaid interns before the night is over. I'm not sure where they are. I'm not sure what's happening. That'll be happening soon though, so stay tuned. We'll have a little chat with them. Oh, we actually got one of them in here. Hey, what's up, Nuggets? How are you feeling?
Yo, what is up?
Yo, Nugget, how's it going?
Dude, it's going good. How's it going for you?
Not too bad.
There we go. We got the
Definitely as
gang all
well.
here.
Karasu is the stand-in for a Tormy, I do believe.
I am.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Understandable. So how are you guys feeling? You know, how's the
We're feeling
y'all
great.
played?
Pretty
Yeah.
good. Pretty good.
Feels
Alright.
great.
That's what we like to hear. Y'all played, what was it, 3 hours? I mean, 3 hours since we got here, but y'all played longer. Much longer. It's
Yeah.
been
About 4 hours, I think it was.
Well, no, the first game was at 8.
First game was
and
at
it's-
8. Oh shit, 6
so it's
hours.
been 6 hours.
it's been a
The
bit.
grind never stops, you know?
That's so true.
Yeah. So the all-important question to start off is, how much are y'all getting paid for this fantastic victory?
Oh, I didn't know that was an option.
We are not getting paid.
Classic.
We just like winning, you know?
Yeah.
Living up to
Yeah,
the
now
name.
he's still being stingy even in that.
We got a firm handshake on the way here.
That's about the extent of my winning. It's just a good job and a pat on the back.
Yeah, you take what you can get, you know.
An insanely good job at that. One of the things that I want to ask a little bit of, what was the sort of process for y'all in that? Of course, I've talked at length about some of the players getting lots of coaching, but like, what are some of the highlights and any advice to any of the teams that might be watching for next season?
That's for you guys. I didn't play.
Or do
I
you
mean,
wanna
like
go first?
all we did, what really helped me, we just scrimmed a lot, like almost every day that I was available. And then there was a couple of people to give me like a couple of tips and tricks on certain characters, like during that, I think it was the very first Demon Dice game. I had someone tell me a trick to make someone bounce off the drum and then ult to kill them. So I think that really turned the tide of that game the second time around.
Demonstrating
got
the
anything?
tech.
I think the big thing for me was definitely get a lot of scrims in, build up that team synergy, and coaching is a very big thing because it really helps just getting a different perspective on how someone plays the game or plays a character. And I think it really helped in our case.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. So y'all heard that from the victors. Get your scrims in, and I believe these are usually like pretty difficult scrims, right? You're not looking to just scrim like whoever you can get. You're trying to get the best of the best.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I think so. They're the ones who organize it. They just tell me to join.
More like I have to summon this guy, but yeah. He would not respond to them.
Yeah, dude was ghosting us. I don't know what else to say.
Hey, I was available when I was available.
No, you were available at the times. You just only responded when I said something.
There is no way.
I mean, Arby was like,
There is
why can we
actually
never
no
get a
way.
hold of Finquay? And I was like, I'm his father. I got this.
You will play OS or you will be grounded. Get in there. You will
Yeah.
get killed by scandals in these scrims a million times and you'll like it.
That happened anyways.
Oh yeah, I cut him a few times.
Yeah, we would have we did a script with all of us, and he may have just dash punched me on Julian cooldown.
It was very fun. Very therapeutic.
Right. Any other advice besides the scrims for any players? Have you gotten any?
Play norms. All of our team plays norms.
Oh yeah,
Loki, is that the tag? Queue up the norms.
I
Uh,
guess so.
yeah. That last game, I actually some just random plat in comp was doing an Estelle tech, and I was trying to copy it.
Oh wait, that's sick. I'm so down.
Yeah,
The Plat Stel Tech.
That TP where he just flipped for fun after Nugget scored was supposed to be an insta flip.
Oh, you
Yeah.
were trying. I thought that's what that was. I was like, oh, I'm
Yeah.
down. Like, you don't need to do it right now, but I'm down for like the
He
cool
did-
points if you hit it.
Yeah, like I just saw that guy do it, and I'm like, I'm doing this every chance I get because it is just hilarious to see it go vroom.
He hit it every time in the scrims. Once he tried to do it in the game, it would not happen.
Yeah.
That's the way it goes.
Oh my god.
Absolutely. So, y'all talked about like what y'all did and stuff. And, gave your little tips and tricks. But do y'all got like anyone else, like like any like shout outs or anything, like anybody that like you feel like pushed y'all as a team here or helped y'all get here, like anything like that, anybody you want to like give some credit to. You don't have to, but I figured,
You guys want to go first?
Yeah, I think you got
can
everybody
go
I'm gonna
first.
do Nugget.
I will say Zoro gave Atormi some life advice for coaching, so that was pretty cool.
yeah. Glorious life
was
advice,
good.
Zoro.
You more choice or more decisions lead to more mistakes or something like that.
Oh, man. I think for me, the biggest two people I think are Mikaela and Scandals. They put in so much work to just get us scrims, to just give us advice, coaching, just everything. And on a more personal note, I'd like to thank Carmine for Rasmus coaching, Somno for Zentaro coaching, Mangoes Are Yummy, Sky Gengi, and Spartan for all helping me with KG. I definitely wouldn't be the player I am today without all those people.
Alright, this is where you go, Vinqui, by the way.
I mean, I was gonna shout out Mikaela and Scandals as well because Mikaela gave me some really good tips as far as just playing midfield in general, and then Scandals was in those scrims. He was just putting on some really hard forward pressure, so he was teaching me how to go through defense and offense, and make that switch like on the dot. So I don't have any coaches or anything because I'm just that cool. So
Oh yeah, yeah, I get it.
No, I'm your coach. I tell you to do things.
So sorry to kind of just go back to it, but I do want to say Itormi has had the biggest glow up since the start of Osas, and I really just want to just commend him for all the hard work he's put in. Just always in the queues, always trying to get better, and I think out of all of us, he's the player that did the best today.
Yeah.
Let's go Itormi. Cannot be here right now, but also if Itormi... Sorry, what were you saying?
Tournament Atormi is a different breed.
oh yeah,
Dude,
True.
for real.
Yeah. Also, if Itormi is listening, or if we can relay that to him, if he has anyone to shout out as well, then feel free to relay that somehow to get it here. But yeah, a lot of work goes into these teams. If you're looking to emulate the performance of now's unpaid interns, it's going to be work. You got to scrim. You got to apparently ghost your team for a couple times just to ensure that there's enough tension there. And it's going to be a lot of work, but you find some people to back you up to give you that advice, and then you pop off like the unpaid interns did with an incredible bracket reset.
Yeah, I mean, y'all had a run. Y'all really did. Was there at any point like, I know you guys lost your winners final in the close match, 2-1, and had to come back through the losers final. Was there like a point y'all felt like it kind of just switched? Like, I assume that after the loss you're like feeling a little down. You're probably not like too upset, but like, was there at a point where you feel like you were just like, oh yeah, like, we got this? Because it felt like I kind of just went on a streak for a little while.
Okay, so, I mean, after winners finals, I can't speak for everyone, but for me, I was definitely really down about that. I was disappointed by my play in particular. I felt like I could have done more. But I think the point that the switch really like flipped was the first part of grand finals before the reset. After we got that 2-0, it's just like this wave of confidence just flows over you.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. That checks out. You're coming through, you're going against this team that, gave y'all trouble, and you 2-0 sweep. pretty convincingly that would do it. That would be the wave of confidence that you would need.
Atorme said he wants to shout out Scandals and Michaela as well. So, there you go for that.
Oh yeah, the triple Scandals and Michaela shout out goes absolutely nuclear.
I mean,
they earned it.
Scandals
yeah,
put
that-
the team together, so that's all him.
All right. So, AJ, you got any more questions, or y'all got anything left y'all want to yap about in your moment in the spotlight, like actually with the mic?
I have one last question. Is there any sort of talk about this team continuing into, Launchpad or anything like that? Are we going to get to see Now's unpaid interns again?
Bro, I need a break.
Bro,
I need a
fair.
break.
Yeah, every time I went to bed after one of these scrims, I'm like, I should probably retire after finals.
I will be kidnapping Ben Kui sometimes, perhaps.
So we might see parts of the interns returning for a full-time job later on. A little bit of a break, though, is very well-deserved. I do not fault y'all for that. It can be very exhausting. But I will be looking forward to that return. So yeah, any last notes that y'all want to go off on before we close this thing out?
You guys want to go first?
I'm good.
I think I've
Yeah.
said everything I need to say.
There is one last group of people I would like to shout out, and this is on a personal note. Shoutouts to the Hydration 3-stack, stopping me from hitting Chowly on my rank-up game last season. Y'all are the real heroes.
Oh yeah, that's a group of players I never thought I'd see a shout out for. The Hydration 3-stack.
I mean,
Why?
they stopped me at High Diamond 86. I don't know what else to say.
I mean, the true heroes of this story. Well,
All right. Yeah, well, on that note, then, as always, it is a pleasure to speak with y'all. Congratulations on winning. Thank you to everyone for coming to Osas, playing in Osas, watching the finale. It is always a blast to be here. Thank you, Fwomp, for joining me on the cast. Thank you to Saya and Achi and all of the other producers and everything that goes on behind the scenes. Brickbat, so many people. Ether, I should probably stop shouting people out because there are so many people. I'd be here all day. But of course, earlier we did have Cardsmith and Lego Mage on the cast as well. So thank you all for taking the block one. Thank you to everyone involved, from the players to the viewers to the TOs. It is always a blast. And with that, thank you all very much and have a good night.